#NFL.
I don't think I foresaw it. Listen, I think I said it on Sunday. Anytime you're in this league, I mean, everybody's always getting evaluated, and the job of a quarterback is to help your team win football games. So I don't know if I foresaw it coming. But listen, me and Kevin can have a good conversation. It wasn't like it was anything super long or drawn out like that, but got to the point and had a good conversation with him about it, and it is what it is.
Joe Flacco on being benched by Cleveland. They got 2 rookies. They're going nowhere. Find out what you got in one of the rookies, PK. So they're going to go ahead and start Dylan Gabriel. Start to find out what they have.
Yeah, what they have is a great draft pick for Dante Moore.
A chance to get another quarterback. We're going to have every young quarterback.
Well, have a good one. They don't need everyone. You just need a good one.
Browns are 1-3, playing the Vikings. 7:30. Early game from England. Thursday night football, Niners and Rams. Niners will not have Brock Purdy. Purdy is out. Receivers Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings out. That offense is going to be a little short-handed tonight. Ooh, you want to go early with a lock of the week, anybody? Yak shaking his head. No, he's got somebody else. You already got your game picked out, Yak. Are you even tempted by the Rams and Niners?
Mildly.
Yeah. You, PK, you tempted?
I haven't thought about it.
Yeah. Not the only shorthanded team out there. The Ravens remain tight-lipped about the status of injured quarterback Lamar Jackson. Left in the third quarter of the game with the Chiefs last week with a hamstring injury. Will he be ready to go this week, or is he going to have to miss a game? The Ravens are off to a 1-3 start, and they're playing the Houston Texans this week.
Yeah, well, in the NFL, you can't be. Don't you have to have an injury report?
Yes. But you can put him down as doubtful or probable or whatever, and so will he go or not? And I don't know the timing of that injury report. Have they already put one out, Yak? You're into this kind of thing.
They're more about practice availability during the week. So he didn't practice yesterday, but his status for the game is still TBD.
Jackson Dart, Giants quarterback, said there's always a chip on your shoulder when a team snubs a player like the Saints reportedly did when they bypassed taking Dart with the 9th pick in the draft. New York went on to trade back in the first round and take Dart. Now the Giants play the Saints. So he's got a chance to have a chip on his shoulder and take it out on them. 1-3 Giants, the 0-4 Saints. There's a storyline for a low-end game.
Didn't he go like 29th? 26th? Somewhere there?
Yeah, it was something like that. But honestly, I don't have the number. At the
why pick the Saints? I mean,
because
they're 26. That would mean you need 25 teams.
They're playing them this week.
Okay. And then what about next week and the week after?
Well, the next week would be the Eagles, so I don't think they passed on him unless they had a pick earlier. I mean, they're obviously their own pick. He went 22. He was 22.
You know that they play the Eagles. Man, you are a scheduled guy. I love it.
You're welcome. DJ PK.
Thank you. I didn't say thank you.
Too late. You're welcomed anyway.
#college football.
Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin said, quote, "Dynasties are over," close quote. In the SEC after the league added Texas and Oklahoma and recently announced they'll add a 9th conference game beginning next year. It feels like the transfer portal and NIL have changed things. He said, when I was at Alabama, it'd be like, go watch the outside linebackers. And there's 6 of them over there that are first-round picks. That's not going to happen anymore because if they don't play, they're going to leave. They can't keep them all anymore. Lane Kiffin has spoken. He's not the only one who's announced that sentiment, but that is someone who was on the inside of one of the powerhouse programs when they were at the very top of the sport. I guess that gives it a little more oomph, but he's echoing what other people said about the talent spreading out in this era.
I think that's true. It's been said many times over. It was predicted before the immediate transfer happened and the NIL happened, and it's come to pass. But I will say, in his day at Alabama, if there were 6 linebackers, there was no federal, local, or state law that guaranteed that those players had to stay at Alabama. They could always leave. They just had to sit out.
Yes. But there are more reasons to leave now, and it is easier to get out now. So.
Well, the more reasons is that it's money.
Yep.
And so, but you can also argue, too, though, that the flip side of this is, hey, go to the big school and give it a shot, and then if you're not playing, then you leave. Mm-hmm. So you can argue that too. So I don't know that the dynasties are over. I mean, so the thing about college football is it is not a dynasty; it's dynasties.
Yes.
And so that's where I would disagree with him, because Ohio State is always going to be at the top.
How spread out is it going to be? How many teams are going to have a chance to win the title? And whereas before, Alabama could go out and win 4 and 5 years, I think that's going to be pretty hard, but it's only spread out to where, and even winning just winning the SEC every year. I mean, even leave out the national title. Can you win your conference every year? And you look at how many conference titles Alabama won with Saban. And Georgia went right to the top, but they're not having that kind of run, it doesn't look like. So even at the conference title level, can it get passed around? And will it get passed around in the Big Ten? Will Michigan be back? Will Penn State finally get one? And will Oregon get one? I mean, is that
really passed around? It's passed around among the same teams.
Among 5 teams instead of 2 or 3, or 7 teams instead of 3 or 5.
Yeah,
instead
Oregon,
of 2.
because they weren't in there. So this is their second year in the conference. So, yeah, add them to the mix. Whoop-de-doo. If you want to add more teams to the mix in the Big Ten, extend invitations to Georgia and Alabama, and you'll have more teams in the mix. That's all they're doing.
But we had a stretch where Oklahoma won 6 in a row in the Big 12, and Alabama won
That's not the Big 12.
7 out of 9, and the Big 10 was Ohio State, I don't know, was it 6 out of 7 years? I have to go back and look it up.
Okay, you're talking about the final team. I'm not talking about the final team. I'm talking about the same teams being in the mix.
Yes, there's still going to be a play. The best players are still going to be in, 8, 10 teams?
That doesn't really change anything.
But nobody's going to win 4 out of 5.
Oh, what's the difference? If your team doesn't have a chance, then who cares if it's 4 out of 5 or 1 out of 5, and it's the same 2 or 3 teams 5 out of 5?
Iowa State lost starting quarterbacks Jontez Williams and Jeremiah Cooper to season-ending injuries, dealing a blow to one of the Big 12 favorites. Both have ACL injuries that require surgery. Immediately, we can start watching Iowa State's pass defense and see how much of an impact that's going to have. The Big Ten's in discussions about a private capital deal that would infuse at least $2 billion into the league and its schools. The discussions include a 10-year extension of the league's grant of rights until 2046. There are 3 different private capital entities being considered by the Big Ten to accept the money from.
Yeah, I mean, that's great, but if it's such a big deal and so great, then the SEC will get one, the Big 12 will get one, and away you go.
Seems like it's more about the structure, that instead of selling them a portion of the school athletic department and all that, they're going to create a new business to raise new money, and they'll own a portion of that, but they won't have control over the actual athletic department. It sounds like, from the way they're talking about structuring it. We'll see if they actually do it and what it looks like when they do.
The Big Ten gets more money. Wow. Breaking news.
Yep.
Film at 11.
And to the earlier point, let's wait and see if it's spread evenly. I doubt it. Or if that new money is split up and the wealthier teams get more money and the gap grows bigger. That's more what I expect.
Well, the gap, you can give Rutgers and Purdue all the money you want. It's not going to make a difference.
Okay, well, money made a difference, though, to Indiana. So it's apparently making a difference to Vanderbilt. I mean, it's possible it could make a difference.
Did it make a difference, or was it the coaching? You always told me you had to get the right people in place. Yesterday you were talking about the Mets and how they didn't have the right people in place, so the money didn't matter. Now you change your tune and say the money is the reason why Indiana is on top.
Well, first off, they're not on top. They're 4th. But when you're Indiana
and you were 14th,
and when you were 14th, 4th is a whole lot better. And I think the only way you get there is get a bunch more money and spend it wisely on the right people. And if you don't do both
Ohio
of those
State
things,
was 4th last year, so I don't know about that one.
They're not in the playoff.
And Indiana was in the playoff, and Indiana finished ahead of Ohio State last year.
Okay, so now they're 3rd. Great. But I still think it's the same thing. You've got to have the money and invest it. And you've got to spend it on the right people. If you don't get the money, you're not getting to the playoff. And if you spend it on the wrong people, you're not getting to the playoff. Yeah, but if
you get the money and I get the money and I am Ohio State, okay, you be the one to bet against Ohio State. Good luck with that.
I didn't say I was betting against Ohio State. But thanks for assigning me that.
I did, because I said I'm going to give the same amount of money to Purdue, and I'm going to give the same amount of money to Ohio State. Who's going to win?
Probably Ohio State.
That's
but then
what
I
I'm
go
saying.
betting on brands again, and then you criticize me for that. So, either way, you got me.
I know, because when you get out of bed, I've already anointed you a loser for the rest of your life. We've been over that a million times. That's what you think. I'm not going to change that.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
NBA veteran Al Horford said his decision to leave the Celtics after years with the franchise, his decision to sign with the Warriors, was the next best option in his mind to continue his career. Are we in dog bites man territory right there?
Well, the Celtics didn't want him, and the Warriors did.
Yeah. Mavericks center Daniel Gafford sprained ankle in the first training camp practice. He's going to be out 2 to 3 weeks. May not be available when the Mavs open the season October 22nd. He missed the last 2 months of last season due to a grade 3 MCL sprain.
Well, the good thing is that he won't be alone. He'll be able to sit there and talk with Anthony Davis in street clothes.
There you go. Houston Rockets coach Ime Udoka said that the Dorian Finney-Smith likely will not be available in the early going of the season. He's rehabbing from off-season ankle surgery. 4 years, $53 million. No Dorian Finney-Smith.
Not Dorian Finney-Smith. What will they do?
DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
Naylor, a swing and a high drive, deep right. Back goes Perez. Track, wall, gone! There will be a Game 3 tomorrow. Bo Naylor, a towering 3-run home run to right. Cleveland, a 5-run eighth.
First pitch swinging in the air to deep left field. Happ is feeling for the wall. He's looking up. It's going to go. Waveland Avenue for Manny Machado. A 2-run homer in the 5th inning. And the Padres do add on. It's 3-0.
3-2 pitch. Jazz runs. Pitch. Swing on. Line drive. Right field. Fair ball. Here comes Jazz. Coming around third. Rojas waving him. Jazz coming down the line. Here's the throw to the plate. He slides. He is in there. He's in there. The Yankees have the lead. It's 4-3 New York.
Count still full. The next pitch from Santillan will be the 9th to Mookie. Line. Fair ball down the left field line. Have a night, Mookie Betts. Rojas going to trot in and score. Ohtani held up at third. Mookie Betts 4 for 5 with 3 doubles.
It's one MVP one night. It's another MVP another night. The Dodgers take 2 from the Reds. They slug their way through the wild card series 10-5 and 8-4. They are on to the division series Saturday. They'll face the Phillies. They slug their way through it, PK. The bullpen isn't great. Cincinnati scored 2 more runs in the 8th inning, just as they had an 8th inning the night before. But in this series, the bats were plenty enough to carry them through.
Yeah, well, the tying run was on base in that 8th inning that you speak of. They had the bases loaded, and they're down by 4.
Yep. As opposed to the night before when they loaded the bases and were down by 5. But the Dodgers slugged their way through, but the red flag is there, right?
It's always been there. It's been there all season.
Cleveland breaks it open late, beats Detroit 6-1, so they got a Game 3 in that series. You heard the Yankees scoring in the 8th inning to beat the Red Sox 4-3, force a Game 3 there. And the Padres shut out the Cubbies 3-zip to force a Game 3 there. So 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, you got 3 games today. You're missing the early game, PK. No baseball from 11 to 1. But other than that, you're covered.
Yeah, good time of year.
Giants president of baseball operations, Buster Posey, said the franchise is not going to consider Bruce Bochy as a candidate to be their new manager, but he did say there could be a position with the team for Bochy should he want to rejoin the franchise he led to 3 World Series titles. So maybe not the day-to-day grind in the dugout, but you get his baseball brain into the organization in some way, somehow. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
PGA Tours in Jackson, Mississippi for the Sanderson Farms Championship. Patrick Fishburne and Zach Blair in the field this week as the locals are looking to capitalize on opportunities to bolster their 2026 status. Can you get the full tour card? And if not, can you get as many tournaments as possible? Work your way up. It won't be long before they're here, PK. Get our second tour stop.
Yeah, the end of the month.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Well, put down the hammers and the saws and get the crane out of the middle of the arena. There's going to be sports at the Delta Center. Utah Mammoth play their first preseason game at the Delta Center tonight when they take on the Kings. Puck drop set for 7 p.m. Coverage on the KSL Sports Zone begins at 6. And as we told you, it happened in the show yesterday, late in the show yesterday, Connor Ingram to the Oilers for future consideration. So he heads to Edmonton. Edmonton's actually going to put him in the AHL so he can start playing right out of the gate and get back to it. What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. Barry Trammell's going to stop by 8 o'clock this morning, sports columnist for the Tulsa World. Chris Armstrong, Utah Mammoth, president of hockey operations, coming up at 9:30. DJ and PK will get the hot takes or toast. The question of the day is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash in Pleasant View on westbound 2700 North, just east of State Street on US 89. All lanes are locked. There are residual delays from an earlier crash northbound I-15, stretched from the point of the mountain all the way to the south I-215 interchange in Murray. Also, you got normal delays on SR36 in Tooele County, the eastbound I-80 junction. And that Pleasant View accident is still obviously backing things up, so be aware of that if you're up in northern Utah this morning. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Whether you park it, strap it, or pave it, GoPave Utah is your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call them today or visit them at GoPaveUtah.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for a Friday night game, a late game with West Virginia, 8:30 on ESPN. Parker Kingston says the Cougars like late night games.
We love it. Our sports scientists and everyone, they do a great job of getting us prepared, waking us up, telling us when to take naps, getting food in us at the right time. And I think we just come out and under the lights, we like to shine. So it's been fun.
This BYU update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Join Hans and Scotty at the El Matador Restaurant, 606 South Main in Bountiful, Friday from noon to 3. El Matador, Utah Mexican food staple for over 50 years. Time for Hot Takes or Toast. Question of the morning with Barry Trammell, Big 12 guru, coming up at the top of the hour. If it's not your team, who do you want to see win the Big 12?
Oh, that's easy.
Caleb had an easy answer. Anyone but Utah.
So you got 14 chances.
Yes. Well, yes, theoretically you do have 14. We're already crossing a couple of them off. Oklahoma State, West Virginia, not going to do it. But yeah, to your point, any one of them, right? Anybody, get it together in any given year.
Yeah.
Chad, Utah, and only Utah. I'm not rooting for any other team but Utah.
That's not true.
I hear Chad stamping his feet.
He's wrong. He doesn't even know himself.
If Utah gets eliminated and BYU's getting close, is there a chance Chad's going to root for somebody else?
Yeah.
It does seem like a pretty high possibility.
There's 7 other teams he's going to root for. They're going to play 9 conference games.
Whoever can beat BYU along the way, knock him out of that title game.
Oh, for sure.
And then if he gets in the title game, well, there'll be another team that he'll either be an 8th team or one of the 7 that he's rooting for the second time.
Yeah. That's what a rivalry's about.
Yep. Ryan is rooting for a meteor. If he doesn't get his team, he wants a meteor to strike the stadium. No game.
Or they can create a pandemic again.
Pretty violent, Ryan. GR says Utah. And go Dodgers. Don't get conflicted on the question here, GR. Stay focused. Gonna get distracted.
Go Utes and go Dodgers, huh?
Yeah, right.
Well, got a chance there for both of that to happen.
Steve and Daniel go with Cinderella, baby. Iowa State.
Iowa State, Cinderella?
Over 100 years of waiting for a title. Maybe not Cinderella. Maybe like a jinx team. I don't know. It's been a long drought.
Well, yeah, but that's why somebody from Arizona State 2 years ago came up to me and said, when they were in Utah and got beat 55-3 before that game, said, we are ecstatic about being in the Big 12. We think we can compete and win at a level that we did not do in the Pac-12. And it took 1 year for that prophecy to come to pass. And Iowa State's right in that boat. Same boat. In fact, that boat is a luxury yacht because there are so many teams that are in that same or on that same luxury yacht. You're in a boat on a yacht. So I got to get my prepositional phrase there correct. And I think what he was saying to me, as I've thought about it in these, we're literally coming up on 2 years, right? Because it is at that time that, they were going in that direction. They knew they were still in the Pac-12 then when he said that, right? That 55-3 debacle was when they were in the Pac-12, right?
Yep.
And so he said that to me, knowing that the next year who was going to be in the Big 12. And that was last year, their first year, obviously, for these schools that were in the Pac-12 to be in the Big 12. And he said it with such conviction that when I listen to people, I like to talk to them face to face, and you can see it in their eyes. You can see it in their face and their whole body language to know, not necessarily that it's true, but that they really believe it. And a lot of times, the things that that they really believe, it can't be true in the moment because they're talking about things to come. I told you that time when somebody said to me at Utah, oh, we're going to beat Oregon this week. And I chuckled, and we're walking off the practice field. You can't even do that anymore. You can't get out there like we used to. And he stopped and basically when I had a little chuckle laugh, like, yeah, okay. And he stopped right in his tracks, as they say, looked at me and said, "No, I am serious. We got this." And then they went out and hung 60 on him, right? It's the same type of deal. I always trust my instincts there. And when this man said that to me, okay, they really believe it. Now, they had to actually get in the conference for it to come to pass. And so far, that statement is 1 for 1. And as you think, or at least I think about it, I think that a team like Iowa State could say the same thing. And they were right there in the final. They had some turnovers and things went against their way, and they lost the game. I get that. But they were right there. And Iowa State has this opportunity to really take off. And I think it can be true. Absolutely, I think it can be true. And so what happened 100 years doesn't really matter because things have changed dramatically. And that's where we're at. And so it's going to be interesting to see. We may only have this conference until 2030 in its current configuration, but when we get there and we look back, who are the teams that we're going to look at as far as, they really took control? I think Iowa State has one of those opportunities. Certainly, I think that BYU and Utah do, and obviously I've been talking about Texas Tech because there isn't that certified perennial big dog that it's proven itself year after year. Now, the Utes at the end of the Pac-12 had proven, in the last couple of years proven that they could be there. Well, it's a new set of teams, a new conglomeration. Can they do it? I think they can, but they have to do it. And there's a bunch there. That's what makes this thing, among other reasons, exciting, is that it's there for the taking. Who's going to take it?
Those 4 teams, Arizona State and the other 3, that don't have to live in the shadow of Oregon and USC. Not that you can't beat them, because obviously Utah did, but the deck is stacked against you. And Iowa State had the deck stacked against them with Oklahoma and Texas for so long.
Right.
And to be out of the shadow of those, man, to have that level of hope and think, okay, the playing field is way more even now than it was. I totally get why your source, or whoever you had that conversation with at ASU, would think that. And it did.
It was just an athletic official who I've known for many years.
Yeah, it paid off right out of the gate for them, and it came very close to paying off for Iowa State.
Yeah.
Now, I totally get going with the team that hasn't done it, right? It's the feel-good story. Oh, it's been 100 and whatever. I think it's 113 years now since they won the Missouri Valley Conference by going 2-0. Okay. Wow. Everything has changed now. But there are people going in a different direction. And I get that a lot of people go for Iowa State, but how about this? Bleeding Blue says, if BYU can't do it, I want Texas Tech. They have the best chance of knocking off SEC and Big Ten teams. He wants a Big 12 win. Or wins plural, but you got to get the first one first, in the playoff. So I get it. Does that help the league down the line? If you're in the next year, you're going to be seated better, get a home game or whatever? Or is it just going to make you feel better? Just like, at least one of us can do it.
I don't know about that, though.
Because you might, in the process, create a monster. I mean, it could benefit the whole league, but it would benefit Texas Tech the most.
Yeah.
And they've already got the money,
dominates,
and they get a little momentum. Suddenly, you don't have to compete with USC, Oregon, or Oklahoma or Texas. But if Tech becomes the new king of the hill because they got the most money, and then they start getting winning, and that creates its own momentum, maybe you've just grown a new monster.
Well, I think that's already happening.
Yeah, I can see why you would say that. But it is already happening, but it hasn't happened yet. And one thing the monster has to have is a title, and then 2 in a row. And if not 3 in a row, 3 out of 4, right? And then it keeps building on itself. But you're right. We might be seeing it right now. And it's in the tree is in the process of growing, and everyone else is going to live in the shade of that big tree.
Well, that's what I'm predicting. I've been predicting it all along. There's a reason why I predicted Texas Tech to be in the final. We've already seen it, man. We saw it with their softball program. There's already hardcore evidence. It's not hypothetical. They came out of nowhere in softball, and it was done because of the finances. And so what, man? They're playing by the rules, right? And that's what they'll tell you. BYU will tell you because they get a little sticky and a little queasy, and they say they don't really like to be thought of as bought it, right? Even the Oregon people, when they were doing that with Phil Knight, they want to act like it's fair competition when it's not. But they're playing by the rules, and as long as you're doing that, who cares if it's fair competition? And they would get queasy about it. And Texas Tech is telling you, well, we're just doing what everybody else can do. And they're defensive about it. And BYU, we're not the highest bidder. We're not the highest bidder. Yeah, so you offered $1 less. I mean, great. So you're not the highest bidder. And I pushed back with Santiago down in Texas, and I said, yeah, sometimes you are the highest bidder. I mean, you're never not the highest bidder. You can't keep saying that every single time for every single male and female athlete. It doesn't work that way. There are sometimes you are the highest bidder, and so what? Who cares? You're perfectly allowed to do that, so have at it, and way to go. And so nothing wrong with that, and that's where we're going. And I've already seen it. I just don't think it's going to necessarily be good for you if you're not there, and Texas Tech is. Whoop-de-doo. Was it great for the PC2A that Vegas was winning all that basketball? No, it was great for Vegas. Majerus used to say that all the time, under his breath, off to the side. What do I care about the WAC for? What good does that do me? If I get my team where I want it to be, that's all that matters.
If it's not your team, who do you want to see win the Big 12? Do you think a lot of the teams in the Big 12, because the league is still so new, that it's just a big old shrug? I mean, Iowa State's got a specific story. Texas Tech has a specific story. But a lot of these teams, they still don't resonate here yet. They only resonate in how you play against them and you watch them because you're going to play them the next week. But do you think most of these teams generate any emotion, vibe, feedback from people?
Yes. I think
What are the other storylines that generate that emotion?
I think BYU and Utah hate ASU.
Okay.
And
I can
they
see that
hate each other.
They won it last year. And for fans of a certain age, there's stuff that goes back. Well, more recently for the Utes, obviously.
I don't think it's. You don't think it's that? 40 years
You think it's
ago.
the fact that they won it and they recruit against each other?
Yeah, and Kenny Dillingham lost his mind at that one second to go.
Lose a game and get rubbed the wrong way. That is the best way.
And see, the fans, the local BYU fans don't have much interaction with Cincinnati.
Right.
But the local BYU fans, many of them have
an interaction
with Tempe.
Yeah.
And they've got family there, or they're from there, or they can go there. And they put in 50,000, and let's just say 500 drunk students treated you badly.
That's enough.
And that's what you're going to remember. Yeah. I had a local media member say to me last year in Tempe as we were walking off the field, "Boy, your fans, man, they're surely classless." Yeah, because you had drunk students. And so let's make it the fan who jumped out and tackled the Utah cheerleader. Your fans at BYU, you surely are classless. I mean, there's one dude, right? And I looked at him like, yeah, drunk students acting outrageously. Who knew? I mean, that's going to happen every single time you go to that stadium. Every single time. And so, but anyway, that creates negative perception, negative feeling. So yes, it's regionally, and we're not in Texas, but we know about Tempe, we know about Tucson, we know about Provo, we know about Salt Lake, just like the folks in Texas know about each other. We don't know about them because we're not there. There's not going to be a whole bunch of teams because it's not regional. It's not like the Mountain West. It's not like the WAC. If you have that and you have the local, they have the feelings for each other. So, yes, it's just not going to be conference-wide.
Dion in Colorado, the only other one that's really going to pump anybody up, get anybody fired up. His celebrity, people love him or hate him. Or they're just not close enough now. We've already seen that, so it's not going to matter anyway.
Colorado was never part of us, right? They've jumped around leagues constantly. They jumped before the other Pac-12 schools jumped. It seemed like they've wanted out from day one, and I don't think there's that identity with Colorado that much. But maybe now, since they chanted and that's become a big deal, and they had fights in the stadiums or in the stands. Blah blah blah. But it doesn't look like. Maybe I don't know how it's going to play out, but it doesn't look like every year BYU and Utah are going to be playing Colorado. So, but that's the nature of these conferences. I'm sure the Big Ten is feeling the same way with Washington and Oregon and Rutgers and Maryland and all.
Yeah.
You've got your rivals that you've had and you have history with, and the fans are geographically close enough that it's easier to go to games, or it is something that you have fans in Ohio that go to work in Michigan and vice versa. And obviously you got Michigan and Michigan State there. So I think that's just the nature of these spread out conferences. I doubt there's very many folks from Eugene or the state of Oregon that are living and working in Ohio. So you don't interact with them that much, right? Okay, well, that's the price that you've decided to pay. And, there's positives and negatives and everything, most likely.
DJ PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, coming up at 8 o'clock. We'll talk to him about all of this. Got a new face with the Jazz organization. We'll get to that next. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got our normal delays in Lehigh on eastbound Pioneer Crossing due to ongoing construction stretching west of Saratoga Road. Also a crash on the exit ramp southbound I-15 to 45th South. In Murray, vehicles are on the left shoulder, but it's causing little to no delay at this current time. This update is brought to you by UTA. Keep that big game energy and take UTA and skip the parking lot along the way. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey,
what's
up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
5 guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah on a bye week. Kyle Whittingham says the Utes are going to be working on tackling this week.
Well, we're certainly going to work on tackling, I can tell you that. It's a matter of coming to balance and breaking down. We're in bad body position too often, and we got to get that corrected, and we will. You're never going to be perfect in tackling. We're playing against scholarship guys that are really good, so they're going to make you miss on occasion. But as of late, we've just been missing too many tackles, so that will definitely be a point of emphasis.
This update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Artist of the day, Tom Petty, passed away 8 years ago today, 2017. Band of the day brought to you by Live Nation. For all live concerts, events in 2025, check out livenation.com. DJ and PK, Mark Denman is the new Jazz Arena announcer. Calling card. What's the phrase? What's the go-to line? What should it be?
Got to come up with something, huh?
Jeff says he should buy one of PK's. You got some extra lines lying around? You know, something he could pick up? Get a deal on it.
A deal. Do I have anything? Well, if I have something, then it wouldn't be his.
Unless you sell it. America.
It's got to be his.
Capitalism.
It's got to be his, man.
There's a lot of
He's
negativity. Okay. There's a lot of negativity around this. Wow. Jason. And that's another loss, folks. Ryan. We're still terrible. David. Jazz lose. He'll get plenty of practice saying that. The negativity. Remember when, is this the market growing up, getting more cynical? Does that equate to growing up? It was a different vibe in the 90s. Everybody was so supportive. The media didn't write many negative stories. You came in from L.A. Gordon came in from L.A. You both felt it, and you guys didn't think you were very negative, but even a little thing, and everybody was calling Gordon in his hotel room. I can still remember I was on an airplane. I didn't know what was happening. That was in the days we weren't connected the way we are now. You're sitting in the airport. You don't know what's going on. You land. Gordon wrote this about Carl. You got to call him. And I call him. Hey, Gordon, I'm supposed to call you. But a little bit made a big splash then. And it seems like now, and maybe it's because we have more teams. You know, when you only have one team, you can't really shun it because then you don't have a team. But if you're sitting in New York, well, you got 9 teams in the 4 sports we've rooted for a century or whatever.
Okay, but what teams
you can shun one? You can shun one. What? Hockey. We got another one.
Yeah, but that was this year.
Yep. Well, it's new. It's new. And to be fair,
they've only grown up the last year.
And college teams are getting treated more like pro teams. And BYU looks like with the money, they're set to win, right? They've gone out and, well, in one case, hired a coach off a staff that was winning. And in another case, hired a guy out of the NBA who's got a huge rep. So maybe it's not fair to just label it to pro teams. If you have college teams that can do stuff on a big stage.
I don't think there's any more passion for BYU football. I think it's always been there.
So it's just all the losing. Don't overthink it. People were pumped because they won 50, and it'd be the same thing if they were winning 50 now and losing in the playoffs.
Right, because if you win 50 games during the regular season,
you got to be doing
even if it's remote, you still have a little bit of a chance, right? But now, I mean, obviously they're coming nowhere near winning 50 games. So. And it's been a pretty good losing run here.
Yeah.
Or I guess pretty bad would be the better way to phrase it.
But it is 3 years in a row, and there aren't many examples in Jazz history where you can look at 4 straight losing seasons.
Yeah, and then when you go the people who are paid by the team to sort of set the public agenda, like Locke, are telling you that they're not going to have many wins. And he's calling it like he sees it, right? I don't have any problem with him saying that because that's what he sees, and he has to have some credibility.
And we both think
he can't go out there and just sunshine.
We both think he's going to be right.
Of course, everybody thinks he's going to be right.
Right. He says it, and we're all nodding like, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, there's no other way around it. This is what they've decided to do. If I have an objection, which is minimal, but this is something that should have been done to the extent 3 years ago or so. And what took them as long as it did, then maybe they can say, well, we didn't have the draft picks and we had to draft the guys to get to this point. And okay, that's what I say. That my only objection, which is minimal, is that, and they can say, well, we didn't have all these young guys until now. What do you want us to do here? I'll say, okay. And, they flushed out the trade market and saw what was available, which in the end wasn't much. So they face reality, and rather than be thick-headed about it and continue, no, we're gonna wait for that first-round draft choice for fill-in-the-blank player that they just got rid of. Well, if it's not there 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, do you go 4 and 5 years? That doesn't make any sense. So they did what they did and got rid of the guys and got what they could because the market that they wanted wasn't there. So why knock your head against the wall 5 times in a row when the 6th time is going to be the same result as the prior 5 times? That's why I say my objection is minimal. And here we are now, and that's why I said when we went to media day, for me, and I know Jazz fans don't want to hear it. I get it. I understand it completely because you want your team to win. That's the whole point of being a fan. For me, this is sort of it's a new start now, and people want to crack me upside the skull when I say that. What are you talking about, new start? We just had three crappy seasons. I understand that. But I think now all not half feet or 1 foot, everybody's in, and away we go at this point. And so that's what we have here. And for me, with the losing in mind, this is the most curious, most intrigued season for me as opposed to the other three.
Because maybe they bottomed out and it's on the way back up now. With young guys, mostly. I mean, there's obviously a few exceptions on the roster, but most of the minutes can be played by young guys who have a chance to be part of the future. Whereas before they were playing guys as they slowly tore it down, and you thought, okay, this is a guy they brought in. I mean, from the second they traded for John Collins, it felt like that's a guy they could flip and get something. And ultimately, they really didn't. The trade market ended up being very different, as Austin Ainge, talked about on Monday. The contract matters more than the talent right now because the league is capped out because the salary cap hasn't been growing. So that didn't work.
Yeah,
but they bottomed out now.
That's
It's
where we
17
are.
wins. Yeah. Well.
And you have some promising young guys.
Maybe whatever it is that Mark ends up saying that becomes a catchphrase revolves around a player who hasn't broken out yet, and we don't know, so maybe it just can't be written yet. Got to see who it is and what happens.
This is the place.
Ooh, see, there it goes. All right, DJ and PK, we got to take a break. When we come back, Barry Trammell joins us, all things Big 12 with the sports columnist from the Tulsa World. We will talk with him next, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
You don't show up to Lavelle Edwards Stadium halfway. Neither should your energy drink. Bucked Up Energy gives you smooth, long-lasting power. No jitters, no crash. Just focus, flavor, and pure Cougar drive. Grab a can of Sour Bucks or Rocket Pop on your way to the game and taste why athletes and fans everywhere get bucked up. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy, built for game day, made for every day.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance, so 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there. Stock number 75941, subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus in America too. She's a good girl.
DJ and PK, we're joined once again by Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, and here to talk all things Big 12 football. Barry, good morning.
How's things in Salt Lake?
A little quiet right now. The Utes are on a bye week, and the Cougars are getting ready to play a West Virginia team. We all just watched them. They looked terrible. They didn't put up any resistance against the Utes at home. So this just feels like a blowout Friday night in Provo.
Yeah, is this the weekend of the church conference where they always try to play on Friday night?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, that means you guys got a Saturday off.
We cover the Big 12. It never
That'd
stops.
be fun.
Cincinnati,
Yeah.
Iowa State, 10 a.m. ESPN2. We have our assignments. Iowa State just lost their starting corners, torn ACLs.
Yeah, that was bad. You know, I got fired up. Did you see where Arizona State and Kansas are going to play in London next year? And I think it's like the third Saturday in September. It's not one of those early August games. So I'm hoping that means like a 9 a.m. kickoff. I hope they don't make it a night game in London because that just throw it into the middle of 1,000 other games. But if I'm all for 9 a.m. Saturday, Oklahoma time, I'm talking Oklahoma time, 9 or 8 a.m. kickoffs, get the add a window to the day. So, yeah, it's a bad weekend for Utah football, no doubt about it. Just West Virginia does stink, but they beat Pitt, so everybody's happy.
Yormark is trying to do these types of things to drive some attention towards the conference, and I appreciate that. Anybody who tries to be innovative, even if it doesn't necessarily work, because I don't know that you're going to hit on every single one of them, But I think it's important for the Big 12 to try to find its way to create as much buzz as it can in football. I think in basketball, it takes care of itself so far, especially with BYU now being in the mix. And you brought in Arizona, which is a perennial great team. And then BYU with Kevin Young catching the world by storm, bringing in DeBanza and all that, and the money that they have available. So basketball will be right there with anybody else. But for football, this London thing, it's not during the first week, as you said, but I do think it creates some level of buzz, even if it's not necessarily a financial windfall, maybe attention-wise. What do you think about that as far as them trying to carve out some attention directed their way?
Well, I think it's good. I'm with you. If you remember when he first got in there, he talked about playing a game in Mexico, playing in Monterrey.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he forced me to get into something I've never been one of my strong points, which is Mexican geography. And I love geography, but I've never, outside of Tijuana and Juarez, which are border towns, I have not studied up on my Mexican geography. So I did. And Monterrey was actually, it's only like 170 miles south of the border. I think you go through Laredo. And then 170 miles south is Monterrey. And I was telling the guys, hey, if Oklahoma State gets put in there, we'll just drive to Monterrey. And then, of course, a little bit of common sense that took over and said, maybe that's not a good idea. But we're not talking much about Mexican football just because the logistics of taking a football game to another country that you can't really batten down all the hatches. So I think they've looked more with the European market. And I'm not crazy about, I know I was talking about it, I'm not crazy about Kansas, Arizona State playing on a regular Saturday. I think the Irish thing works well because it is week 0. And I do think lots of eyeballs on that. This year we had a great game, K-State, Iowa State. I thought it did great for the conference. Next year it'll be TCU against whatever retread North Carolina trots back out there. But I don't think the hoopla over the Irish game carries much weight if you do it on a regular college football Saturday. Then it's just a game on TV, and if it's close, some people will watch, and if it's not, they won't. So I wish KU and Arizona State could figure out a way to get that London game moved to August, week 0. That Iowa State, K-State came on, I think it's 11 o'clock Oklahoma time, which means like a 5 p.m., I think it's 6 hours difference. I was in Ireland last year, but I think it's 6 hours difference. So they play at 5 o'clock. Play one of those games at 5 and the other one at 8 London time or the island time. And that way, I think you get a lot more energy and a lot more bang for your buck if you do that.
I get where you're going with that, and I think you're probably right. I do give them credit for trying one of these, whatever this game kicks off Utah time, whether it's 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, to open the TV window. Because if you're the only game on, if there isn't an SEC game in that window, or there isn't a Big Ten game in that window, which there shouldn't be, then maybe they'll get a lot of viewers. But the week 0 thing is pretty much undefeated. 4 million people watched that Kansas State-Iowa State game, and that might end up being – If Colorado's good, they could play some games that have some big TV viewerships. But obviously, they just lost at home to BYU. So if they're merely okay, I don't think they'll get those kind of numbers. That Iowa State game might end up being the second most watched game in the league, but behind the conference title game. And the key with both of those is that they would be largely, if not completely, unopposed by other games. So I get trying one of those games. I think the other thing you should brush up on is your Canadian geography, because that rule they've got about you get to play an extra game or you get to play week 1. That's if you leave the continental U.S. So go to Vancouver, go to Montreal. I mean, they got Dome Stadium. You can go to Toronto. They got places you can play and then play in a TV window where there is no one else. We had Mark Harlan, the Utah athletic director, on, and he said he'd talked to the commissioner about playing on the Wednesday of Thanksgiving week, giving somebody a bye, and everybody's thinking football. You'd be unopposed, no Big Ten or SEC game to distract, no NFL game. I bet you could get a pretty big number. And anything they can do, anything to do to juice up the TV package and get more money next time they negotiate, that'd be doing it.
A Wednesday night game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, listen, the National Football League knows what it's doing.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to tell them how to reinvent the wheel, but I came up with an idea that would make them bukus of money, and I've never seen it anywhere else. And so far, they haven't acted on it. And someday they will, and I won't get credit. But I don't know why we don't have the NFL 7 days a week.
Well, especially
play Tuesday night football, Wednesday night football. Here's the deal: everybody's got the bye situation. Go back to 16 games, but keep the expanded schedule with 18 weeks. Everybody has 2 byes. If you got 2 byes, you can manipulate the schedule all different kinds of ways and let people play on Tuesday and Wednesday night. The networks would just salivate over themselves at the thought of a football game. But I love your Wednesday night. I love the Thanksgiving Eve idea. I think that's fantastic. But I love myself some Canada. So I have a question. I got a question. All right, what is straight north or close to straight north of Salt Lake? Are we in the Calgary, Winnipeg?
Calgary.
All right.
Calgary to Edmonton, Alberta.
Okay. Well, then go play a game in Alberta with the Utes or the Cougars, either one. I think that'd be fantastic. Maybe Colorado could go play Winnipeg. I think is Winnipeg straight north of Denver or close to it, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, I love that idea. And most of them have stadiums that can adapt to American football. Somebody told me the CFL is even going back to more regulation American football. I just heard that last week. Their fields are getting they're shortening the end zones and narrowing the width to American. Somebody told me that last week. So maybe it wouldn't even be that big of an adjustment to play in a Canadian stadium.
We're also talking about this conference is going to be together at least in its current configuration to 2030. And is it good for the conference to have a team that dominates, or is it just simply good for that team? So it looks like Texas Tech, has the money to be able to make a run. We point to the softball, and I had looked it up. The Texas Tech softball was decent. I think like in 22 they had a losing season, and then 23-24 they were like 8-9 games above 500 or so. Then they go out and get that pitcher from Stanford, and they win 54 games, right? They don't have to play Colorado. Not Colorado. They don't even have a softball team. I don't know why I said Colorado. Oklahoma, which has been dominant because Oklahoma moves on, right? So they step up, and they get all the way to the title game in which they lose to Texas. And so is that going to help Big 12 softball, or is it just going to help Texas Tech? So with that in mind, if Texas Tech were to cash in on this money, and we saw what they did against Utah and Kyle Whittingham afterward, I thought he chose his words correctly when he and intentionally when he said they've assembled a great team. He didn't want to say bye because that would have been too obvious, but he used the verb he used was assembled, and to me he was sending a message when he used that word assembled. If that's the case, is that good for the Big 12 or is it good for Texas Tech?
Well, I think it's better for Texas Tech, but it's also good for the conference. I mean, the Big 12's got to do whatever it can to get in position to have multiple teams in the playoff, because last year was such a disastrous result in that, I thought, and we've talked about this, I thought the committee just sort of patted the Big 12 on the head and told them to go outside and play while they did important business just basically dismissing BYU from the discussion and putting in SMU. It'd be one thing if the committee had sort of slided the Big 12 for the benefit of the SEC or the Big 10. That's sort of American capitalism. That we could respect. But, to just say, hey, SMU, you've won your way in. And then BYU not even under consideration, considering what we all saw last September in Dallas. I just thought that was a horrible message for the Big 12. So anything they can do to counter that. And before you get 2 in, you got to get 1 in. So I think having Texas Tech emerge as a potential heavyweight is very good. Who knows? Maybe Tech can go 12-0, and then somebody go down there in Arlington and beat them in December. Iowa State, BYU. I don't know who else might be standing at the end, but Arizona State, whoever, doesn't matter. That'd be the easiest way to get 2 teams in. That's how the ACC did it last year. They had their champion or the regular season champion lose in the title game. So,
right,
the best indicator of future behavior is past behavior, and the committee showed us what they were going to do. Now I don't know if they'll keep doing it, but that's what they did last year. So, clearly, if Iowa State, let's say, can somehow keep winning, and Tech, if we've got 2 teams both under 2 losses, I think they'll both get in. But that's just hard to get there because of the parity, because of the 9-game conference schedule. Just so many teams are pretty even. We're not likely to have an Arlington title game of 12-0 versus 11-1 or 11-1 versus 11-1. So if Tech can get there, I think that's good for the conference. Even if you don't like the way they got there, even if you have to hold your nose and cheer for them, that's the best. I think that's the best scenario for the Big 12.
Lane Kiffin said dynasties are over in the SEC after the league added Texas and Oklahoma. He pointed out the transfer portal and NIL, pointed out the depth they had at Bama when he was there. That's no longer possible because kids can transfer immediately, get paid, and play. So no one's willing to sit there and be second or third string and wait their turn. I assume you agree with that. The question is, how big does the pool get? I mean, does this mean 16 teams are going to battle for the SEC title? Vanderbilt, who has been the last place team pretty much my whole life, is clearly better. We'll find out how much better. Mississippi State looks better. Or is it going to be, all right, the same 5 characters, maybe 6 teams past the SEC title round?
I'm going to say it's not going to be 16. But whoever the 7 or 8 are, I'll say 7 or 8, whoever the 7 or 8 are could change from year to year. In other words, last year South Carolina was really good, and they didn't make the playoffs. They went 9-3. They lost. I forgot who they lost to early in the year. They should have had LSU trapped and let them out. But South Carolina last year was as good as about anybody. This year they're not as good as anybody, and so I think it'll go up and down. Oklahoma last year was bad. This year Oklahoma's pretty good. They might even be, if the quarterback gets healthy, they have a chance to win a bunch of games. So I think it's going to go up and down, whereas we haven't seen that much in the SEC, right? Alabama forever, and then Georgia in the last 6, 7, 8 years, and then LSU pops up. But I think you're going to see a lot more new faces at the top, but it's going to be more fluid. And, we didn't have – if you go back, what year are we in? 25. Let's go back 10 years, and we were starting or in the middle of just total domination of virtually every conference, maybe except the Pac-12.
Yep.
Oklahoma won 6 in a row, Big 12 titles. Ohio State won never how many in a row, except they lost that one the Penn State, I think, won one because they beat the Buckeyes and got to go to the title game. Clemson won 7 or 8 ACCs in a row. And so we saw dynasties inside conferences. And I think that's out the window. I think I got to be honest with you. Like in the Big 12, if you look at the AP poll, the top 3 teams in the AP poll right now are Ole Miss, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M. And they were picked in the preseason. SEC, I haven't looked it up, but somewhere around, I'm going to guess, 5, 9, and 10. And all of a sudden, the SEC is looking like the Big 12 in that nobody knew what they're talking about, in the preseason. And I think that's fun, personally. I think it's great. We haven't seen that come to the Big 10 yet. The Big 10 is really good at the top. It's sort of squishy in the middle, and it's bad at the bottom. But the other conferences, I do think we're seeing sort of a condensing of the gaps between everybody.
Yeah, I'd buy that. I just wonder if the Big 12 and your mark can sell the depth rather than the superpower at the top.
Yeah, it's good. The people holding all the power is the committee. I mean, last year they looked at brand, which they're always going to look at brand, but they also looked at how many games you lost. Are they going to keep looking at that or not? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. But the Big 12 is always going to be swimming upstream. But I do think if we could and the Big 12 has hurt itself. I mean, Arizona State losing to Mississippi State was just disastrous for the conference, just disastrous. And the Big 12 ended up this year without many marquee non-conference games. Like Utah played UCLA. Well, turns out UCLA stinks. BYU played Stanford. Stanford stinks. Iowa State played Iowa, beat Iowa. That was good. Iowa's a pretty good team. But the Big 12 just didn't get many chances at good non-conference wins. And then, like in the case of Arizona State, didn't capitalize. When you got Texas Tech, I mean, their marquee non-conference game was Oregon State, I think, or Washington State. It was one of the two.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Oregon State. It was Oregon State.
Yeah, Oregon State. I mean, that's so the Big 12 didn't do it. It didn't do itself any favors. So, they got to keep fighting the schedule as well as they can, and then win some of those games. That's what's going to help the most, I think.
Yeah. Baylor lost to Auburn. That was a miss.
Baylor lost to Auburn.
Kansas lost to Missouri. That was another miss.
Yeah.
But I did see a thing. They've got they have a winning record. The Big 12 has a winning record versus the other Power 4 leagues. I think it's 10-6. But to your point, it's mostly teams in the bottom half of the power leagues. The marquee wins, just unless SMU has a really good season or Mississippi State unexpectedly blows up here, they're not going to have any marquee wins.
Right.
I mean,
Iowa.
North
Carolina was going to, supposed to be a good marquee win if TCU beat them. Well, it turns out, they're the ghost of Bill Belichick. So, it just didn't work out very well. Pitt stinks, and I think they're working. I think they're trying hard on the schedule. I haven't actually looked at it in a few months, but I know Oklahoma State's got Alabama coming up for a series, and some other people are working on those kinds of things. But they need to play as many of those games as possible and then win some of them.
Yep. Barry, we'll leave it right there for now. We appreciate it as always. If you can stay up, let's see, BYU, that'll be a 9:30 kickoff in Oklahoma. So that means that thing's going to wrap up about 1, although officially it could be over by 11, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'll be there with the Cougars now. The way I live my life is heck. I'm so busy. I got 2 granddaughters in high school, and they're both playing sports and running around to homecoming parades and all kinds of stuff. I don't think did I tell you about my granddaughter? She goes to her football. She's a high school sophomore, plays softball. She goes to the high school football game the other night, and it was dress up night, and you're supposed to dress up for something. I forgot. Cookout was the theme or something. Well, she wins the costume contest. She had the best costume out of all the students who dressed up, which qualifies her for a kick, make a field goal for $100 and Chick-fil-A coupons. Well, she calls and said, "Hey, I want a costume." And I was actually covering something or doing something. I didn't get to be involved in any of this. But my wife and everybody runs over there, make sure they see. And she's over there on the sidelines warming up. The two kickers from Norman North High School come over, and during the game, they're tutoring her and showing her how to kick, and she's just kicking it sideways. And my wife said she almost hit a woman in the head in the stands. But she goes out there for the kick, and danged if she didn't make the field goal.
Nice.
And she goes crazy, and the students start chanting her name, and it was like one of those unbelievable moments. So yeah, I'm. You never know when you get a call that you need to go watch your granddaughter kick a field goal for $100. But I'll be with the Cougars because of I'll tape the game, and I actually love the late starting games. They're my favorite things. And Saturday night we only got one. I forgot who it is, but it's not a great one. But yeah, I love the late night games. So good luck to the Cougs. I don't think they're going to make it. By the way, I thought Bachmeier was really good against Colorado down the stretch. I thought he made a bunch of good scrambling plays. Seemed to have a nose for when to run and tuck and make some yards. So I was pretty impressed with the freshman.
Barry, it's Duke and Cal and Nevada and Fresno State. Those are your two late night games.
Yeah, Duke and Cal.
Yeah, it's time to go to bed early on a Saturday night. Maybe let's see playoff baseball. You can watch that instead. Maybe that'll be good.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. Maybe so.
All right. Thanks, Barry.
All right, see you guys.
All right, Barry Trammell, sports columnist for the Tulsa World, joining us every week to talk Big 12 football and talk college football. Coming up 9:30, 1 hour from now, Chris Armstrong, Utah Mammoth president of hockey operations. We will talk with him. Next, we're giving away tickets to see Real Salt Lake. This is it, final home game. Colorado's coming in. We got tickets to give away. We'll do it on this side of this break. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash on I-15 northbound in Draper just before the 114th south exit. It's pulled off to the right shoulder, causing no additional delays. Also, another one at just before 7200 south. That one's on the right shoulder, but currently out of traffic. The crash in Pleasant View on westbound 2700 north, just east of State Street, still has all lanes of traffic blocked, so be aware of that if you're up in the area. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, and plumbing and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey.
What's
up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for the game with West Virginia Friday night. Jay Hill on preparing for mobile quarterbacks like the Mountaineers have.
I think when you're playing mobile quarterbacks and you're playing guys that can escape the pocket, you just got to be super disciplined. I don't know if it's like playing option football, but it's very similar. Be super disciplined with your pass rush lanes, be disciplined with your assignments. We got to play with good eyes. If we do that, I think we'll like the outcome.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We'll win a pair of tickets to see Real Salt Lake take on the Colorado Rapids Saturday night, America First Field. Caller 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. And you will win. Just had Barry Trammell on, columnist in Tulsa, covering all things Big 12. I thought he said it best about Texas Tech to kind of blend that with the hot takes or toast discussion we had. If Texas Tech gets on a roll, wins the conference, maybe wins a game or two in the playoff, it's good for the Big 12. It's better for Texas Tech. Now, I can see where other teams get a boost out of it, and I guess you get a check out of it if they advance. But it's better for Texas Tech. Back to your point, does that help them plant the flag and just keep developing whatever behemoth, whatever massive program they're going to build down there?
Big 12 when Oklahoma was winning 6 in a row? How did it benefit Iowa State?
Well, look at them now. They did something right. And it's a different era now.
Oklahoma left.
That helped.
Was it good for ASU that SC was dominating? How?
Yeah, I thought your Big West PCA thing, we were at the end of the segment there. I thought UCSB benefited when UNLV went big because when UCSB beat them, it enabled them to get an 8 seed, something they could never, ever get now in that era. So they rode them a little bit, and they won a game. It's the only game they've ever won in the NCAA tournament. So it can benefit you a little bit.
What did it do?
What?
Right. Now you've gone from it can benefit you to it benefit you a little bit.
Well, I don't know that Iowa State's going to grow some massive powerhouse, but when you haven't won a conference title in 100 years, plus, if you win one, that'd be a big deal. And if it gets you a better seed in a better seed in a playoff.
What does that have to do with Texas Tech?
Do you get a better seed in a playoff?
If Iowa State wins, that has nothing to do with if Iowa State wins, that has nothing to do with Texas Tech. That just means Texas Tech didn't win it.
So if Texas Tech wins a playoff game this year, the Big 12 won't be looked at differently. It won't help whoever follows them down the line, assuming someone follows them down the line and they don't just keep doing it every year.
Right. Well, because if someone else follows them down the line, then Texas Tech didn't dominate. So that makes the discussion moot. In order for it to work, Texas Tech has to dominate. So having someone else win it eliminates the discussion anyway. So who cares?
Not PK.
I guess that's one way to admit you lost. It just having Texas Tech dominate just means hurrah for Texas Tech. I get from the conference standpoint, that's the party line. You're supposed to say it, so you're going to fall in line and say it. Because even though there may be zero evidence, it just sounds good. So that's what we say. I mean, I just don't know how Oklahoma State benefited from Oklahoma winning all those conference titles. I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
How in the world did ASU basketball benefit from Arizona?
They never have.
Dominant. Yeah.
I think the only way that works is if you get so frustrated with school X, whoever it is winning, that it forces you to raise your game.
Again, and that's a cliche. Everybody says that. I get that. Except, how does that really work?
Well, Chris Hill said that when he had a friend who was at Ohio State, go to San Diego State, and he said never underestimate the value of having a rival because you've got to chase them. Utah's got it. When Utah's getting beat by BYU for 20 years, they got to figure out a way to get it done. And when BYU basketball is losing to Majerus, it motivates them. You got to figure out a way to get it done.
Okay, so
can a rival or another big dog in your league force you to raise your game? And maybe that's how Texas Tech helps. Or, hey, it's going to be every man for themselves in 2030 when the conference realignment starts, so whatever.
Haven't we already proven that?
Yeah.
Well,
as long as
really unified.
As long as the Big Ten has an appetite to expand, then, nobody controls that but them. But once they do, then everybody gets in their own boat and starts paddling.
Yeah, I think they're already there. And each institution has to answer for it for itself. I do think that you have some. I do think that in that instance, I do think the Arizona schools most definitely, from what the conversations I've had, want to be tied together. Now, you don't have that here in our state because you have a private institution and a public institution. In the state to our south, there are two public institutions. And they want to be tied together. And more importantly, the powers that be want them to be tied together. And so it's likely that they are going to be, which I think is good for the state. Absolutely. Me personally, I wouldn't want to see those two schools be in different conferences. It's weird enough that to me, that's over the top. I was too young to really comprehend and wasn't really into college sports at the time when they went from the WAC to the Pac-10. As I grew and became more aware of college sports, I mean, I was just barely in Arizona at that point. I wasn't into it. I had no ties there, nothing. It meant nothing to me. I'm growing up in the Northeast. College sports just weren't that big of a deal, and it probably took me 10 years living in the Valley to get aboard college sports. And most of it was when I moved to California and everybody was into college sports. And, well, I went to college. I got a degree. Well, I'm going to root for my school too. That's sort of what it was for me.
Your other option was to sit in the corner like a dork and let everyone else have fun and you just be a troubled loner. I mean, that's not really a great option.
Although I am at that anyway.
Not to that degree, and that's why you went out there and talked to ASU. To a degree, sure.
It was
to a
fun.
degree, we all are. Who are we kidding?
It was fun to do that, yeah. And that's when it really took off. So we're talking in the 80s for me because I had such a dominant influence in the Northeast, and that's the way it is back there. And you've talked about it. I mean, that's just the way it is, and it'll most likely always be that way. So I get all that. But now, all these years later, that would be a non-starter for me to have those two schools be separate. It just seems like that's the one thing that state has is that stupid territorial cup. It may mean nothing to anybody else, but we got it, right? And it probably doesn't even mean that much to a good portion of the people in the state because they came from someplace else. But I think the state has grown up enough now that it is there's enough natives or enough people who I'm not a native, but I've been there for so long, or at least have a connection for so long.
At least went to school there. Go to high school and college
obviously.
there.
And which obviously I did and then worked for a bit. And I think that's what we have here. There's no question in this state. And then you have Portnoy out here, what was it, 2 weeks ago now? And he's talking about first exposure to the rivalry. I think that if people got out here and got exposed to the rivalry, they would come to the same conclusion. We got three bright minds who've come. Well, I mean, you probably don't count because you were following San Diego State. But for myself, I had that revelation like Portnoy had 2 weeks ago. Now, I had it 30 years ago, right, to realize, wow, this thing is really awesome. Yeah, there's a couple of downsides to it. We understand that. But for me, as I evaluate out, this thing is impressive. This thing needs to go at a much higher level. People need to know about this because this is really awesome, the intensity. And you want to go, hopefully it's just sports hate, and that's where you draw the line. And to see that, that's why I think that it would be best if these two teams stayed together. But I'm also a realist to know that, no, that's probably not the way it's going to be 25 years from now. Maybe even 5 years from now. Who knows? You know what I mean? Who knows what's going to happen? We anticipate. But I believe what you're saying is that with these schools, if it comes to Big Ten or whatever configuration it might be, and Utah gets an invite, they're going to do just like they did with the Pac-12. We're out. And I agree with you on that 100%.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Stay with us. More football on the way. And Chris Armstrong, Utah Mammoth, president of hockey operations at 9:30. Yak, you give away those tickets? We're going to be giving away more tickets?
We are.
When do you want to do that?
We will be doing that when Chris Armstrong comes on.
Aha! If you want to win Mammoth tickets, make sure you're here at 9:30 when Chris Armstrong comes on. We'll do that then. DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a crash westbound I-80 at the mouth of Parley's Canyon just after the ramp to Foothill Drive. 2 semi-trucks are pulled into the right shoulder, but not causing many delays, thankfully. Also, a crash southbound I-15 just before 45th South. Murray is blocking the right shoulder in that area. Be careful as you go through there this morning. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. They're offering Graber window coverings, high-end quality with the best warranty. Save 30% off when you mention KSL. Go to advancedwindows.com to get started today. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani. Because Deion is so electric, everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there.
Stock number 759418, subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones. Whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance, if you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah in their first bye week of the season. Jackson Benet has been a breakout star on both sides of the ball through the first 5 games. He has made some plays, and he says he enjoys being a homegrown standout.
You know, I grew up right here, so everybody is happy for me, and it's fun to be out here and playing for our school.
Ute updates brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at KennyJ'sBarbecue.com. For weddings, work, or any event, that's KennyJ'sBarbecue.com.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The John Watson Northern Utah High School Player of the Week Award features co-winners this week, Dyson Parker from Weber High School and Trevor Halilo from Layton Christian Academy. Parker tallied 168 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns, so the Warriors beat Layton 48-20, while Halilo ran for 2 touchdowns, caught another, had an 80-yard kick return for a TD in the Eagles' 56-0 shutout of Judge Memorial. Don't miss the KSL Sports Night Game Night live game of the week this week as the Ridgeline Riverhawks take on the Stansbury Stallions. Catch the action tomorrow night on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. See why new and used car buyers give John Watson Chevrolet more 5-star reviews than any other Chevy dealer in Utah. John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer.
Yes. Sometimes, DJ, it's just good to put your feet up.
There it is. Are your feet up high?
Oh, yeah. I feet of my own sitting way up high, way up firm and high.
Nice. Lone Peak and Skyridge tonight if you want to see a game, PK. Those are 2 pretty good teams right there.
Where's Skyridge?
Skyridge is between Lone Peak and Lehigh. They built a new school right there on that highway. You can actually see it when you're on I think it's State Route 92.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that program. For some reason, the name didn't click right away, but I know which ones you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just to the south if you're going east.
They do the RPI thing, and Lone Peak is 4 and Skyridge is 3. Davis 2, and of course, and your Corner Canyon Chargers are number 1 with Davis nipping at their heels. So, teams that could easily be in the semis, and then we'll see what they do when they get there.
Get to the stadium, huh?
You know, that used to be a big thing. It was the turf. The turf. Now all the high schools have turf fields, so that expression's kind of out the window. They all used to play on grass and only played on artificial turf when they made it to the state semis at Rice Eccles. So I don't know what the expression is now.
Yeah, but to me, I think if I'm a high school kid or if I'm a fan or whatever, to get to the stadium to play in Rice Eccles.
I just don't know they have an expression, but you're right. Yeah, to play in a stadium where you've watched games on
Get
TV.
to the stadium.
Yeah.
Get to RES.
That'd be a big deal.
Get to the facility that Kyle built.
Not exactly.
Well, with the Garf's built in the south end zone then.
Okay.
It's still a fine place to play.
It'd be Mac would be the one we give credit for. That got built, that opened in 97. But now BYU fans are like, yeah, it's the stadium the Olympics built.
Well, sure, that helped at the time. I get that. But I think that, yes, the respect that needs to be given to Utah's football program, like Joel Klatt provides every chance he gets, is because it was earned. And so they had benefits along the way. Austin Ainge, it didn't hurt that he had his father to help him to get in the business. But who was it? I think it was Ryan Smith, accurately, because I've been following Austin because I've known him for over 20 years, saying that he's been in every gym in the world to scout. Well, that's because it's true. So same type of thing. Okay, the Olympics maybe helped the stadium get going. Fine. No problem there. But to be what it is today, the atmosphere and the program, I don't think it has much to do with the Olympics now. And I don't think Austin Ainge got the job now based on his father. He got the job. This guy was on the cusp of getting jobs like this. I just know this, it's the truth, that he has interviewed and he thought he had at least one other job, didn't work out, and we've often heard that story. I think it applies across the board, no matter what type of life you're earning as far as a living goes, that, oh man, I really wanted this job, I didn't get it, and it was a blow. But X amount of time later, something came along that was way better. And looking back, I'm glad I didn't get that job A, because maybe I wouldn't have been in a position to have job B, and job B really suits me better, or that type of thing, right? And so Austin has earned the right to have this position. Did it help that he got in 20 years ago? Sure, fine. You want to go that way? I don't care, whatever. Same thing with the stadium. Utah is a fine football program. If I'm a high school kid, I would love to play in there and be in that new south end zone and their locker room and all that stuff. How cool is that? Because 95% or 99% of these kids, that's going to be it. So you got that.
And the 4A and the 5A and the 6A, there'll be, I guess when it's all done, there'll be a dozen teams in the state that get to play up there.
Is that what they do, 4, 5, and
4,
6?
5, and 6A usually go there for the semis. Sometimes they move the 4A. If it's two teams from Southern Utah, they'll play in Southern Utah. But I don't think that's happened a lot recently. And once a long time ago, they moved it up to Utah State and had a massive crowd because it was two teams from the Cache Valley meeting. So they've done it, but it usually ends up in the stadium, and the semis do.
Yeah, and high school sports, their seasons just blow by, man. They go by so freaking fast.
Yeah. Although high school football is now 15 weeks long.
Well, yeah, if you should have that benefit. Yeah. Jackson Dart, this is the first time he actually beat the Chargers. Normally, he joins the Chargers.
Hey, see? There you go. Nice. Have fun with nicknames and go. DJ PK coming up, 9 o'clock hour. We got more for you, including Chris Armstrong, Utah Mammoth President of Hockey Operations, and tickets to see the Mammoth play. That's all coming up at 9:30. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise?
Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Get exclusive analysis.
Plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth.
Sign up today at KSLSports.com
for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
UCCU, proud sponsor of Game Night Live. Celebrate 6 Salt Lake Valley UCCU branches. Enter to win a Jeep. UCCU, love where you bank.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nominate the youth sports volunteer that you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contest and listen every Thursday afternoon to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate the efforts of those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week, sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Your feet just keep going up higher, and it just keeps feeling better, man. Those dogs have been tired. You got to let them breathe.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It's good you're here to do this in your own style, shall I call it.
Reading words off of a paper. Yes! We have one segment to talk college football, PK. Anything you would like to share, unless it's about the Rams and Niners tonight, and I don't believe you really have much to offer on the Rams to Niners tonight. The Niners are missing their starting quarterback, Brock Purdy, and 2 wide receivers are out, and they look very shorthanded, so that doesn't look like much of a game.
Yeah, the Niners are the new Utes. Seem to always have injuries get in the way of what they're trying to accomplish as far as that goes. I mean, this is a boring week relative to the local teams, with 2 teams being on the bye, and then BYU, it so happens that they're playing West Virginia.
Which feels like a bye, even if it's a game.
And West Virginia's in a rebuild and has to come all the way out here to play a game on a short week for them.
Could be down 3 quarterbacks, no less.
Right, and then they've got they're not very good to begin with, and then they've got the injuries at the quarterback spot, which sucks, but I mean that's the situation that you come up with. And so for BYU, I think it's important to put it on them and do like they did was at Portland State, and get, because you never know, man. You just never know. And the season goes on with these injuries. You don't get an opportunity to, we need an extra week. Okay, take the week off. No, the games come whether your guys are healthy or not, and get some other guys in there, particularly at the quarterback spot, because you just don't know. And it's not necessarily, for a building situation. It is something for this season, because who knows who's going to be here. You never know who's going to be here from one year to the next, and you get surprised with kids coming and going. So you're not looking to get them experience maybe for down the line. You're looking to get them experience for right now, in case you need them, particularly at the quarterback spot. And that's a position that, obviously only playing one dude, that's what you're going to do. But I think what's really cool for BYU is that, just 2 years ago, we wouldn't have looked at this game and thought, oh, wow, this is just a blow-off game. This team is way superior. But in just a couple of years' time, when they've been in the conference, that they're able to be at this point where we expect them to blow out West Virginia. And when they first got in the league, it was scrap and fight for everything. And, they finished 5-7, and then they turned it around last year. And it looks like that this is going to be a continuing situation this year. We'll see what the years to come do. But for now, yeah. And I think that's really cool for BYU that that's where they're at, to think that West Virginia's going to come out here and we're going to smoke them. We're going to get Hillstead, Bourget, whomever into the game and go from there, get Bachmeier out of the game, get Chase Roberts out of the game, and so forth and so on. That's just big time when you think about where they were to where they are in such a short span of time. And even if you go back, DJ, beyond that, I can recall talking to guys who follow the recruiting stuff way closer than I do as the end of independence was wearing on, that this thing was getting away from them and they just weren't getting the guys, and guys were going to Utah or in other places, and it seemed like it was bordering on a not hopeless, but bleak would probably be a better word rather than hopeless, because they could still have enough talent to win a few ball games. But there was really no buzz about the program, right? And then they get the lifeline with the Big 12. The first season, Slovis gets hurt. It gets disappointing. But then they turn it around. And now here we are 2 years later thinking, oh gosh, man, they've got this game sewed up, so they're gonna move to 5-0. You realize how difficult it is to get to 5-0, and here we are taking it for granted. That's just awesome for the football program to be where it is right now.
I think it was the period you're talking about, and whether it's running in place or treading water, but Kalani years 2, 3, and 4. It wasn't bad. Well, year 2 was bad. But that period was basically 500 football. Probably a little under if you add it all up. They would have been like 3 games under, but I can't do that much math on the air. 18 and 21, I think, over a 3-year period. And so there was no spark. There was no – now, the recruiting started getting better. The Big 12 shows up. The transfer rule, the NIL, well, everything's changed. Stuff you couldn't have predicted in 2017. Some of it hoped for. The Big 12 one day. But even that hope had already been offered and then dashed. Well, couldn't find a 12th team, so I'm not doing anything.
Yeah,
but
I
guess it's just the lesson there is don't get too far down because college sports changes and reinvents itself. And we already expect change in the 2030s, and maybe it breaks for you and maybe it breaks against you, regardless of which school we're talking about, any of our local schools. But who's to say something isn't going to change in the 2040s? That run, they stayed in the WAC for 35 years, roughly. That was a fair amount of consistency, and they did lose Arizona State out of the WAC in there, and they brought in San Diego, Fresno, and Air Force and Hawaii, right? But that was pretty stable. But other than that, it seems like every decade. I mean, the 2000s with the Mountain West were different. The 2010s with the Pac-12 and Independence are different. The 2020s with the Big 12 are different. The 2030s, we're expecting different, and don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but I think it's going to be different.
Yeah, but different doesn't necessarily mean good for you.
The fact. 100%.
But even if for somebody else,
even if it goes bad for you in that decade, there's no telling if it'll go better in the next decade.
Okay, right. But you're right. There is no telling.
Yeah,
you take nothing for granted. The only thing that matters right now is that the Cougars got that lifeline with the Big 12, and I think it's hard to quantify. Is it more important to have the money? Well, I would say that, sure, you got to have the money. That's a fact. But I think that the bigger thing is the Big 12. And then I think they catch a break with the demise of the Pac-12, bringing in some regional teams.
Yep.
So it's not we're this lone wolf way
out
out
on the
here.
west side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And so you got that there, and we saw it. I was there at Tempe last year. That thing, I'd say minimally was, in my estimation, 20% full of Cougars. It was sold out, so you got 100%. All the seats were taken care of. But I would think in that with 20%. I don't know that they're going to get to that level if the game is against Baylor, say, late in the season, right, and it's down in Waco. You're always going to get some church members and some Cougar fans from here or alumni combined with the church members to where they're going to get a decent-sized representation no matter where they go. I've seen it. I've seen it in Georgia about as far as you can go. I saw it in Florida, which is about as far as you can go because I've traveled with BYU a lot over the years. So we know that. But down there in Tempe, there was a significant amount of folks there. And so that leads it to more interest. So they get that because say they got the money. They probably, if they stayed in the West Coast and Independent with the new rules with the money, they could probably still have the money, but I don't think that – does DeBonsa come and play in the West Coast Conference? No. He just doesn't, right? And some of these other kids, does Bachmeier come and play if they're independent? I have no idea, but I can make an argument no, right? So the money's great, and you need it, but they needed that affiliation too, and they got it. And so then they were presented with that opportunity, and now they've taken advantage of it where we had doubts, because they went 5-7 in the first year, and the recruiting had not been, if you look at the numbers, and I know we make fun of recruiting. I'm always in a quandary with recruiting. I try not to make a big deal of it, but yet it is a big deal, and yet these star things we see, this kid's got 4 stars, and the other kid's got 2 stars, and when it's done, the 2-star kid was way better. So I say, see that recruiting, it doesn't really matter. And you talk to any recruiting coordinator, which we all have, and they'll say, yeah, we don't look at those stars. We look at what we evaluate. But yet, you need that. And so I've always go back and forth on the recruiting. I can't really put my handle on it to say it's not that important or it's the most important thing. It's somewhere, it is important, but it's important that you get it right. I think that's where I end up, not stars. If they have the stars, great. I think it's most important that the individual programs get it right with recruiting. And here BYU has been getting it right. What did you say, Yak? Was it that Evan Johnson coming out of Monterey didn't have any offers? Is that what it was? BYU was his only offer?
BYU's his only Power 4 offer.
Power 4 offer.
Yeah.
Oh, that kid's turned into a pretty good player. Right? And so it was his only Power 4 offer. He takes it, and, yeah, he's been very good to where we saw on video that the Colorado fans are bleep you Johnson. Well, if he's not that good, they ain't saying that, right? But they saw the week before he comes up with some big-time plays to help BYU get some breathing room and win the game going away, right? So recruiting does matter, and they've been able to advance their recruiting. And the money's a factor, but I think that Big 12 thing was the lifeline that they needed, and they got it. And now, gosh, we're expecting there's still work to be done, a ton of work to be done, actually. But if they only go 8-4 this year, we could say, wow, I'm a little bit disappointed with that. With a freshman quarterback, we still would say, I'm a little disappointed by that season. At least I would right now. That may change in a few weeks. But right now, if they only go 8-4, when I use the word only, come on, with a freshman quarterback who wasn't in the program until May, that's where we are with the Cougars. That's pretty impressive to say, hey, I'm disappointed with a freshman quarterback and we went 8-4.
If that's the storyline, that would be an impressive story to tell. I do think your point about recruiting, I would say recruiting is very important. What isn't as important is any one player. And one player's celebrity sells and star power sells, and you get all caught up in one player. Well, the one player doesn't matter that much. Recruiting as a whole matters a lot. You got to recruit a lot of good players. But some of those guys are going to switch positions. You're going to follow it up by the transfer portal. There will always be kids who are overlooked. I mean, the only reason Jay Hill could bring all these kids out of Weber State to transfer, I mean, Eddie Heckard came in and played right away in the defensive backfield. Obviously, Kelly has come in as a linebacker and had massive impact. I mean, these guys are overlooked. They are. But we can look at NFL guys who are overlooked. So any one kid, you can't get caught up about the stars and whether he's great or whether he's not. But, man, as I think it was Gary Anderson was saying, yeah, you hit on 30% of your recruits, you're going to be unemployed. you got to hit on 2 out of 3.
If you hit on 2 out of 3 quarterbacks, you might be unemployed.
Well, as the ripcord gets pulled faster and faster, and we're seeing it at Oklahoma State and UCLA already this year, there's some truth to that. Now, you could probably argue that there were other major contributing factors, and you can get to those guys getting fired.
Yeah, for sure. But still, man, I would argue that Bachmeier is the most important addition they've had in their program in a good long while.
I mean, it's different now in that you can add a transfer, every year. But man, how many years do you get to miss? 2 or 3? At most schools, I don't know many schools are going to let you miss 4 times. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah,
I mean, Kyle was on the hot seat after 2, 5, and 7, so a bad year 3. So he had 3 years, right? Kalani was on the hot seat after going into a second bad year. Well, he had 1 bad year. If the second year was bad, then that might have been. I mean, we've heard that multiple times from people inside the.
The second year was 7-6. It's not exactly.
No, I was just talking recently when he went 5-7, and he made major changes, and he had to get them right. I mean, there are people, and I don't know how it would have played out if it would or wouldn't have happened, but I know people who are getting a paycheck there, and you know them too, who think if he'd had another 5-7, jobs could have been lost.
Yeah, because Kalani Sitake has been doubted.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's reasons why he's been doubted. I wrote about that, took all sorts of grief about it because they didn't want to hear it, but they were wrong.
Yeah.
And now he's answered those questions, and now he's beloved.
I think he would say he's answered those questions, again.
Well,
this is 3 double-digit win seasons for him, and we'll see how this one plays out. Maybe he can get a 4th. I mean, certainly they're 4-0, and we think they're going to be 5-0, so it's certainly on the table.
I think they'd be approximately halfway there.
Yeah, except numbers, PK. Tell the story behind the numbers. You're not a numbers guy. The back half of the schedule is way harder than the front half of the schedel.
It is. That's what. Yeah,
but nonetheless,
there's no question.
Win the games you're supposed to win. That's how you get to 10. You got to win a lot of games.
But the thing about Bachmeier too, they get him in May.
Yep.
Did they get him without Aaron Roderick being there and having a track record? Did they get him without being in the Big 12? Did they get him without being able to throw some cash? Yeah. They need all of that stuff in order.
Any one of those things might be enough to mess up the deal and end it. It doesn't happen. But you got them all, right? A-Rod can say, hey, this guy played here. He's in the NFL. This guy played here. He's on an NFL roster, right? You got to be able to do that. And you're right.
Yes.
You got to have the money. And also,
they get him in May because that Retzlaff thing goes down way late in the school year.
But if BYU are independent, then they're viewed as a G5 team, and Bachmeier probably wants to be in a power league. So now he's going late, and there aren't a lot of jobs open. Maybe that would have played in their favor, but like you say, better they have everything lined up the way they do.
I think Bachmeier could have gone some other places because it was clear he was willing to sit a year.
Mm-hmm. And that does give you options, and he was younger, so he had that opportunity. It's not, It's not the same deal as Retzlaff, who couldn't sit a year and had to play right away.
Right.
So that limited his options.
And the stature of the program allowed them to get a player of his caliber, which that's what I'm talking about. The stature of the program in just less than a handful of years from where it was to where it is. That's an impressive increase and an impressive amount of growth that you have to just sit back and say, wow, that is really, really good work that they were able to get where they were to where they are. And it's sure being 4-0, 5-0 is great, but just the opportunity to get a kid like Bachmeier, I'm telling you, man, when they got him, they were ecstatic because they knew he had plenty of options, and he chose here, and then he goes out there and does his thing. Yeah, and that's really, really cool to where now we're expecting them to take on a Big 12 opponent who has been in a power conference for several years now. And I realize they're a little bit of a down, and that happens. Things go and it gets away. Oklahoma State's going through that now. We get that. And they just didn't go the normal way in the manner that some of the other schools who made the adjustment, they made that adjustment pretty quick. And that's also a credit to their administration. And they had 2 years to prepare for it, and they knew it was coming, and they knew what the changes that they had to make. That's the one thing I can step back and say about BYU as an athletic program and really BYU as an institution is that somewhere along the line, and I think it was my own opinion mixed in with some conversation and some intel, is the credibility that Tom Holmoe had with his supervisors, that he could go into that and say, hey, listen, man, this is what's going to happen here, and we have got to step up our game in a checklist of ways. If we want the results that we're looking for, that this is what we have to do. And Tom, being in that position, allowed that to happen because he had the credibility to be able to go to his supervisors and who may not have the training athletically, right? I'm sure they're all bright and all that stuff, and they all have to, the Santiagos of the world have to compliment these guys because they're their bosses when they think they know sports. Yeah, great. But you don't know what it takes, really. Tom and Brian did, and they were able to get it done to where they are now. And it looks like, at least for the next X amount of years, that this thing can continue. And I think that's a big-time story right there.
When we come back, the Utah Mammoth coming home for a preseason game. How's the arena changing? Where are you going to get your new gear? Utah Hockey Club. That's all souvenir stuff now. Where do you get the Utah Mammoth stuff? We'll talk with Chris Armstrong about that. Utah Mammoth president of hockey operations joins us next. We'll give away tickets as well. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The accident in Pleasant View on westbound 2700 north, just east of State Street, has been closed for over 2 hours. Also a crash on northbound I-15 in Midvale before 7200 south. That's been cleared out on the right shoulder. And also traffic is still unusually slow for this time of day in both of those areas. Just be aware of that if you're out and about this morning. This update is brought to you by UTA. It is Road Therapy. Give your car a break and get more U time. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes one slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Isn't fall one of the best times of year? The weather's cooling down, leaves are changing, and so is our menu at the Garden Restaurant. Stop in and try some Garden favorite. The jalapeno pork sandwich perfectly balances sweet and spice. Plus, all things turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches, or the delicious turkey pot pie that is made fresh daily. Warm up with our yummy soups like our tomato bisque, broccoli cheddar, or chicken noodle. Or pair a crisp salad with a savory sandwich for a delicious duo. What really makes the Garden special is the fresh ingredients and the handmade care that goes into each dish each time it is made. Like our massive cinnamon rolls, shareable between 4 people, our famous Lionhouse rolls, our gooey chocolate chip cookies, or our brand new caramel coconut cereal bar treat. Healthy, hearty, customizable, and very craveable. We're the Garden Restaurant. Convenient location with new street access on the ground floor of the Joseph Smith Memorial Building. Open weekdays 11 to 3, and soon, extended fall hours. Visit our menu at thegardenslc.com. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh. Better get Maaco.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU, West Virginia, 8:30 Friday night on ESPN. Aaron Roderick on how BYU is faring in the short week physically after Colorado.
First of all, everybody's a little sore from the last game, so you have to be smart about how much you practice. You have to carry a little bit less in the game plan. We won't have as much volume in this game plan as we normally do. Kind of finding the balance of getting healthy and fresh for the game, but also getting enough practice reps to be ready to play.
This Cougar Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It was a beautiful day. Sun beat down. I had the radio on.
DJ and PK brought to you apart by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary, 801-899-7600, or visit their website at trajanwealth.com. Time now to welcome in Chris Armstrong, Utah Mammoth, president of hockey operations. Chris, good morning.
DJ, PK, good morning. Great to be with you.
Thanks for coming on with us this morning. A home game.
My pleasure.
A home game. You're done going to Colorado and L.A. and Idaho. That means the hammers and the saws have been put away, the cranes out of the middle of the arena. There's ice again.
The nails are laid. The screws are in. We're ready to roll here at Delta Center. It looks amazing.
Is this going to be sort of like, not completely, but like a trial run with everything being new, and you have some new offerings there for food and some other stuff as far as, hey, let's get this done tonight and then see if we need to make any adjustments?
Absolutely. I think you try to take your home preseason games as a bit of a dress rehearsal, especially for us with the new identity as Utah Mammoth. We'll start to integrate some of those fan experience elements and start to build that identity here inside the arena. Obviously, we'll hold all the bells and whistles for opening night on the 15th against Calgary, but this is a great opportunity to test some of those things out and get fans back in the building and excited about the season.
That building has been around for so long now, 30-plus years, I think 34, and fans have a lot of great memories, right? And not just sports. Not just the Jazz, the Olympics, tons of concerts and shows there. There's all kinds of stuff. I think there's a lot of curiosity of what exactly have they done to the building in the offseason. And I know there's more off-seasons and more changes to come, but what have they done? What's going to look different? What's going to be new? What are fans going to like?
Well, I think you're absolutely right, and many more exciting moments to come, including our exciting season as the Utah Mammoth and some amazing concerts coming up in the lineup as well. And obviously the Jazz have a young and exciting hungry team. So plenty of memories to be made, and of course the Olympics on the horizon as well. So we really focused this summer on the lower bowl. Our president of the Jazz, Jim Olsen, has overseen the project and done an unbelievable job alongside JV Galileo on our team. And we focused on creating that traditional lower bowl experience, if you will, or aesthetic, where we've got seats behind the nets. Last year, as you recall, we had backdrops. We've got full seats all the way up to the concourse now. I think it's the steepest pitch in professional sports, certainly in the NHL. Fans are right on top of the action. It's going to be loud and intimidating and everything we love about this building. So I think fans will be excited to see that and see how it looks. And it really is something for the eye to behold. I mean, the steepness and intimacy is incredible.
And now you got a name. And along with that name, it means that there's going to be merchandise available. I assume that will be on full display this evening.
Yes, sir. We're opening the doors shortly to put our home and away jerseys on sale as for the first time as Utah Mammoth, and there's great excitement building outside. There's a line already extending around the corner, and this is a special day, an exciting day for our fans to finally get their hands on our jerseys and to fill our arena in our jerseys. And I know our players are excited to see them back in the building tonight.
Either tonight or ultimately maybe, in a few weeks here. How many different pieces of apparel can people get? Because everybody, the jerseys are obviously big. People go for T-shirts, golf shirts, caps. PK and I were just talking about how we have had either for ourselves or family members have gifted us socks from the bookstore at the universities we went to. There's really no limit to what you can put a logo on. What have you done?
I'm looking at the team store right now. Fanatics, our new partner on the team store, has done an unbelievable job of merchandising the store. A full complement of products. The hat wall is exceptional. One of the best I've seen. Hoodies, hats, T-shirts, you name it. I'm looking at onesies right now. So I think fans will be excited. It's an even deeper selection than obviously we had in our inaugural season, and the stuff looks great. Obviously, that blue really pops, and we get very proud when we see that color out in the community.
And you're telling me, Chris, I don't know if our listeners know this, that Christmas is coming up, and so some gift ideas that can be done with early Christmas shopping, right?
Absolutely. These are easy gifts to wrap and to put under the tree. So come one, come all.
Not just gifts, stocking stuffers too. You got to have the little stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. It's America. Commerce makes the world go round, especially in the Christmas season.
We're excited. We're excited to see our fans in these jerseys. They look really, really good. So lots of good energy around the building already today.
I like what Andre Tourney, I like to hear his interviews because he's one of these guys who tends to tell it like it is as he sees it, right? He's not and it's only been a year that we've been around, but he's not a beat around the bush guy. And last year, I think it was labeled with excitement, with hope. And this year it's changed to excitement with confidence. Explain what that means.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you want from your head coach is clear communication and clear expectations, and Bear does a great job of both. And, our ambition is to make that push to be a playoff team this year and for us to take that step, and that's what everybody's focused on. We've had a really good camp, a competitive camp. Guys have worked really, really hard, and the preseason is about getting your reps in and starting to sort of establish the identity for the season. Ultimately, staying healthy and getting ready to roll and get off to a good start in the regular season.
Kyle Whittingham is fond of saying, most people don't care about your problems, and the rest of them are glad you have them, right? So one problem that I see looming out there for you, and it's a good problem to have, you don't dare complain about it. So the summer of 25, you redo the lower bowl. The summer of 26, you got more plans to redo more stuff in the arena. But if a team goes to playoffs, that shortens an already tight construction window by 2 weeks. And once you're in a best of 7, we all know you get a hot goaltender, right? Suddenly, it could shorten it by a month. And you don't dare complain about any of this. I totally understand this, but how do you plan for that? Because that seems like it could be a major problem. You're already shoehorning a pretty extensive construction project into a tight window.
Well, as we like to say, those are high-class problems.
Right.
At the end of the day, we have an unbelievable team. We did just build a 143,000 square foot practice facility in just about 13 months. So I know Jim and Jamie and the team will respond to that challenge. It is a realistic challenge, but if that's the reason we're delayed, then we're happy to accommodate.
And that practice facility you speak there down at Southtown, is that 100% ready to go, or you still have more work?
Our hockey facilities are completed, and then we're still working to finish the public areas of the facility and hope to open that up later this year.
How is that going to work for people who've been going to the mall and all that? What level of interfacing, what is open to the public and interactive, what isn't? Does it depend on the time of day and if the team is training, and is there open ice? How does that all work?
Yeah, so we'll try to make the facility as accessible as possible throughout the day, even when we're in residence for practice, and unless there's something going on with the team that doesn't allow us to do that. We want this to be the home of hockey in Utah, and for the public to be able to interact with our team and our players and our staff at our headquarters. So it's not, obviously it's attached to the mall, but it has its own public entrance and separate from the mall, and that will be open. Regular business hours every day, and we can't wait to fill the ice times with youth hockey and adult hockey and free skating, learn to play programs when we're not on the ice.
The season starts in 1 week, and we know it's at Colorado, and I think you got 3 games on the road before you come home. You already mentioned it, Calgary on the 15th, so that's just, less than 2 weeks away. And I can recall last year, I don't know that you can recreate the level of anticipation last year because it was the very first game, but the stuff you had was super cool, and you had the thing that I liked, a resident Canadian hockey guy who also played on the PGA Tour, Mike Weir. You had him in a golf swing, and then I think, if I remember, he finishes it with a hockey swing. And so all that stuff was really cool. I imagine you've got stuff that's in the works that you're going to be able to do opening night this year?
Yes, indeed. I can't give it away here. My marketing team will get very upset. They put a lot of time, energy, and effort into planning some really fun things in the arena. As I say, the real focus is to bring this identity as the Utah Mammoth to light. Our fans helped us to pick that identity, and we want to give them the best experience possible here in the arena. So yes, I will say come early, be in your seats when the doors open. There's going to be lots of fun stuff happening inside and outside the arena.
I'm curious what the attitude is with inside the club and also with inside the league. The crowds were tremendous, but I was always surprised when I went to the game. It didn't matter who the opponent was. There were so many visiting fans there. It was unreal. And I grew up in Southern California. I'm used to, going to Padre and Dodger games. There's 5,000 people rooting for the other team, and it's 10,000 if it's the Mets or the Cubs. So I get some of that, but I got to say, and the stars are always going to draw, and the original 6 are going to draw. I get all that, but like Calgary showed up. I thought there were 3,000 or 4,000 people there rooting for the Flames. Is there anything you can do to make it more of a home ice advantage, or is that just life in the NHL?
Yeah, look, I think it's a few things. I think some of those fans live here in Utah and have been fans of hockey, and before we existed, cheered for other teams. So we got to win those fans over. Hockey fans travel really well. We see that across the league, and I think there was a fair bit and rightly so, a bit of curiosity to the novelty of the new team here and what we were doing, and all the excitement and buzz around the building and the things that we're doing here in Utah that brought some of that hockey travel tourism, if you will. So I think those things will all level out. And, one thing I will say is our home fans are the loudest in the NHL, and they show up. They showed up every game last year, regardless of how things were going in the season. As the course of the season went on, I felt like we learned how to use that energy of the building to our advantage, and excited to pick up where we left off.
How much do you think, Chris, the team can be improved just by the basics of familiarity, meaning everything was new last year, and now, obviously, for the newcomers, it would still be new, but you're going to have turnover every single year. But for the bulk of the organization, there's a sense of familiarity. I'm just wondering if you think that can at least maybe, even if it's just a little, help the success.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I think Bill Armstrong has said this well in a couple of occasions, that we have a little bit more. Everybody's a little more settled this season. We have a little bit more stability and continuity to what we're doing because we've had the benefit of a proper and full off season to get ready for the year. So he also always says, and I love this, that you can't manufacture experience as something that has to be accrued through games and through coming of age. And we've got a lot of young players who look great in training camp, and we think we'll take another big step this year. But that all of this requires patience and stick to our plan. We want to build a team that's competitive and has a long competitive window to challenge for the Stanley Cup multiple times. And so this season will be really about trying to accrue that next layer of experience, if you will, that makes us a better team and on our way to being a championship team one day.
I don't know if the word is adjustment or pivot, but I thought the best thing that happened in season from the business side of it all, and I thought you won over a lot of people with this. Initially, the corners of the upper bowl were closed for weeknight games. And there's a lot of complaining I heard about people who couldn't get into the building. And when you opened that up, I think you did a deal with Smith's, $10 tickets, and just acknowledged, hey, these are heavily obstructed views, but you're in the arena. I heard so much positive feedback about that. There were so many people who loved that. They knew what they were buying up front. They didn't care. They wanted to be in the building. They loved it. How are you handling that this year? What opportunities are out there for people?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's something we'll look at again. That was a great concept by our president of commercial, Chris Barney, and his team, and really all about creating access to the building, right? Creating new hockey fans, giving people a textural experience with hockey and the energy of the building and learning the game and just the opportunity to be here and feel that atmosphere in the arena. Obviously, we have fewer of those seats year over year as we make changes to the building to give everybody a perfect view of the ice. But as long as we have those seats, we're going to continue to make the focus about creating as much access for people to experience the game of hockey.
If that was Barney's idea, I'd take it all back. The guy's a bum.
He's a good man. Very talented.
PK, back me up in this. Barney's a bum. Am I right? I've always said that.
Chris Barney?
Make sure he hears that.
Yeah, tell him I said so, too. Tell him I said so. That'll be awesome. All right. Hey, we actually know him because he started selling radio a long time ago. So we've watched him. We've watched him climb the ladder, and he's done a good job of that.
He's one of the best in the business. We're lucky to have him for sure.
Chris, we appreciate the time, and good luck with everything. And that could include maybe a shortened construction window next summer if all the hockey fans are lucky.
Absolutely, and we look forward to seeing you guys around the rink for
all
sure.
Right. Thanks,
Appreciate
Chris.
you having me on.
Yeah, Chris Armstrong, Utah Mammoth, president of hockey operations. All right, now Yak wants to put an exclamation point on this segment. If you'd like to go see the Utah Mammoth, they're playing the San Jose Sharks Saturday night at the Delta Center. Call right now. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE. Caller 12-801-575-ZONE will win a pair of tickets to watch the Utah Mammoth take on the Sharks Saturday night at the Delta Center. It's a perfect night to go because that is a super quiet college football night. You won't be missing much there. DJ and PK, call right now. We're back with your feedback next.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz. Woo! Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
If you want to avoid your furnace breaking down this winter, the best thing you can do is stay on top of your furnace's annual maintenance. If you do find yourself with a furnace blowing cold air, Any Hour Services technicians service all brands, and they can usually get to you pretty quick. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. Whether you need maintenance, repair, or a second opinion about replacing it, the technicians at Any Hour Services can help you keep your home comfortable all winter long. Call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
What kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Classes start October 15th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Classes start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at kslsports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes on a bye week. Kyle Williams says they're going to be working on tackling.
Well, we're certainly going to work on tackling, I can tell you that. And it's a matter of coming to balance and breaking down. We're in bad body position too often, and we got to get that corrected, and we will. You're never going to be perfect in tackling. You know, we're playing against scholarship guys that are really good, so they're going to make you miss on occasion. But as of late, we've just been missing too many tackles, so that will definitely be a point of emphasis.
This Ute Update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbarbecue.com.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. It's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK, it's time for your feedback. And the question, if your team cannot win the Big 12, who are you rooting for? Blake, Texas Tech. We need a flag bearer in the Big 12, and Texas Tech has the most national attention right now. He's going to root for the big dog with all the money and risk that they don't turn into the 800-pound gorilla.
I'm nervous about that.
Yeah, with good reason. Now, you're not big on rooting for the conferences you talked earlier. What about the thought that you got to get credit for the teams you beat, so you need them to have credibility?
Yes, but that's teams, 100%. I'm talking about one big dog that everybody chases. I think you misunderstood here. Yes, I've been pumping the conference as recently as yesterday when we had Robbie Bosco on, and I said the conference is not getting the respect it deserves because it's got a lot of very good teams. And to get the national attention, you need a team that is 0 or 1 loss. But I don't want it to be the same team every year because I think that actually waters down the conference. Well, yeah, that team, sure, that program is really good, but it's just beating a bunch of average teams. No, I don't want a dominant team. I want several teams to have a shot at it, and I want the depth of the conference, as I said, as a batting order. If your number 7, 8 hitters are really good, then you've got a great team. That's what I'm talking about.
I wonder if you can have 7 or 8, or if then they beat each other up and nobody gets any credit. I wonder if you really do need the ACC model, 2 or 3. And, Clemson obviously isn't good this year. But if Miami and Florida State are, and now they get to play in prime time, and they'll get hyped up all day long, and it'll be a big game. And there's only 2 top 25 games this week. It's not a great schedule. It's not only slow locally with the 2 byes and the Friday night game, and it's conference weekend, and we all get that. But it's not like we're going to sit down and watch it. It's a big week nationally, and there's 6 top 25 matchups. There's 2. Vandy and Alabama, and Miami, Florida State.
I love the fact that, there's still other games I could be interested in. I don't need some voter to assign a number to determine my interest. Boise, Notre Dame, whatever. There'll be games I'm interested in. But I love the fact a team literally on the East Coast is going out to Berkeley with like a 10:30 start East Coast time.
Yeah.
That just screams how screwed up this thing is.
It does. All right, we got an open mic here. Yak, what do you have?
So this just came in, and this is pumping up PK a little bit. Here we go.
PK, you are on my pedestal. You are the man. I love almost every word that comes out of your mouth. The words that I don't love that come out of your mouth are the ones that I cannot hear. What you do is you take a deep breath, and then you use that air to process the words. Now, don't mistake my snarky tone for arrogance or complaining. I just love you so much that I want to hear every freaking word. All right, bro? So like this. So now I can talk forever. I can say a lot of things. I can say them a lot of fast. I can say them at pretty good volume, too. As a matter of fact, I can talk so fast it'll make your head spin around 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, touchdown, whatever you want to say. But when you run out of breath and you talk like this, then I don't really have anything to add to the conversation.
Wow, that was a lot of time and effort in that.
But you got to talk to God on that. If I run out of breath, that's not my fault.
Your lungs are your responsibility, PK. Own up.
I talk to God often, so I don't understand what's the big deal.
When we come back, Jake and Ben are taking over right here on The Zone.
All right, the show is over.
This isn't over. This isn't over by a long shot.
It's over when I say it's over.
Okay, the show's over.
So what, that means the show's over? Yep.
Okay, take care.
See you soon.
So long, farewell.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Missionary Starter Package now at Mr. Mac is everything a missionary needs at an unbeatable value. It includes 1 slim or modern fit suit, 4 and collar stretch shirts, 3 Teflon treated washable ties, 1 mission belt, and a pair of Echo or Johnston & Murphy walking shoes, all for just $695. Fit is never a problem at Mr. Mac with free in-store tailoring. Ask for the Missionary Starter Package at all 9 Mr. Mac locations.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop in to a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to our versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up? What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account. And you're all going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Maaco.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Brands with genuine, authentic histories are highly valued. Strauss was founded back in 1948 by Engelbert Strauss, and it's still family-owned and run to this day. Strauss is trusted by workers all over the world. Their pants are the tools you can wear. Smart pocket design, all-day comfort, and durability you can count on. And now Strauss is making history as the first brand ever with its logo on professional baseball helmets. From the job site to the big leagues, from grit to glory, gear engineered to perform. Gear up now at Strauss.com. That's STRAUSS.com.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now,
it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson. Not that Christian is always a bundle of energy, but that was a really unenthusiastic well-wish.
I agree. What's wrong, Christian?
You down?
You down?
I'm up.
You're up.
You have the blues? You okay?
I'm great.
All right. Well, I'm just checking. How are you, Ben? You doing all right?
Doing well. You?
Oh, it's a Thursday, right? I haven't gotten the days right this week, so I'm just setting a low bar. Like for the Bear, Bachmeier, I'm setting a low bar. I just want to get the day of the week right.
Okay.
And then we can go from there.
You're setting a low bar for Bear.
Yeah, that's been my my whole thing about the BYU starting a freshman.
Would there be any reason for you to raise it?
I mean, if all of a sudden he started throwing for 400 yards a game, I guess we could start talking about it. But I don't expect that to happen, and that's the point.
Yeah.
Do you?
No.
I mean, Alex Smith raised expectations for himself because he came in and started tearing teams apart.
Yeah.
And Alex wasn't even a true freshman, but a first-time player, right? Yeah. That's the exception, not the rule?
Yeah.
Most of the time it's, wow, you've got a lot to process, so don't make a mistake while you're doing it.
Uh-huh.
And that's just how it is for most players. And then if you exceed that, then you show a little potential, and then you move on into your second year starting or whatever, and people start to kind of put that kind of expectation together. And then if you make it to your third or, heaven forbid, fourth year starting, then all of a sudden, you start having to live up to some lofty expectations.
Yeah.
Even somebody who was mediocre but still started for, I think, 7, maybe 8 years, DTR at UCLA, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, by the end, expectations were super high for that guy, right?
Yeah, of course.
So we'll see with the Bear. But the thing is, how did it start out for DTR? Didn't he start out against Utah his freshman year?
I think so. He did not play well.
Yeah, and didn't he get beat up pretty good and not play well?
Yeah.
Nobody expected DTR to be lighting anybody up as a freshman because that's just not what you expect. And sometimes Johnny Football jumps onto the scene and you're like, well, how about that? That's really never happened before. But to expect the Bear to go out dealing, I don't expect that.
No.
I don't. And he's been basically mistake-free so far. And you know what? I don't expect that either. Even if you want to talk about building on expectations or whatever, his big mistake is coming.
His big challenge is coming. I'm not sure.
Oh, he's going to throw.
No one's ever been a perfect quarterback. So, yes, at some point he's going to throw an interception.
He's going to throw a bad pick at a bad time because he made a bad decision. That's still coming. Even though he hasn't done that, I haven't even adjusted that expectation.
Sure.
I think that's going to happen. Now, how does he and BYU and all that respond to it, I think will be an additional story. But I don't expect him to be mistake-free for the rest of the year. I don't know. I don't know if this weekend is the one he makes a big mistake.
It won't be. No, tomorrow night he'll be just fine against West Virginia, and they should be able to run the ball just fine. And yeah, West Virginia's still beat up and missing a couple of quarterbacks now, and we saw how bad they looked against Utah. But sure, and we'll see. Maybe Arizona's not any good, but then you go on the road at Arizona. It's a more difficult environment, and then you host Utah, then you're at Iowa State, and then you're at Texas Tech. So the war is coming.
It's like, didn't our guy Rusty Wilson make the playoffs as a rookie?
Mm-hmm.
He came in and he beat out, what was that guy's name?
Flynn.
Matt Flynn for the job, and then he started, and I think they were a playoff team, right?
I'd believe it.
It's because
he
they
was
had
good quickly.
It's because no. It's because they had Marshawn Lynch, and they had the makings of one of the epic defenses of all time at its start. And Rusty came in and didn't make any mistakes. Where Rusty had his turn was when all those other players were gone, and it was let Rusty cook, and that's not the kind of quarterback that he is. BYU, I believe, is built very similarly. Now, hold the phone. Don't get carried away. To the Seattle team that Rusty played for, where you've got a baller running back, you've got a lot of other pieces around it, you've got a really great defense, and so you just need a Rusty Wilson to go in there and not screw it up.
Mm-hmm.
And that, interestingly enough, I think we're actually really low expectations for Rusty when he was in Seattle. And I think there should be low expectations for the Bear. Honestly, West Virginia stinks. I still don't expect him to throw for 300 yards this weekend.
We know Russell Wilson made the Pro Bowl 9 out of his first 10 seasons in the NFL, including a Super Bowl win.
Making the Pro Bowl
is not. Tyler Huntley's made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah, making a Pro Bowl has not been a thing for a long time.
But 9 out of 10 is not bad, and he had a Super Bowl victory in his second year there. Never been an All-Pro, but he's never been one of the 2 or 3 best.
Went to the Super Bowl in his third year, right? And then it was a whole lot of nothing.
They won it their second year. His second year.
No,
and then they went. They went in his third year. And Malcolm Butler had the interception at the goal line.
Right. Yeah. So, with the Bear, I think they've got a really good running game. I think they've got some weapons that can make his life a little bit easier. The O-line has, I don't know, do you want to evaluate the O-line? I think you could say they've overperformed at this point. They certainly haven't been a huge detriment.
He's not been running for his life. He's not been put in harm's way.
They've been fine.
Yeah.
And so, they just need a guy to make the right decision and to not mess it up. If the Bear throws for 200 yards, the Bryson Barnes bar, and they win by 10, who cares?
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if they have 300 yards running and he throws for $150, who cares? As long as he doesn't turn it over in the fourth quarter when you're up by 3 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Which, again, I don't expect to be this weekend for BYU. But we talked about, who was I talking? Was I talking to you about how Donovan Mitchell has ruined expectations for Jazz rookies for eternity? People like, and again, I'm not just saying true freshmen, I'm saying just first-time starters, like people who storm onto the scene like Alex Smith and Johnny Manziel, and I don't know, there's a BYU example, I'm sure. Max Hall kind of stormed onto the scene and was good right away. But those guys are the exception, not the rule. Max Hall was he a true sophomore when he started? I'd have to go back and look at it. But yeah, that isn't the case. The good thing for the Bear though is that most teams that start true freshmen are teams that are going nowhere and say might as well start the true freshman. Not even teams going nowhere, but teams that are in a position from a talent or from a program evaluation standpoint where they can. Like, think when Utah started Tyler Huntley, that was a young team that they did not expect to be conference champions. And so they said, okay, Troy Williams, well, thanks for your service, but we're going to go with the freshman. And hopefully 2 years from now, the Utes are going to be really good, and Tyler was, right?
Right.
But that team wasn't built to win. I wonder if Utah would have made a different decision if their team was full of upperclassmen. I would guess they would have stuck with Troy Williams. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like most true freshmen play with other true freshmen and young teams that are going to take a lot of lumps. That's not the case. Like Zach Wilson's BYU team, young team that was going to take a lot of lumps.
To the point where Bear has been better than expected, and I'm still not sure I'm comfortable saying he's to the point where I would say BYU's in that class with Iowa State and Texas Tech right now amongst the top of the Big 12.
Okay,
and he's a big part of that.
But I think you're looking at it. Well, I'm not criticizing. It's a glass half full, glass half empty kind of thing. But you know what? They're not. They're not Central Florida.
No, for sure. Again, he's easy.
So most of the times when you throw in a freshman quarterback, you're Central Florida.
But
you're not. They're not Iowa State. They're not the class of the conference. Well, one, we don't know that. But two, you lose your upperclassman starting quarterback the way BYU lost it in the offseason. You should be Central Florida.
But that's the point, I think, is that not too long ago, that was the expectation for BYU. And in fact, in games, if you're watching the broadcast, they talk about how this was supposed to be a team that was competing with everybody else in the conference, if not the favorite in the conference. And they very well may be.
And that was with Jake Retzloff.
Yeah.
That changed that day that you left for vacation.
It did.
All changed. And, in 2005, when Alex Smith left and Brian Johnson took over, there was a big difference.
But I do think you need to reverse engineer some of what you're saying as far as, you start a freshman because you have a young group. I think it's important to remember that I think a lot of guys came back because BYU had a senior quarterback coming back who was good.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think
And he's not with the school anymore.
Yeah, right.
And now it's true freshman.
Right.
So it doesn't matter what they signed up for. Unless they just quit.
Of course not. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
So I don't know. You know, it's a whole expectation thing. That day that happened, I certainly did not expect BYU to compete for the conference.
Yeah. I agree with you. And they've done nothing but exceed expectations, and I'm probably still not ready to put them in that tier.
Why would you?
Yeah.
But you can't put them in the tier with UCF either.
No, they're much better than that.
Right.
They're in that second tier. I think it's very clear they're in that second tier. And look,
I don't think anything is clear. I don't think that's fair. We haven't seen BYU really play anybody.
Agreed. We saw them play Colorado, and I didn't think they played particularly well.
I mean, I think all that's fair is to not put them in the bottom category because the bottom category has lost some of those games, which BYU has not. But I don't think it's fair to put them in the middle or at the top for that matter. They haven't proven that. They won't this weekend either.
No, they won't.
They'll beat West Virginia. They should beat them by double digits. But even if they don't, I don't think BYU is going to blow out a whole lot of teams.
But I also don't think 4 games in, we don't know anything about BYU.
We know their freshman quarterback isn't going to completely collapse and have a mental breakdown.
Correct.
That we're comfortable with.
But to your point, we also haven't seen him turn into Alex Smith or Johnny Manziel or these other guys who have come out and lit the world on fire with their arm.
Right, which is an unfair expectation, which was my entire point. What if he were is this a term that we can even use anymore? I don't even know. Might as well. If he were a basket case, they would be in the UCF category. Sure. And then you're going to go with McKay Hillstead, and who knows what's there? The guy that got beat out by the true freshman. And then all of a sudden you're in that, and this has become a buzzword, you're in that spiral where then you can't get out of it and you're losing all sorts of games. That has not been the case. That is definitely a positive.
Yeah.
But is he going to go out and do a game-winning drive with 2 minutes on the clock when you have to get a touchdown, not a field goal? I don't think I don't know. I have no idea. I think it's fairly safe to say he is not Johnny Manziel.
Agreed.
But that's fine. Who else was really good as a actual true freshman?
Cardale Jones.
The guy who didn't start for Ohio State?
The guy who won the national championship for Ohio State.
Right, who didn't get the job at the beginning of the season and came in the playoffs?
And won the national championship.
Well, he got hot for a couple games and then didn't even start the next year. So that's not a good example.
If the bar of winning a national championship isn't good enough for a true freshman, you're never going to be a good freshman player, ever.
Was Tua a true freshman?
He was, and he didn't do it throughout the year either.
No, but he still won the Natty.
He came in one game.
Remember, you have to not just win the national championship as a freshman.
Game.
You have to win several Super Bowls. You have to start 14 games now, 15 games now, including your conference championship.
Not your quarterback.
A playoff game.
Not
and
the quarterback
win the
as a
national
starter.
championship.
He didn't
because
get named
winning
the starter
the
at the
national
beginning of the season.
championship as a quarterback as a true freshman is not proof that you are a good college player.
Trevor Lawrence.
Johnny Manziel.
Trevor Lawrence, very good.
Trevor.
Deshaun Watson, did he start as a freshman?
Trevor Lawrence would
he may
qualify.
Have been behind Trevor Lawrence.
Ben, the Bear was named starting quarterback as a true freshman day one, much like Johnny Football. Not came in the national championship. Not Johnny come lately Cardale Jones who couldn't win the starting job at the beginning of the year. That doesn't count. I'm talking about a guy who got the job, stormed onto the scene as a true freshman, and everybody's like, man, this guy's a baller. Trevor Lawrence would qualify, yes.
Jalen Hurts had a good true freshman season.
With Alabama.
SEC Offensive Player of the Year.
And a guy who got benched for the other freshman that you're talking about, Tua. So can't have both.
And to be fair, Cardale actually won as a sophomore.
Oh, there you go.
So it's moot.
And they got benched game one of the next year. How good could that dude have been? Had such a great freshman season, he didn't even get the job the next year.
He beat a Make-A-Wish kid like 63-7.
Yeah.
In
famously
NCAA 14.
So it just doesn't happen, is my point. Cardale Jones, the fat guy that said, I'm not here to play school.
He was right.
Well, except for how did that attitude benefit him in his career? Not well.
Got him drafted.
Did he?
Cardale Jones?
Certainly didn't make it.
No, he didn't make it as a longtime NFL player, but yeah, he stuck. He made some money.
He was, you know what he was? He was
fourth rounder.
He was Jeremy Lin. He was a guy who played well for like 3 or 4 games, and everybody all of a sudden was like, this guy is the next best thing ever.
Yeah.
And look at him. He's kind of pudgy. He doesn't like school. We love this guy. Then gets beat out the next year.
Who did he lose his job to? Because he still got drafted, but you're right. He lost his job. He did. It was a big controversy because Urban Meyer pulled Kyle Whittingham and didn't tell anybody about it until they actually ran out onto the field. Who was it? It was who was
JT Barrett?
JT Barrett.
Was it?
Killing it, Cardale. And those 4 games or whatever got him drafted in the 4th round and then did nothing.
What a title.
Not an example of what we're talking about.
Hard to have to apologize for that.
An example of what we're talking about. Other than maybe he was a young player on an all-star team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was a young player on a team around him that was senior-laden.
That guy sucked and is not an example of what we're talking about.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence was good as a true freshman right out of the gate. Got the job. Go get him, Tiger.
You're right. Bear Bachmeier's not Trevor Lawrence.
Get it?
Oh, yeah. I didn't even do that on purpose. All right. Stay tuned. We'll have the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Coming up next is Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take and bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Hey folks, it's Jay Broadbent here with Alpine Home Medical, celebrating 28 years of keeping Utah and Idaho comfortable and at home. Back in '97, I started with a truck, a dream, and a lot more hair. Today, we've got 11 stores from Idaho Falls to St. George. From the moment you step into our clean, welcoming showrooms, you'll feel the Alpine difference. Our team will be there to listen and guide you to the best solutions for your needs. We believe that the right equipment can transform lives. We're honored to be a part of your healthcare journey and to help you live the life you deserve. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's defensive coordinator Jay Hill on Isaiah Glasker and Jack Kelly's impact on the defense.
Oh, they're two of the best. They're big-time NFL guys, in my opinion. I know the scouts love them. They make plays, both rushing the passer, they make plays in the run game, they make plays in the throw game. They're true playmakers and ones we're lucky to have at BYU.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. kennyjsbbq.com.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
When I woke up this morning, you were on my mind, and you were on my mind. I got
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson. Christian put this song in just for me. This is something that popped up on some playlist I was listening to the other day, and I was like, God, I forgot how much I like this song. Shout out to We 5. I don't think they had another hit. I think this might have been it. It's time for the top 3 stories of the day at KSLSports.com. Brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, it's still only the preseason, but we've got the first Utah Mammoth home game in the brand new renovated Delta Center tonight.
I was not able to make it over to Delta Center earlier this week. They did a kind of food testing and kind of revealed some of the stuff inside so you can see what it looks like. And we talked about this a little bit on the photo that the random dude tweeted out. From what I've heard, talking to the people who were there, the seats behind the goals and what will be behind the basketball stanchion, now it'll change a little bit with basketball because the court is so much smaller than a rink, but is really steep.
Chris Armstrong talked about it this morning.
Really, really
with
steep
DJ
behind the goal. And that was out of necessity and B, also a little bit of a replicant of what the Clippers did with the wall at Inuit Dome to put the fans right on top of the opposing team.
Supposedly it's steeper than that for hockey, and he said it's definitely the steepest in the NHL.
Yeah.
So that is a thing. I, like you, have not seen it. I'm definitely looking forward to it. I did drive past the line of people waiting outside to get into the team store and get gear. So
jerseys just went on sale.
Yeah, so people are excited. It's a thing. Do you know much about this? And I was reading Brian Priest's write-up at KSLSports.com. Do you know much about this lawsuit that is going on between Mammoth Hockey LLC, which apparently makes bags, and Utah Mammoth?
Yes. We've talked about it a little bit on the show. And originally it sounded like there was cooperation and everybody was on board. And then since the Mammoth Bag Company has been seemingly a little bit difficult and wanting to put the kibosh on a lot of this, and this came way after they had said, like, yeah, this is great, let's do it. So it seems a little, I don't know, innocuous or superfluous, but strange.
I knew we talked about the Yeti one. I didn't realize there was a Mammoth conflict out there.
Yeah, we had talked about this one as well, a second lawsuit.
Well, that stinks. Obviously not slowing them down much today.
I think at this point, that cat is out of the bag.
So to speak.
Really hard to come back and try and get this. But yeah.
To rebrand it for a third time?
I mean, to the point where the local Mammoth, our Mammoth, have released the text, you know what I mean, to say, like, you guys have already agreed to this. This is so nonsensical. To the point where actually the last time we talked about the lawsuit was the hockey team suing the bag company to basically say,
knock it off.
Drink or get out of the water line. Like, you can't keep trying to threaten that you're going to have litigation over and over and over, and it seems like that's what they were trying to do.
Okay. Because there was an update to the story. Brian's got a write-up on it. So
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be rough if they had to pull a buzz to stingers kind of thing.
The SEG had responded to the Mammoth Bag Company. Again, this is all in the article, noting that the defendant had previously expressed support for the Utah Mammoth name and that parties' marks, goods, and services are different, and that numerous third parties use Mammoth as a trademark for bags and related goods and services. So again, they had already said this is cool, and then it seems like they decided at the last minute, we don't want to do
it. My wife did some IP stuff for a while as an attorney. It's a tedious world, IP. Very much. There's a lot of these types of conflicts, although this is obviously public. I don't even know what you name a company anymore.
Yeah, unless you're making up words, I don't know what to tell you.
The Utah Ben Andersons.
There's animals, there's, items, whatever. Everything has a name. It's crazy. You'll never catch up to it. So, yeah, at some point we're going to have to relax with a little bit of this.
They should start naming it after emotions.
Okay, the sad, the happy.
Yeah. The
exuberant.
The Utah, I don't know. I can't even think of a good one. What's another word for, the Utah exuberant.
It's good. I like it.
See?
Yeah.
Can you trademark that, though?
Probably. Unless there's like a dance company. There's probably a dance company that
already
has
exuberant. That's coming out of the woodwork. That's what I'm saying.
Somewhere in Provo, the Utah Exuberant is like, well, I've had this dance company open since March 2022. So listen, bud.
Honestly, if I had any brains at all back when it was 1998, I would have sat on every dang web address in the world. How did we not think of that?
Pizza.com.
Seriously?
That guy made a ton of money.
Sounds good, pizza. I like that. I like pizza.com. That's good.
Or really whatever.com.
Yeah.
Get to Walmart.com before they did. Yeah. Hold it ransom. Make a fortune.
What's next?
Remember, somebody did that with the Pac12.com.
Uh-huh.
And they put up like a Tupac website. You remember that?
Vaguely.
And the Pac-12 Larry refused to pay for it. Larry's like, we're too busy paying me.
Then you end up with some absolutely atrocious website name.
I don't even remember what it was. Yeah.
Number 2.
All right.
49ers at Rams tonight, Thursday night football. 49ers pretty beat up.
Cool matchup between two of the best BYU players currently in the NFL and two guys who are arguably the best players at their position in the NFL, which is crazy to both
Fred
come from
Warner
BYU.
and Puka Nacua.
Puka's probably the best receiver. He's certainly been the best receiver in football so far this year. I don't think there's any question about that. Receptions, yards, I think tied for the most through 4 games in NFL history. He's just cooking. It was really weird to go to the Titans game in their home opener and watch a player at that level be so much better than everybody else. Puka was head and shoulders above every other player on the field. And I know the Titans are not a good football team.
They're not?
But even amongst his Rams teammates, he was way better than everybody. He looked faster. He seemed to change direction much quicker. He was sharper. Every time they needed to move the sticks, they went to him, and he caught every ball. So it's cool to see that continue to play out. He has been truly a revelation, a huge draft pick for the Rams. And then, Fred Warner has been the best, if not, top 3 best linebacker in the NFL for several years now.
Now, Puka's always been a physical specimen, but I would also say that he is an example of he really found the best landing spot possible. They needed him. Established quarterback that has spent years honing his craft, offensive coach, et cetera, et cetera. Mm-hmm. He really fell into a spot. Cooper Kupp all of a sudden was to the point where he was going to be way overpaid or not with the team. They needed somebody. They needed a 1A, and bam, in comes this plucky receiver from BYU. Yeah. And he stayed healthy, which was always his issue at BYU, if he could stay healthy. And man, he's been lightning in a bottle. But it's the anti-Zach Wilson, where it was like, if he goes to the Jets, we're never going to hear from him again. It was Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Landed in the perfect spot for him, his skill set at the time, all of the above.
Correct.
I think Puka's a good example of that. Fred Warner, not so much. He was really good at BYU, and he was, a draft pick, probably 2nd or 3rd round? Yeah. Does that sound right?
He was early.
But for him to become the best linebacker in the league was, I don't know about you, maybe. It surprised me.
I didn't expect him to be the best in the league. Was Robert Saleh his DC when he first got there?
Yeah.
I mean, he walked into a great defense.
Sure.
Which I think did probably make his life a little bit easier. And then he took the reins and ran with it. And I do want to give credit to Puka for that as well. As we've talked about, just because a star leaves does not mean automatically a star replaces them.
No, not by any means. I agree.
So Cooper Kupp was very good. Puka's better than Cooper Kupp has been. But
what a great landing spot.
That's
all I'm saying.
Correct.
And you could say that for Fred as well. Bobby Wagner was great at Utah State. I knew he was going to be a good pro. I had no idea he was going to be the best linebacker in the league. Are you kidding?
There probably aren't a lot of players, if any, that regardless of context became superstars. The way I think we can put Puka in that conversation of all-pro, top 5 player at his position, if not number 1 overall. But, he and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, some of these guys, he's in the conversation with those guys so far this year. You all generally have to fall into the right spot. It helps Jamar Chase that he has Joe Burrow, and they didn't have another player there. And there are guys who buck that trend, but, I think it helps that Penei Sewell landed with the Lions with a coach who understands how the offensive line works. I think he's a very good player. He probably would have been good most places, but context really matters.
I am really hoping for a Rams blowout tonight.
Okay.
I mean, really lopsided too.
Well, the 49ers, I know they're 3-1. They're not good enough to be 3-1.
I just want to hear Al Michaels complain. That is the thing that I like most about Thursday night football.
Brock Purdy out. George Kittle still out. And the 49ers' top 2 receivers are also out tonight.
That sounds like a recipe for a grumpy old Al Michaels
Bosa
to me.
Out.
Bosa tore his ACL. He's out for the year.
Yeah, he's out for the year. So, they're devastated.
Does Kurt take his stupid dog to Thursday night football too?
They don't show it if he does.
The crew at game day and ESPN and all that is like, oh, God, Another dog? Are you serious?
Every Thursday, somebody forgets, and they're like, oh.
Brought his dog again.
The dog did the thing behind the set, and Kurt's not going to clean it up.
Kurt's yelling at me during a commercial break to get the dog water again. I think it just barked during that 4th down play.
You can leave your dogs at home.
You can love your dogs, but also be away from your dogs.
Most of the time. Yeah. Christian does not bring Cowboy in to the studio that we know of. I don't bring Dodie in. She stays at home. Doesn't need us.
And we all thank you.
Yeah. I like her. I don't think you would like her.
Okay, you know what? Here's my theory.
I don't expect anyone to like other people's dogs because I don't like other people's dogs.
Here's my theory that Kurt does not bring the dog to Thursday Night Football because there's no way Al Michaels is putting up with that.
Saw Al hit the dog one time and doesn't bring it anymore.
There's not a chance.
Old school dog owner. Still hitting the animal. Yeah.
Not a chance. Al Michaels is like, yeah, Kurt, go ahead and bring your dog here. There's no way. No way that man said that.
Sure.
Who's Kurt's partner on ESPN? That guy has no pull. Al Michaels,
right.
The Do You Believe in Miracles guy. If he tells you leave that dog at home, that dog's staying at home.
The dog stays.
That's my theory. I love Al Michaels, but I do think it's funny how grumpy he has become on.
He's very particular.
On Thursday Night Football.
He's the guy who says he's never eaten a vegetable in his life. He's very particular.
All right, next.
Number 3, Shedeur Sanders was speechless yesterday in the Browns locker room.
I think this is going to be the crown jewel of his failure.
Okay, let's set this up a little bit. Dylan Gabriel gets the job yesterday.
Joe Flacco gets benched. They're 1-3. Dylan Gabriel moves into the starting spot. Or 1-2, whatever they are. 1-3. Yeah.
So Dylan Gabriel, the also rookie.
Yep. Drafted ahead of Shedeur.
Will be starting for the Cleveland Browns. Now, Shedeur was asked a question. I'm not even really sure what the question was yesterday. Probably about this situation. How do you feel?
How do you feel about it? Exactly what it was.
Whatever.
You're still the third string quarterback. He's not the backup. He's the third string guy. How do you feel about it?
And he just mouthed his answer.
He pantomimed the answers, and laughed through it, like he was having a real conversation, but was absolutely silent. He was not saying the words. It was like a 4-year-old learning you can play this joke for the first time.
So apparently, he was responding to former Jets coach Rex Ryan, who is now a media bozo on the Mouse.
Yeah.
And, well, let's play Rex Ryan's comments that the mouthing was in response to.
An outstanding coach, all right? But why the hell isn't he putting Shedeur Sanders? We're all waiting to see the Shedeur Sanders be the guy or Gabriel, whatever. Something's missing. Something's missing with this kid. This kid talks. He runs his mouth like I could be a starting quarterback with his arms crossed like this. Get your ass in the front row and study and do all that. If I know, the whole league knows. Quit being an embarrassment that way. You got the talent to be the quarterback. You should be. You should be embarrassed that you're not the quarterback now.
We'll see if they make a change.
So that's what Rex Ryan said, which I do agree that Shedeur does not feel shame. That is not an emotion he feels. I don't think. But I could see what Rex is getting at there. Was it appropriate to mime a response after that comment?
No.
Here's what I don't understand. I don't understand, and I've never really understood this. Why do athletes listen? Why do they listen? I just assume that nobody over on the Jazz is. I just assume none of them are listening. Why would you ever listen to me? Listen, Rex Ryan is a failed NFL coach with a foot fetish. Why would you care for 1 second what that guy thinks of you? Why would you listen? Why would you waste 10 seconds of your time? Rex Ryan's job isn't even to do proper analysis. Rex Ryan's job is to look like a blustering idiot because that's what somebody deems as entertaining. I don't understand why Shedeur would even give it the time of day to respond like that. And again, this is coming from a person who thinks that Shedeur should do exactly what Rex Ryan is saying and shut up and show up for work. But why is he even listening to Rex Ryan? You don't feel shame, but you're listening to Rex Ryan? That guy? The Nepo baby of Buddy Ryan?
I'm not here to kink shame.
I am stating a fact. The videos are out there. That is a part of him. If you found out Christian had a strange peccadillo has a foot fetish, you would view him a little differently. I'm not saying that you would discard him from your life, but you would not look at him the same way.
Build 1,000 bridges.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You win 1,000 football games.
Rex Ryan is somebody that is so unintelligent that he filmed videos of he and his wife role-playing. Like his wife's feet are just hanging out of a parked car. He's like, oh, nice feet, ma'am. Have you ever seen it?
No.
So not only did they videotape that, but they posted it. They did it to themselves. So listen, figure out how to enjoy your own peccadillos to yourself and don't tell me how to play quarterback. That's what I would be saying if I were Shedeur. Figure out how to not hit post, and then you can come talk to me about what I should say when asked about my job.
He's not saying anything.
No, he
Shedeur,
didn't.
He's not saying anything.
I think I'm totally on Team Shedeur in this one.
Okay. I think this is going to be one of the better chapters, if not the great chapter, in Shedeur's short NFL career.
Maybe. And I don't think you should go around telling everybody how great he is. Then go beat out Dylan Gabriel. That's not the point. The point is, why is he listening to Rex Ryan?
We had a conversation off the air about just prove people wrong at some point. Know what the expectation is of you, especially if it's a negative expectation, and prove them wrong.
Right.
Not that you have to do it to respond to them, but do it for yourself. Prove people wrong for yourself, and I don't think Shedeur is willing to do that.
I just don't get it. I just don't. Like Rudy Gobert read everything ever written about him ever, and he used it as fuel. And I guess whatever you got to do to get there. I just don't understand that impulse at its heart.
I'm with you.
I don't get that. Rudy, you're in the NBA, dude.
Chill.
You're one of the best basketball players on the planet.
Yep.
Who cares what some pencil neck sitting behind a keyboard is saying about you? What difference does that make?
Yep.
But it meant the world to him for some reason. Rex Ryan. Christian, you need to do a deep dive, not at work, on Rex Ryan's foot fetish.
Sounds like you gave me all the info I need.
It's way more hilarious.
You went through pretty thoroughly.
It's way more hilarious than I could ever describe.
Seen that video more than once.
Oh, we should pull the audio from it.
No, we should
Yes,
not.
we should.
No, we should not.
Excuse me, ma'am. Couldn't help it but noticing what nice feet you have there.
You're talking about feet.
I didn't do it. Rex Ryan did it. You done with that, huh? I think Christian's pretty done with it, too.
I'm happy to keep going.
Stay tuned. More next. Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Febreze.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze. La 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 la.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes.
With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life without the sticker shock. You'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Maaco.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What?
We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
A 15-year-old girl who chewed through a rope to escape a serial killer.
I used my front teeth to saw on the rope in my mouth.
The killer prowled the Pacific Northwest in the early 70s. He's been convicted of murdering 2 young women, but suspected of many more.
Maybe there's another one in that area.
Follow Stolen Voices of Dole Valley now, so you don't miss an episode.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update, Jake and Ben. Here's Coach Witt talking about the offense going up-tempo a little more.
I think it's good to mix it in. I don't think it's going to be a staple of ours ever, where we're up-tempo constantly. And as a defensive coordinator, I know that it's tougher when you play a team that mixes up tempos. If they always go slow or always go fast, that's the easiest guys to defend. Those teams that mix it up are the ones that are more difficult to defend.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They also do catering, delivering bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbbq.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Excuse me, ma'am. Can I help you with anything?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just resting for a few minutes.
Oh, okay. There's no car trouble or anything?
No, none at all. I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, you don't have to put your feet in. You can leave them out.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You don't have to put your feet in. No. You can leave them out.
I can't fathom how mortified I would be.
Rex?
If what? If you were Rex?
If you had made a video like that.
Like that. Eventually. Not working?
It's not working. We deleted it.
Like that?
And it came out. And you are a somewhat high-profile person. Not somewhat, extraordinarily high-profile person.
The head coach of the Jets.
The always embattled head coach of the Jets. And I don't mean Rex Ryan. I mean the head coach of the Jets is always embattled. To add your own fuel to that fire is simply astounding.
Well, for it to be an own goal.
You know what? I mean, it's the butt fumble of videos to post.
This is a personal matter. Personal matter. You know, it's personal. It's a personal matter.
It sure is.
It is a personal. It's a personal.
But you know, you made it everybody's business.
That's true.
When you posted it, if it just honestly, and I am. People have strange personal lives or what I consider strange. I honestly don't care. Like if it somehow were found out because somebody took a random picture of him coming out of, I don't know. If somebody put it together somehow, internet sleuthing, I don't know where he'd even be coming out of. I don't even know what I'm talking about here. But if it wasn't him making it known himself, I would feel bad for him. Does that make any sense?
Sure.
But he posted it himself.
Underrated. You can tell how important and big of a press conference is by the number of photos you can hear being shot in the back of this. Listen to this. Listen to how many.
This is a personal matter. Personal matter. You know, it's personal. It's a personal matter. It is a personal. It's a personal matter.
It sure
That's
is.
edited for just him saying it's a personal matter, and we heard 18 photos being taken in the background. So not only did you document your little private thing, post it. Now the apology or lack thereof, whatever it is, explanation, is also, I'm sure if I went to Getty Images and searched Rex Ryan press conference.
It's everywhere.
I'd have 40 million photos to pick through of him apologizing or not for filming a video and posting it. And again, it's rated PG.
Oh, it really is. Yeah, it's not offensive. And it is his wife. I mean.
But. And if you didn't understand, like if my kids watch it, they'd be like, what is this? They wouldn't even get what it is.
Oh, you don't need to put your feet away, ma'am.
But for it to be that person with that reputation, with that team at that point.
So if that person, to really bring this home, Ben, if that person criticized you at all.
Right.
How seriously? Seriously would you take their criticism?
I'm with you. Maybe you've sold me on Shedeur, this not being the worst chapter in his life, because you know what he didn't do? Exactly what I would have done, which has gone right to the feet.
Right to the feet.
I would have gone. I would have been making innuendos about feet, puns about feet,
doing the interview barefoot.
Oh, barefoot, feet up, just dipping my toe in it. Every single stupid joke I could make about feet. I would have my feet in the ice bath. Yeah, whatever it is. Good for Shedeur, I guess, for not saying anything, though the way he did it was a little juvenile.
One of the funniest slogans for a news organization is page 6. If you
I'm just going to put my best foot forward.
No.
Try and be the best backup I can be.
If you don't, page 6 is like a tabloid, whatever. And their saying is, if you don't want it on page 6, don't do it.
Yeah.
Like, don't pick a fight with a pro hockey player on a golf course if you don't want to be known for that for the rest of your life.
If you don't want to get beat up.
15 years later, some idiot in Salt Lake is going to bring up Rex Ryan's foot fetish.
Yeah. It's going to be part of your media obituary.
It will
it gets written.
It will lead his media obituary.
Right.
No, it won't lead, but it'll be like third graph.
It's not going to escape him. They'll say the word embattled. They will talk about losing records with the Jets and also bizarre foot fetish videos.
That he posted himself.
G-rated, again.
Posted himself being the... the key component here, in my opinion.
I did look up how it was leaked. It said Deadspin posted it.
I think they found it. I don't he posted it online in a community of
that stuff.
And then Deadspin found it and
That's
put it up.
crazy.
Yeah. It's wild.
No, I'm sure he posted it because he thought, oh, this is just this little community that we're a part of and it will never be found. And then
Coach said I got to work on my footwork. Got to get my feet right. Yeah, I would have gone there if I was Shedeur. So good for him.
Stay tuned. We will have more coming up next. So, the lesson learned, if Rex Ryan criticizes you, just disregard it.
Shedeur handled it well, I guess.
Stay tuned, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life. Without the sticker shock, you'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh. Better get Maaco.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the Shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there. Stock number 759418. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
Any Hour Services free furnace sale is going on right now. Schedule a free estimate by September 30th, and when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. For more information, call Any Hour Services or schedule online at anyhourservices.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
I mean, I was almost tearing up because it's like, you know, it's been so long, and I was just so grateful to finally be able to move around again and run up and down the court and be tired, and all those emotions, it hit me fast. So, you know, I was tearing up the first couple times.
All right, there you go. That's Taylor Hendricks from Jazz Media Day. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We're going to talk a little NBA. We've currently got preseason, the Abu Dhabi games going on in the studio, Ben, where the Knicks currently lead the 76ers 47-41.
Jordan Clarkson making his Knicks debut.
In the Middle East.
In the Middle East.
So, anyway, I was talking to you off the air. Man, the East is back to being a joke.
Yeah, it's really bad this year.
It is. I mean, it's got to be Cleveland and everyone else, I guess.
Cleveland and the Knicks.
And I certainly don't believe in the Knicks.
I don't believe in Cleveland.
Yeah, so the East is back to being...
Maybe Orlando can jump in.
The East. Speaking of Taylor Hendricks, and has a chance to be like a defensive impact type of dude. Can I read you a quote from Anthony Edwards? I read this, and it's a great quote, but pretty much sums up why I think the previous edition of the Jazz did not succeed, and why, as they build new culture, maybe got to think about some of this stuff. All right. Here's what Anthony Edwards said. And by the way, not that they've won a title. I just love this quote. He said, sometimes you just got to take those matchups. You can't make Jaden, speaking of Jaden McDaniels, guard the best player every night. Some nights you got to say, you get the B player and let me get the A player. It's about trying to push myself so I can get in better shape by February, March, heading into the playoffs. I never understood why there wasn't another player on those previous Jazz teams, not named Royce O'Neal, that could go out and
play defense.
Play defense against the other team's best player. Like Donovan Mitchell never said that.
Right.
He never said that. And you could never tell me that Donovan is not capable of being at least a serviceable defender. He's so athletic, and he is long for somebody of his height. You cannot tell me that he couldn't be, like he could not go to Royce and said, let me guard Damian Lillard for a little while. Let me take Dame tonight. You take a break and go guard somebody else for a little while. Never did. That was not his mentality. That was not the mentality of the team. In fact, poor Royce got hung out to dry time after time after time after time because he is not Jaden McDaniels.
Keontae George is not a good defensive player. He's not. There have been more instances of Keontae being a good defensive player in his career than maybe all of Donovan Mitchell combined in Utah.
Okay. I guess maybe the mentality is more what I'm highlighting.
No, and I'm totally agreeing with you.
Let me go
Donovan, you have better tools than Keontae has. He's a little shorter, but yeah, he has a 6'10", 6'9" wingspan, super long arms, freaky athletic, really, really strong, like big chest, big legs. Donovan absolutely could have been a good defensive player. Yeah. Did not want to be. Didn't care to be, never tried to be. Yeah, there are that was a missed opportunity for him. And to the point of whether Quinn never asked him to do it, because I do question sometimes whether or not Quinn asked people to do hard things. And that's why all the players liked him, is because he just said, do what you do well and keep it at that. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but it's kind of what is reflected on the court.
This is the feel you get. He didn't tell Jay Crowder to stop shooting.
Right. So
Jay's like, I loved Quinn Snyder. I bet you did.
Didn't seem to tell Donovan to play defense.
No.
So, and Mike Conley was way too little to be able to play defense. And so there were those issues there. So, yeah, I'm with you. I would hope that that's something that Will Hardy can instill in his team. If there is a knock on Will Hardy to this point, it's that there's been no semblance of this Jazz basketball team under his watch being a good defensive team.
No, and well, he hasn't really had the personnel. But yeah, I get your point. But you hope one day that Ace Bailey would tap Taylor Hendricks on the shoulder and said, let me guard guy A tonight.
Mm-hmm.
You go guard guy B.
Yeah.
I'll take guy A tonight. You get a little rest. I want to make sure I'm sharp for the playoffs or whatever. That's a great mentality, you know? And you look at somebody like Ace Bailey, who's going to just start the habits that he's going to have as an NBA player. And I would hope that a potential star would have that kind of, I'm going to go play two-way, and this is a good way to lead, and all those sorts of things.
You look at the Jazz's backcourt right now, and Isaiah Collier and Keontae George and Walt Clayton Jr., who they just drafted, are kind of your 3 point guard-ish players. If you wanted to really make a case for yourself and separate yourself, because they're all different, but if you really wanted to make a case for yourself, one of you guys turn into TJ McConnell.
Someone who can really guard.
One of you guys start picking everybody up the second they cross half court and say, you know what? My offense is going to come not just second, but third. I'm going to dedicate so much of my energy to the defensive side of the floor. So for 15 minutes a night, the opposing point guard, starting or backup, hates life. Doesn't want to be in Utah, never wants to see me again. Picks up a technical foul because they shoved me in the chest because I've been all over him all game long. I'll pick up a foul or two along the way, but yeah, I think that would be the way to differentiate yourself. And that's where the Jazz really are lacking so much, because I do think if you look at Cody Williams, you look at Taylor Hendricks, who we're talking about, Ace Bailey, who certainly has the physical tools to do it, the Jazz conceivably could put together some, with, of course, Walker Kessler patrolling the paint, could put together some capable, if not eventually plus defensive lineups on the floor. They just don't have a point guard who's shown any willingness to do it at this point.
Well, there's one candidate in those 3 that would be the most likely to do it.
Who's that?
Isaiah Collier.
I think Isaiah has the best physical tools.
Yeah, and he doesn't have really any offense to speak of, so he can... Right. No, that's not fair. I don't mean that, because he does lots of good things offensively. He's just... His shooting is so not there that he's almost a detriment offensively. So I don't know if that's ever going to come around. So if he's going to scrape out a place in the league, that side of the ball would be a good place to do it.
Yep. Super strong, extraordinarily quick, should understand how to do those types of things.
And you can play that guy at least 15 minutes a night.
Yeah. He's good enough at what he does. Even if he never learns to shoot, he's good enough at the other things he does offensively to be passable. Maybe not as a starter, but as a backup. And then if you're a great defensive player, you really have a chance to stick in the league and be really valuable for a long time.
I would agree. I think he's the most likely candidate, if that's what we're talking about. Whoever's got his ear, tell him to be a grinder. He is. He's strong and built and really athletic. And kind of has a little bit of that grinder mentality, too. I mean, you can see that in the way he does play offense. Mm-hmm. So I don't think Keontae ever does that. He'd be in the league 10 years if he did.
Yeah, if he can start...
Like George Niang.
Trying to play that way, he will be better.
You?
Yeah, not George Niang.
If Keontae George makes it 10 years in the league,
George
do you think somebody is going to be like you?
George
really?
legitimately doesn't have the physical tools to be like a good perimeter defender. Big enough to, if you lean on him, he should be able to push you around a little bit in the paint, and that's valuable. Those guys are still valuable in the NBA. But, he's not super fleet of foot, so he's got to be a great three-point shooter on the other end. Keontae at this point is not a great three-point shooter. He's a willing shooter, but he's not a great shooter. Isaiah Collier is a non-shooter entirely. So, yeah, they've got to carve out roles somewhere else. Walt Clayton, I think, might be the best combination of both, which I think is another reason why Walt's going to be probably the Jazz's starting point guard midway through the season. I think probably the best scorer.
Though?
That he's a good defensive player?
No, that he's a guy.
No, of course not. But I think if you look at what he has been able to put on film throughout his college career, which is, I think he's truly a very good shooter. And I think the fact that he tries defensively and seemed to show that in Summer League, which again, Summer League doesn't mean anything. But if he can do that better than the level of Keontae George or Isaiah Collier, which is an absurdly low bar defensively, then he should be fine.
Okay.
I mean, statistically, Keontae is the worst defensive player in the NBA.
I just don't know what to expect from Walt Clayton.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm more talking about Walt
Sure.
more than the other guy. I just don't know what to expect out of him.
I think that's totally fair. Yeah, we have not seen it, and he got hurt in Summer League. So, and he might be, I mean, he's as big as Keontae. He might be a little taller, actually. So he's got some physical tools as well. But yeah, he may just be oblivious on that end of the floor as well.
Maybe. I don't know.
We'll see.
That's I guess what I'm saying.
But if I were to, set goals for the Utah Jazz this season, if I were the front office and wanted to see a couple of things, and you're starting to try and pare down this roster a little bit, defense would be a huge plus. Because you're not going anywhere if you don't play defense. You're just not. You're not going to make it anywhere important that you want to be 3 or 4 years from now, what this rebuild is all about, if you don't have guys who are showing effort on that side of the ball.
Unless you're Jabari Parker.
Which, he was the Cardale Jones of the NBA.
Yeah, he didn't do a whole lot.
He didn't do a whole lot, and yeah, he was injured, but even when he was on the floor, he never quite became the star that looked like he might be at Duke.
But what was Walt Clayton, 18? 18th pick, is that right?
Yeah, 18 or 19, yeah.
I don't expect that guy to come in and take the job halfway through the year. I don't know. What do you put in where was Keontae picked?
16.
And I don't like getting...
And Isaiah was 29. I mean, that's the point. It's not like the Jazz have a top 3 point guard on the roster or a top 3 draft pick.
I don't like getting lost in this guy was drafted here,
Sure.
so he should be this.
Matter.
I don't. But I don't know why we would expect more from Walt Clayton than we would any other 18th pick. Grayson Allen was in that same category, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do we really expect out of Grayson Allen? Nothing. But on a different team. Walt Clayton will get more of an opportunity to make an impact than Grayson Allen did.
Yeah.
So maybe he grabs it. I hope for his sake he does. I mean, all these guys, they're nice. We just sat down with him media day. But nice guys, easy to cheer for.
To tie this into a conversation we had about a different sport, but a similar situation is, who should be BYU's starting quarterback? And McKay Hillstead should have had the upper leg over and over. Upper hand, not upper leg. Got Shador on my mind. I've got Rex Ryan on my mind.
Rex Ryan on your mind.
The upper hand.
The upper toe?
The upper toe throughout camp. He's got the experience. He's been there before. He's had 2 years. He knows the system. And, was even there in spring. But if you're not better at some of the things, you're not going to get that job. And, I know Keontae said all the right things and has shown some really bright flashes. But I don't know. He didn't outright win it last year over Isaiah Collier and looked like more of a six-man last year, so we'll see. Can he make that jump to the starting point guard? We'll see.
I don't know why I can't get past this, but you're telling me you think the Knicks are better than the Cavs?
I don't, but I'm not a believer in either of them. It's...
Did Maddie leave the rubber cement out again? We're back to believing in the Knicks? How is that even possible?
The Knicks have a better roster top to bottom than the Cavaliers do. I think Jalen Brunson's better than Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, I do not.
Do
you really?
Uh-huh.
Neither one of them plays defense, and they both dribble the ball. I don't see how you could say one's better than the other. Donovan was all NBA last year, right?
Jalen Brunson was too, unless he just didn't hit the games played requirement. But playoff player, Jalen Brunson's great. He hits a bunch of clutch shots. He hit the game winner against Detroit to advance them to the next round, I think, in Game 7. So, yeah, I think Jalen Brunson's at worst as good as Donovan, if not a little bit better.
All NBA first team last year.
Had to be Shea and Donovan.
Giannis, the Joker, Shea, Jason Tatum, and Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who second team was. Hang on. Second team. Brunson made second team.
Yeah.
LeBron, Steph, Brunson, Evan Mobley, and Anthony Edwards.
Jalen Brunson averaged 26 points and 7 assists last year and shot 48% from the floor and 38% from three. Donovan might be a little bit better three-point shooter, but they're the same player. You know what I mean? It's a little tiny guard that can score a lot and can carry a huge offensive load, can't get a stop if their life depends on it. It's just like that's just a fatal flaw for a basketball team. It's not how it works. And those are great players. But it's why, honestly, Orlando could surprise everybody and sneak up and win the East.
Evan Mobley's way better than Cat, though.
Yeah, I think that's probably true. The more effective player because he plays both sides of the floor.
And I like Bridges, but Jalen Brunson has the ball so much, he's totally negated. He totally did Bridges what LeBron did to Kevin Love.
Mm-hmm.
They can't be effective if they don't have the ball.
Right. But you still have Josh Hart and Mitchell Robinson if he's ever on the floor, which is basically
Hart's
never.
average.
Hart's a good player. But, I mean, the Cavs are already losing players because of their salary cap. You know, they're up against it. This Cavs team is not going to be as good as it was last year when they didn't get out of the second round.
Yeah, but the East stinks.
Yeah, their only thing is that
I don't want to pick the Cavs
and,
either. I just think they're better than the Knicks.
We'll see. I think they probably meet in the conference finals. They will meet at some point in the playoffs.
They both will lose to whoever comes out of the West. I could pick you 5 or 6. I can pick you 5 or 6 Western Conference teams I would take before I got to the.
I agree with you. The Cavs are probably in the same conversation as like the Clippers in the West.
I'd pick the Cavs over the Clippers, I think. Clippers are so old.
They are old. Yeah.
So old and dusty.
Did you pick them over the Warriors? In
so
the playoffs?
Old.
They are.
No, I'm more thinking Minnesota, Denver, probably. I love Denver's offseason.
Minnesota beats them. Denver beats them.
Oklahoma City
beats them.
Houston, I'd probably take Houston.
I think there's a chance the Lakers will beat them.
No, I don't think the Lakers work. Unless the sommelier really does brew up something fancy. I don't believe that LeBron's going to want to stand there and watch Luka play. He didn't like it last year.
We'll see. They have to make the conference finals this year, the Cavs. You just have to.
Well, they could almost do it with their eyes closed.
You would hope so.
Well, the East is that bad.
You would hope so.
I've been waiting for Orlando. You know me. I love what they're doing in Orlando. I've been waiting for that to happen for like 3 years.
But the Cavaliers didn't make it last year. And look, Indiana ended up making the finals and pushing the Thunder to Game 7. That was a good Pacers team, but Cavs had the best record in the East, right?
Yeah, but that Pacers
lost their first 2 games at home.
That Pacers team was way better than it got credit. We
talked
talked about it on this show. Yeah,
You're
before the playoffs even started, we talked about why is nobody talking about Indiana. But then they lost what? What's his name? Went to Milwaukee, and Halliburton's not going to play, so they're not.
Miles Turner's not good, and Boston's bad.
Yeah,
Miami's bad.
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you. They absolutely have to at least go to the conference finals. And I think if you fall short of the finals in the East this year, whoever it is, the Knicks or the Cavaliers are going to feel like it was a disappointment because the seas have parted for you. But at the same point, outside of Jared Allen, Donovan Mitchell, DeAndre Hunter, Darius Garland, which is a good starting 4, like your next best player is Lonzo Ball. That team stinks. Like this is a league about depth. That's why the Pacers were awesome last year. Tyrese Halliburton's really good. Pascal's really good. Miles Turner's okay. But they had so much depth. They had so many guys they could go to. You could get Ben Mathurin off the bench and come in and have a big game, or you could have T.J. McConnell, who we talked about. They just have a lot of good players up and down the roster. The Cavaliers do not.
Yeah, but
and they're already starting hurt. Darius Garland's had surgery on his toe.
Yeah, but you were throwing the Lakers into the mix, and they don't have any depth either.
No, they don't, but I think Luka's the best player in the group. And LeBron might be second.
Luka on one side of the ball is really great. And if it were 5 years ago, maybe I'd agree with your LeBron take. But if LeBron doesn't have the ball, how effective could he be? But they don't have any depth either, which was my entire point.
Yeah, they don't.
Who was their big offseason signing? It was DeAndre Ayton. Yeah.
Dominating.
Woo!
No, the Cavaliers making the conference finals or the Knicks is not a testament to those teams. It's a major issue with the Celtics, who should be the best team, and the Pacers, who made the finals last year, losing their 2 best players to Achilles injuries. It's not, and then deciding to have a non-competitive year. The Pacers don't sign Miles Turner; they could have, and the Celtics trade everybody on the roster. They traded Drew Holiday, they traded Kristaps Porzingis. Like they absolutely checked out this season on purpose.
Is that kind of Fat Joe?
It is, yeah. It's formerly Fat Joe.
I wonder...
less Heavy Joe.
I wonder what it costs to get him off the couch and over to Abu Dhabi to perform at halftime.
Life's good if you're Fat Joe.
It's got to be a couple $1,000,000, right?
$60K.
Oh, Fat Joe needs more than $60K
you think
to
Fat
get
Joe's? It's not Pitbull.
Has he squandered all of that money he made in music? I know he probably hasn't had a hit in a while, but come on.
Christian Fat Joe is a rapper from the late 90s and early aughts.
Skinny guy?
Teamed with Big Punisher quite a bit. Not Big Punisher, not a skinny guy.
Fat Joe.
Well, that was kind of their thing. They were the big twins, and Big Punisher died very young.
But now he's Ozempic Joe.
He looks great. Yeah, he looks awesome.
But yeah, performing at halftime at
at a NBA preseason
I'm
game?
sure the Red Dragon was not available. Yeah, but it's a preseason game in Abu Dhabi. The people who are putting on the game are the ones who hired Fat Joe.
I bet they made him buy his own ticket.
You think Fat Joe's that hard up?
We're only paying Joe for the performance itself. You got to get there. You got to pay for your own stay. You got to get to the arena on your own.
Who was that rich dude? I think he was in Asia. Who had Rihanna play his wedding. Didn't he have to pay like $5 or $10 million or something like that to get Rihanna off the couch?
I thought it was like an Indian prince or something.
Yeah. And you're
Asia.
You're telling me that Fat Joe is
right, correct. Thank you.
$60K and he has to buy his own tickets? It's gotten bad for Fat Joe.
Yeah. Well, it's Fat Joe. It's a preseason game.
Do you think he at least got a free buffet or something over there?
He's like, they called Bad Bunny to do the Super Bowl. I got to get to the Abu Dhabi games. I got to stay relevant.
Wasn't Not So Fat Joe the answer, though, of New York when the Dodgers rolled out Ice Cube for the World Series?
That makes sense.
And didn't he get
Bing
panned?
bong.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. It's Jake and Penn, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Pretty
10
nice.
seasons?
Pretty nicely for me, yeah.
Wow.
Crazy. I know you didn't think so. Wow.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
It's up to the Grizzly Bear.
If I tell you he's 18 of 25 for 215 yards, one touchdown, no pick.
I take it.
And you also expect a W because they got everything around
W.
that.
Get some more street cred and say a dub.
Nah. I need
Come
a
on, Whitey
modest
White.
amount.
Here's your chance, Whitey White.
No, Whitey White needs a modest amount. I'm now referring to myself in the third person as Whitey White. What a horrible turn of events.
Here's your chance to get some street cred. Not the W. You don't need to pronounce it all the way.
W.
Nobody does.
Come on. We're going to count you down to 3, 2, 1.
We're back right after this. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit HotTubAndSwimSpaSale.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there. Stock number 759418. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your BYU at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake on his concern level about the running back depth chart with Sione Moa out.
Yeah, we're fine. We got guys that can run the ball. You just don't know about them yet, but there's guys that are capable of running the ball and guys that can play with LJ. There's a lot of guys that we feel good about in that room, and they'll make their mark. And a lot of you guys didn't know much about Sione Moa before either. So I trust Harvey Unga as a running back coach, and Fessy and A-Rod and TJ Woods there. So we'll be fine.
BYU at 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com for weddings, work, or any event. It's kennyjsbbq.com.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Ben, RSL has their season home finale coming up on Saturday. They're taking on Colorado at America First Field, and you could be going. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. We're hooking you up with a pair of tickets to go see RSL take on Colorado. Don't miss your chance to see RSL at home in the regular season one more time. 801-575-ZONE. Ben, you and I have this running joke about cats in the wall. It's from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. One of the characters, Dee, gets a cat stuck in her wall, and Charlie comes over to help her get the cat out, yet all of Charlie's solutions involve putting more cats actually into the wall.
Cat in the wall, eh?
Creating a much bigger problem. Is there a better example of cats in the wall than the NCAA tournament.
Okay.
There is news out there, Ben. Ross Dellinger had this report. He said, executives are inching closer to an agreement to expand the NCAA tournament to 76 teams with a 12-game opening round played at 2 sites starting in 26-27. Now, this has not been finalized, but this is the... Stop adding teams to the tournament.
I have always said I would have liked the NCAA tournament if these 8 other teams were 76 when they do 68 now. So, yeah, if I would have liked it had these 8 other teams been in it. Otherwise, you're just not going to get me to watch the games. I'm just not going to pay attention to the NCAA tournament unless they add 8 more teams to it.
I don't know what even the rationale for this is. Listen,
well, the rationale's obvious.
More games, more money.
Yeah.
But listen, what does everybody love about the NCAA tournament? What's the number one thing?
Brackets?
Yeah, but Cinderella's, upsets,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what people love about the first weekend in particular of the NCAA tournament. They want to see Valpo hit the shot or whatever.
Uh-huh.
So in this 12-game opening round, what do you bet me? It's all the long shots that get bumped into it, and then we're going to have fewer opportunities for the Valpos of the world. Because they're not going to put this is all an excuse to get more big conference teams in. That's what it's always been. The Southeast Missouri Conference or whatever is not going to get more bids. These bids are not going to go to the Big Sky. Damian Lillard still would not have made an NCAA tournament under this format. This is designed to get the 9th place Big Ten team into the NCAA tournament. This is so stupid, and it actually hurts the product, in my opinion.
A reminder that last year's Sweet 16, to your point, featured these schools: Auburn, Michigan, Ole Miss, Michigan State, Florida, Maryland, Texas Tech, Arkansas, Duke, Arizona, BYU, Alabama, Houston, Purdue, Kentucky, Tennessee.
The closest thing to a Cinderella there is BYU, and they're coming out of a major conference.
There's legitimately not a single non-P6 is what they call it in.
If you include the Big East.
In the NCAA, but even then I don't even know who's in what basketball conference anymore. But is there even a Big East? Yeah.
Yeah, there is. It's the P4 plus the Big East.
No, but was there even a Big East team in here?
No UConn.
Yeah, no UConn.
They lost because they got jobbed by the refs. Remember what that maniac was saying?
Yeah. So, no, there wasn't even that. It was truly, even I think exclusively, the P4 football conferences. There wasn't a Pac-12 school in there.
Nope.
Yeah, no, because Arizona had already made the jump. So, no, it was exclusively Big 12, ACC, Big 10, SEC.
Right.
Which is all they want. Yeah, so you're exactly right. These 8 extra teams they want to put in to team with the other 4 are Cinderella fighting Cinderella to eliminate a Cinderella making the run.
So aside from the greedy, gross university presidents, who is pushing for this?
Yeah, that's it. It's the power brokers. And the power brokers are the commissioners and the presidents / athletic directors of the most major schools.
I guess what I'm getting at is they always make up something altruistic. They never say this is just sheerly so we can get, how many extra games would that be? 6 extra games or whatever it'd be. Like they're not going to come out. The release is not going to say, in order so that we could make an extra $50 million, we've expanded the tournament. No, they're going to use an excuse. They always do. But I fail to see what that would be.
They paint it as, well, look, now Colorado State can make the tournament. Boise State's in the tournament every year. We added 8 more spots. You're in. That's more money, when really what they're doing is eliminating those teams' ability to make deeper runs, which is where the other bigger disbursement starts to come in, right? The further you get in the tournament, the more money your conference gets. That's what they're eliminating.
The more, what do they call them? Credits? No, it's something else.
Yeah, I think you're right.
What do they call
them?
Units.
Units, yeah.
Units. The more units you get.
And it does go to those schools I just mentioned. Yeah, you're exactly right. It's lying to people to paint it as inclusive when really it's just to put money into the pockets of the the teams already have it.
And no offense to my good buddy Tim Lacombe, who was in the play-in scenario with BYU for a couple of years and actually had some legendary games, both good and bad. Nobody cares. No, are you dialed into the play-in games? Of course you're not.
No, they'll be on just because whatever they're on. But yeah, it's your ticket to get to the thing. It's not even as good as the conference championship games.
And the fact that they're going to go to 2 sites, but you put it in Dayton every year is just what? It just doesn't make any sense. I have no idea why they would do this. And you know what? If you're going to go to 76, just create a whole nother round then.
Matt Brown, who runs Extra Point. It's kind of the Substack. He does a very good job. He's really I think he's one of the more enjoyable college football reporters out there right now. And he's formerly LDS, so he was pretty pertinent locally. He had a great point the other day because you see the Big Ten is trying to sell a bunch of they're trying to get private equity, right? They're trying to get all these companies to come in and give them all this money. And I thought he made a really astute point, which is you better explain what this money's for. And if this money is just to pay players, you're creating essentially a Ponzi scheme. He didn't say that, but that's the problem. If you're just getting money to pay the players, once you pay the players, that money's gone. It doesn't beget more money. It doesn't create more money for your conference. And so then you just have to go to the next way to raise money to pay the players. That's where this starts to get out of hand. So if on top of you're just trying to funnel the money to the top schools, which we laid out, how it's already done that in the NCAA tournament, even last year before they've added these Cinderella on Cinderella crime games. If this is just to get more money for the players, you got to solve that and you got to put the reins on that, because if this is all it ever becomes is every dollar is about which school can pay players more, you're never going to be able to slow that unless you really put the clamps on it early. And the further you get down the road, the harder it's going to be to walk back.
Well, and there's some new developments that you and I are not quite familiar enough, I think, to have an in-depth conversation.
I mean, I read the tweets again. It makes sense.
It depends on if you can limit it to the salary cap or not.
Yes.
Because that's what they're trying to do, is make it so it's not an unlimited whatever kind of thing.
So But
I don't think those rules will work, or I don't understand how they do.
Yeah, there is a new set of rules. Dan Murphy at ESPN tweeted this out about a half an hour ago. And he said, per sources, the D1 Board of Directors adopted a couple of new NIL rule changes today. And basically, the two rules are thus. Schools can no longer guarantee a player any money from a third-party NIL deal. Basically, I can't recruit you and say, hey, don't worry about our $20 million that we have to spend that we can disperse. There will be a third-party company that will pay you. That's fine. That's going to come out. They can't guarantee that anymore. Now, how do you enforce that?
You can't.
But that's the idea of the rule. And then the backup part of that rule is all collective booster deals must include specific direct activation. Essentially, you can't be Kawhi Leonard. If I'm going to pay you, there has to be an assignment, a work assignment for you to generate that money. You have to show up at my company, or you have to shoot this commercial, or you have to do X, Y, and Z. You can't just say, here's the money, we'll figure it out later.
I took that a little bit differently. I took that as there has to be like an there like a start and an end. Like you can't just promise, hey, we'll give you $5 million down the road. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, exactly.
There has to be you are going to be paid this much from your service from January 1 through July 7. And I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading that a little bit, but I don't think you can enforce any of that. That's the problem. That's the problem with saying that amateurism isn't a thing anymore. Is these rules made by who? Who's going to enforce those rules? Who's going to do anything about it?
And that's what the clearinghouse is supposed to do, and we'll see if they're able to develop that. I don't know if I have a lot of faith that they'll be able to.
But you get the overwhelming point is if Christian Esparza wants to give SUU's next dominant wing $10 million, there's nothing stopping him from doing it.
Still. Yes.
And there's no stick either where they can punish SUU for doing it. SUU can always now just say, it had nothing to do with us.
So here's a part of the rule that I think kind of overlaps with what you're saying. And this is another tweet from Dan Murphy. He says, some schools in the past have signed signed their athletes to deals that promise to cover the full cost of an NIL deal if Shady Esparza doesn't deliver on his money. So if Shady Esparza says, I've got $5 million for the next great fullback at SUU, and he can't pay it, in the past, schools could say, we will make sure you get your money. That's going to be guaranteed by us, but we think we have another guy who's going to pay it, which frees up our $20 million to give to other people. What they are saying now is, if you make that promise, your $20 million is spent. Or that comes directly out of your $20 million. There's no make good with somebody else. If the deal is agreed to that somebody else will pay you, you basically can't spend that money elsewhere as a school out of your $20 million allotment. Again, how is this enforceable?
Well, see, that was exactly my point. When amateurism was a thing, it was enforceable because if you took money from anyone, you were no longer an amateur and you are no longer eligible to play college sports. Hard and fast.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've taken that away. There's no way to enforce it. Christian and I got together and determined, Ben, that you can no longer use bathrooms on the second floor here at Broadcast House.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. We got together and we said, nope, no longer. Ben has to go either up a floor or down a floor. No longer can he use the second floor bathrooms.
Okay.
During the break, you're going to go use the second floor bathroom.
Yeah. You're not going to enforce it.
Because I have no authority to create the rule in the first place, let alone the arm it would take to enforce that. If the policy where nobody can use the bathrooms on the second floor, and anybody who does is no longer eligible to come into the building, well, that would be one thing. But Christian and I can't just get together and forbode you from going into the bathroom.
Correct.
I mean, these guys,
if he does, I'm going to put him in the toilet.
These executives or whatever can legislate now until they're blue in the face. There's no way they can stop Christian Esparza from paying the next SUU dominant wing, regardless of the circumstances.
Sure.
You can't stuff that back in the bottle. I don't see where any of this does.
I think it's a far more specific set of rules than you might be able to read it as. I think it really is a few very specific situations.
So now we're back to if BYU and Utah decide, or Utah State or SUU for that matter, decide to operate under the spirit of the rule, they're going to be at a disadvantage again?
Yeah.
Cat in the wall, eh?
Sure is.
Dan Murphy, and to go back to the direct activation phrasing and what that means, he said the second rule, which is the direct activation, addresses quote-unquote warehousing, where collectives pay for a player's NIL rights with a promise to use them later.
That's what I'm
but
saying.
But no specific example of how to use them. Essentially, again, you have to create a quote-unquote campaign, an advertising campaign, a work campaign, a show up at my job and do this campaign. That's the activation. You have to have a set thing, date, whatever, affiliated with why you're getting this money. It can't just be Kawhi Leonard no-show bucks.
Then what are you going to do about it?
Correct. That's the bathroom.
What are you going to do about it?
That's the ultimate bathroom, which is the clearinghouse says, you got to do that. I want to see that you set up a date that you're going to be there. Are they going to send somebody to every school? There's 300 Division I basketball schools. There's 130 Division I football schools.
But see, in fact, Kawhi Leonard is an excellent example. What is his defense? Yeah, I signed a marketing deal.
Yeah.
Whatever. They were happy. They paid me. They wanted me to do more. They would have told me to do more.
Yeah.
And it's going to work.
Probably, yes.
As guilty as I do, and following the reporting,
it.
Reporting on both sides of this thing, Ballmer and Kawhi Leonard did it. They did it.
Mm-hmm.
Actively and for a long period of time. They did it.
Yeah.
He's going to get off because of the gray area of just, what do you want from me? I signed a marketing deal. Steve Ballmer is already saying, I have nothing to do with it. I put them in the same room together once, and that was the end of my involvement.
Yeah.
And they're going to get away with it. So why would that be any different in college sports at all? It won't, is the answer. I don't care who's this bozo reporting, Dan Murphy, who I'm sure is perfectly great.
Dan's a bozo.
Yeah, of course, Dan.
He's truly the messenger.
The NCAA's D1 Board of Directors, you think they're going to do something about it?
I don't think so.
Haven't they already gutted the NCAA's entire enforcement department? Isn't it like just two people following the news because that's all they enforce anyway?
I'm with you. Unless somebody really wants to get in front of this, the people fake policing this, they're never going to do it. They say things to make it sound nice, to put a Band-Aid on a wound they have no interest in healing.
Well, they let the cat out of the bag.
They did. Far too much.
Out of the wall.
Out of the wall. Or they let
Put
the
it back
monster
in.
cat into the wall. Maybe that's it. Yeah. They threw a leopard back there.
That'll get them out.
That'll get them out. Scare the rest of the cats out of there. I don't know how they fix it, or even, you know what? They probably don't want to. That's the ugly secret about this. Is this all just placating fans who actually pretend to want fair play?
Yes. It sounds like rules. And they think that's good enough.
We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. Jake and Ben will wrap up the show next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment.
Ski Chevy is back with season passes to Solitude Mountain Resort. So drop into a participating Rocky Mountain Chevy dealer now. Plus, upgrade to a discounted Icon base pass when you purchase or lease any new Chevy model. From powerful trucks like Silverado to a versatile families of SUVs. Retail value per pass is $999. Offer valid while supplies last or until 10/31/25. See participating dealer for complete redemption details, vehicle eligibility, and restrictions. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers today.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's awesome.
60 days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Talk to me about this scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming.
You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Utes at 30 or at 50 update. Excuse me. Here's Devin Dampier's thoughts on his own career high for passing touchdowns.
I love it. We take whatever the defense gives us, and that was what turned out to work for us today. And just to see those guys, those guys can get open. We got multiple guys, so just be able to our offense to be so dynamic, it's great.
Utes at 50, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbbq.com. For weddings, work, or any event, kennyjsbbq.com.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to heal up during the bye week in preparation for the remainder of the Mountain West Conference schedule. Your home for the best coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on their ways, talking sports. They got him made Jake's and also loves his tie-dye. Ben's got style with his scarves. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts, they bring me engaging their thoughts. Jake's got wisdom beyond his years.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Join Hanson Scotty at the El Matador Restaurant, 606 South Main in Bountiful, coming up tomorrow from noon to 3. El Matador, a Utah Mexican food staple for over 50 years. Check it out at El Matador. Go hang out with Hanson Scotty. And I'm assuming that means that Mac and Olema will be there tomorrow.
I hope so.
TBD.
Love that show. Love Football Fridays with Hanson Scotty.
I love El Matador.
I have never had the pleasure. It sounds good.
It was our Christmas party they catered last year. Did you not come to the Christmas party?
No.
The one in the little conference room that's 5 seconds away from our door here, not hard to get to?
I'm pretty sure we gave Jake hell for not being there.
It was.
Well, I missed out on some good food, apparently.
You did?
I shouldn't,
Very good.
I shouldn't complain. I should get out there and check it out for myself. Had a weird show today, Ben. Feet were a large topic for some reason.
Put our best foot forward. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're trying
This is a personal matter. You know.
Yeah, never. If Rex Ryan criticizes you, just disregard immediately. I brought you around on this too, which I'm pretty proud.
You did. You sold me on Shador not talking about it because there was much lower hanging fruit than just not saying anything.
Hey, I'm not approving of Shador's act. I was basically advocating that he shouldn't listen to Rex Ryan.
Yeah.
I don't know why these guys listen to anybody. What difference does it make?
He probably doesn't need to be picking battles, though, with the media, and that would have been worse. So in that sense, he did not find the worst way to do it. Because, yeah, he could have taken cheap shots at Rex, which is what we did for the entire 50
No,
segment.
then Shador shouldn't do that either. He should just keep his head down and try and beat out Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah,
That's what he
should
be focusing on 1,000%.
It's what his future depends on it.
But I am, in the NFL, at some point, you got to stop telling people how good you are and actually do it.
Is he going to start a game this year for the Browns?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Do you think Dylan Gabriel's going to be good?
No.
So that's the thing. They've already started The house of cards is already crumbling to land at Shedeur getting a spot.
The problem is you can't go from the Bear if you're BYU to another true freshman. They're not going to get. They have more invested in Dylan Gabriel.
So they'll go back to Joe, or they'll stay with Dylan.
Right.
Okay. You might be right.
They're not going to go to the. When Kirk Cousins and RG3 were on the same team, it took RG3 to get injured before Kirk Cousins could get on the field. They weren't going to bench RG3 and put in Kirk Cousins.
Mm-hmm. You're also talking about a first-round pick and a fifth-round pick versus a third and a fifth.
Christian, over/under games started by Shedeur this year for the Browns, 0.5.
I think he starts.
I think he's going to start too.
I think they give him a chance.
I think he is going to start a game. But I get Jake's argument.
If Gabriel gets hurt, if somebody gets hurt, I don't think they will give up on Gabriel and go to Shedeur. I don't think they will do that.
It's a long season, and they're not going to win a lot of games. So I think when they're...
And Gabriel stinks.
4-10, I think Shedeur might start.
But if they go to Shedeur, they're giving up on Gabriel. And I don't think they're going to do that this year. Especially with the media circus around...
Third's a little higher.
Especially the media circus around Shedeur. Like, if they move off Gabriel and go to Shedeur, they can't go back. And I don't think they're going to close the book on Gabriel.
I think that's the annoying thing about Shedeur is the pathway for him to start a game is so easy if he were to just show the demeanor.
Yeah, be an adult.
Be an adult, and he won't even do that.
No, he likes driving fast and
talking.
And watching The Mouse in the Morning, apparently.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. Hans and Scotty G are coming up next.
Thanks,
we'll talk
Christian.
to you tomorrow. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take and bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at canyonsportstherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. I want you to know that it's the little things that count. Any remodeler can say they treat customers right when it comes to siding, gutters, windows, and exteriors. It's hard to know for sure. If a contractor uses cheap generic nails instead of super grippy ridge shaft nails for your siding, would you even know? If they use cheap $4 caulk to install your new windows instead of paying $9 a tube for the good stuff, could you tell by looking? It all comes down to the details and trust. At RGS Exteriors, we only do things one way, the right way. We never cut corners. We never skimp on details. We never do less than the job requires. That's why we offer our industry's exclusive 10-year everything guarantee. And it's why we have the happiest customers. If you need any gutters, siding, or replacement windows, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or online at rgsutah.com.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Thursday, which means it's a Ute preview show. We know that's going to happen. Whether or not Frank Dolce will be involved or not is yet to be determined.
We're sure hoping.
What's your conversations with Frank been like this week, Lloyd?
Not like that. They're pretty non-existent.
Yeah. Is he giving you the cold shoulder?
Not answering at all. Yeah, I'm like, okay.
Frankie, we're sending out the bat signal. We need you.
Bring shakes, too. I feel like a shake.
Ooh. Yeah, we'll eat it. Promise you, all 3 of us will eat it.
Maybe if we split it up like 3 ways. If you had a third of a shake, would you eat it?
I don't think so. Not today.
Not today.
This time.
Okay, then when? When would you do it?
I don't know, Lloyd. Sometimes later this weekend.
Well, don't get mad at me. I'm just curious.
I just don't know about it. I'm not ready for that level of commitment.
When a man makes a commitment.
I don't know if I can commit to a third of a shake right now, okay?
What if we put it on top of a mint brownie?
Boy, those are dangerous. Those BYU Creamery mint brownies are dangerous. They put those out on the media room. Oh, those go like hotcakes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. They go quick.
I get a little upset, but I'm also very grateful because we do a segment at the Utah State broadcast at halftime. We do one segment, and then I throw it back to studio for Parker to do his scoreboard stuff. And so we're first 4 minutes of halftime, we have that segment. And then we have a break to go to the bathroom, and they always bring out these great cookies, incredible cookies that Utah State provides at halftime. And every time I go out there, there's 20 minutes on the clock at halftime. I usually get out there at about 17 or 16:30 left on the clock, and every one of those cookies are gone. Just wiped out. Absolutely wiped out. If you want to see the closest representation on land to piranhas with blood in the water in the Amazon, put out cookies in front of the media at a football or basketball game.
It's gone.
It is a feeding frenzy. And, they're always gone.
That's those mint brownies, man.
And so I'm like, well, I probably shouldn't have a cookie, so they're making my decision for me.
Well, I'm hoping Frank shows up. Frankie, if you're out there, We need you. 1 o'clock. It's when the Utah pregame. I do know that he picked up some Thursday responsibilities, didn't he?
That's what he says. But does Frank really even work?
No.
He's like the least responsible person I know.
I did go to his office, though. He's got a gigantic office.
Of course he does.
But I was like, so what exactly would you say you do here? He didn't have a really good answer.
Yeah.
Shipping. And I said, okay.
I'm in textiles.
I said, all right, man.
Imports, exports.
Yeah, import and exporting business.
Glad we're on the same page here.
All right, we got a lot to get to. Again, U Preview show coming up from 1 to 3. We will do nothing but talk Utah football for the 2 hours. Even though Utah may be on a bye, we don't care. We got a lot to break down with the Utes coming off that win on the road against West Virginia. But let's kick things off talking a little BYU right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go!
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your starting lineup right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, all brought to you by Mountain Land Supply, where the pros go. If you need anything that water runs through, outside irrigation, inside plumbing, whatever the case might be, guess what? Mountain Land Supply's got you covered. Go to mountainland.com to find the location near you and say, what's up, Tim? Hook us up.
All right, Scotty, I need to retract a statement.
Okay.
Because after a deeper dive, I realized that I said something that was inaccurate.
Usually retractions take place at the end of the show, but we're going to kick it off with
this is a retraction from... was it Monday, maybe? Tuesday? That I was talking about West Virginia in Stanford?
Yeah. Monday, I think.
West Virginia's a better team
than Stanford.
Yeah.
You said you thought Stanford might beat West Virginia.
Yeah. Because the last two games, losing 41-0 or 41-7 and 48-10 or whatever it was, the Utah and Kansas games, really embarrassing. They were beat up badly. So I went back and I watched about 35, 40 minutes of the West Virginia versus Pitt game. That's at West Virginia. And as you mentioned, it's pretty heated rivalry.
Oh, yeah. Yep. There's a name for it, too, like backyard brawl or something. I can't remember, but yeah.
Well, I could tell that there was some bad blood, and I could tell it meant a lot to both teams, but I could also tell that in the first quarter, they were both terrible. First quarter ended 0-0, and it was just bad football. A lot of bad mistakes, nothing gigantic, 2 missed field goals. Like, it was just one of those quarters where you're like, what?
Ugh.
What is this? Well, this game, after going 0-0 in the first quarter, it ends 31-24. So there was a lot of action that went on in the second, third, and fourth quarters. Now, this game is bizarre. And I don't know if you know any more on this, and maybe you can help me a little bit with it, but Nico Martial, he ends up getting going in the second quarter. Starts cranking a little bit. Middle part of the third quarter, they sit him and they bring in this freshman, Scotty Fox Jr. He proceeds to come in for 2 series, back-to-back interceptions. Bam, bam. 2 interceptions, back-to-back. So then they bring in this Jalen Henderson, who's a senior and I guess a bit of a journeyman, but they bring in this Jalen Henderson who has been at Fresno, Texas A&M. He's made all the rounds. And they bring in Jalen Henderson, and he does nothing. Falls flat into the third quarter. So then they bring Martial back, and Martial proceeds to drive them down the field for a tying score. And then he has a sweet drive in overtime to get them the first score. And Pitt couldn't match it. And West Virginia gets the win in overtime. So Martial was a big part of this, but it really wasn't as much about the quarterbacks. It was about this running back, Ty Edwards. Now, the crazy thing about Ty Edwards is he's played 1 game this year. Only 1 game, and it was this game against Pitt. And he went for 25 carries, 141 yards, and 3 touchdowns. 3 touchdowns. Now, I watched him, and the yardage that he was getting was hard-earned yardage. This guy is 6'2", 225 pounds. He's big. He's a really big kid.
Yeah, for a running back?
For a running back. 6'2", 225 pounds, and he's a battering ram. And anything short distance, he was getting. So they were getting themselves into 3rd and 2s. He was getting it. They got himself into a 3rd and goal on the 2. He went and got it. We ran right into the guard's back, and between his power and the guard's power, pushed for 2 yards and got the touchdown. So his yardage was hard-earned yardage. Now, here's what's crazy. He was not available for Kansas or Utah. But now he's available. So we're going to see number 2, Ty Edwards, against BYU coming up tomorrow night. So I'm kind of on red alert for a few reasons. Number one, that's just how I am because I'm a former player. So my antennas go up automatically because I'm like, I'm not preparing enough. I don't know enough. These guys could come in and shock me. So my antennas are up. As my antennas go up, there's a couple of things that kind of come to mind. Number one, of the 3 quarterbacks I just mentioned, Martial, Fox, and Henderson, none of the 3 are listed as the starter against BYU. It's a freshman named Khalil Wilkins.
Yeah.
That we saw for just a minute against Utah last week.
Yep.
For just a minute. And Henderson finished things out. Henderson's injured, so he's not available. Martial's not available. And I think the Fox kid ruined it. Back-to-back interceptions in the 3rd. And it's weird. It's almost like, was Rich Rod – I don't think Marshall got hurt. I didn't see him get hurt. I almost feel like Rich Rod was like, you know what? Things are going too well. Let's bring it down a bit.
Let's, It's
our rival. Why not do something weird?
Yeah, let's get crazy. You know what they're not going to expect? Bringing in a crappy quarterback. They won't know what hit them.
They won't know what to do with 2 interceptions.
Yeah.
This will catch them so off guard. So I think Fox just ruined it for himself. But it could be a short leash on Khalil Wilkins. And what I'm saying is I just don't know what to expect. You know, Khalil Wilkins, he's only got 65 yards of passing, but he's got over 100 yards of rushing. So Khalil Wilkins is 3 of 6 for 63 yards and 1 touchdown, and that was against Utah. But Khalil Wilkins has gotten in the game, and he's had 16 rushing attempts for 106 yards. He's biting off 6.6-yard chunks. So he can move, and that's who we're expecting to see. And by the way, so this will be your backfield. Freshman Khalil Wilkins at 6'3", 210 pounds, stacked with Ty Edwards at 6'2", 225 pounds.
That's a problem. So size-wise,
I guess what I'm saying is, I'm taking back my thought that this team is not as good as Stanford. That Stanford would beat them. I think West Virginia would beat Stanford. They do have a couple of tight ends that they like to use, and this game was largely won because Martial hit their starting tight end down the seam to get them into scoring position to tie this game up. This tight end is Grayson Barnes, number 80. Hit him right in the seam. It was real pretty. 25-yard gain. And started marching him. And then Edwards finished it off, the running back. So the point I'm trying to drive home, Scotty, is BYU should absolutely dominate West Virginia. But I've gotten my hand slapped in Big 12 play. And guess who slapped my hand the hardest the last time I got my hand slapped? It was West Virginia. Now, that was at West Virginia. But my goodness, that was 2 years ago. That was my first year on the call. But my goodness, it was like I did not see this coming. Offensive linemen catching angles. Offensive linemen driving defensive linemen. Getting themselves into second and shorts. Capitalizing on second and shorts with longer shots. Nice touches, good play calls. And then their defense making it a living hell for the first start of Jake Retzlaff. That was his first start on the road in a tough environment. And it was like, man, I went into that game pretty darn confident.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking, yeah, this is, just don't give Jake Retzlaff too much opportunity to lose this game, keep it formed, run. You'll be able to run all over West Virginia. Like the numbers show that you should be able to run on West Virginia. They're giving up 153 yards a game, which makes them 82nd in the country in rushing defense. So if they're giving up 153 yards a game, that means between Bear Bachmeier, L.J. Martin, and everything else this run game has, that means 225 to 230.
I was going to say 200's
Yeah.
kind of your basement, if that's their average.
Yeah, because ECU was giving up way less. Colorado was giving up way less.
Yeah.
And BYU went and took it from them. So, you think to yourself, no, they'll manage this with, again, good RPO, good mesh points, good option looks. The mesh points have been good. You'd think that there'd be some mess ups with a true freshman, but there haven't been any real delayed pulls or gives that have made that mesh point sloppy that concern me much. So, you look at this and you're like, geez, they give up 153 yards. They're one of the worst in the country. BYU should be able to run. They can't pass to save their life.
Especially if you're going with a freshman.
Yeah, with this Khalil Wilkins. So you should come out of this +2 in the turnover category.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because at this point, BYU's had one turnover in 4 games.
Yeah.
And that one turnover was a punt return.
The offense is yet to commit a turnover.
They have not committed a turnover.
Jeez, it's unbelievable.
Is that wild?
That is crazy. I mean, the season is
with a true freshman.
With a true freshman, the season is a third of the way over for BYU. And they have yet to commit an offensive turnover.
I know this is stupid and gimmicky and cliche, but if you want to understand why they're 4-0, that's it.
That's it right there. Yeah, no, there's a reason coaches say it over and over because it's true.
BYU is number 5 in the country in turnover margin. 7 for, 1 against.
Oof.
They're a +6 through 4 games.
And the 7's not a crazy number.
No.
Like they're not forcing a ton of turnovers.
No, because remember, was it last year that was 22 interceptions?
Yeah.
They led the country in interceptions last year.
Yeah.
22. They were just, in fact, it was like a 17-game streak that they had an interception. That came to an end against Portland State.
Yeah. Oh, man. No, BYU's in a really good place. And this is one of those where you worry about that because, as you mentioned, West Virginia's got dudes. Look, you're still a Big 12 team. This is still a P4 quality team going through some issues, going through some depth issues, and trying to transform itself with a new head coach. That all being said, and if we're going cliches here, any given Saturday, something can happen. And if you're not playing a B+, A- game, and they're playing out of their minds, then yeah, you very well could have yourself a game before it's all said and done on this one.
That's my thought, and that's my concern. Even though the concern level is low, it's just so funny because I'm so used to the player's mindset. Even after 19 years on air, I'm so used to the player mindset that when I'm watching film, I talk myself into ways that I could get beat.
Yeah.
And then I start to devise a plan in my mind, visualize how I'm going to fight against that to make sure that doesn't beat me. Now, back in my player days, I could focalize on just one spot, typically the guard in the center, sometimes a fullback if they like downhill blocking, and I could put together a pretty good picture of what I see and what I want to do. As an analyst, I'm taking a look at the big scheme of things and not as much one-on-ones. The big scheme of things, they've got some speed.
Mm-hmm.
This Rodney Gallagher, the receiver, he's fast. Grayson Barnes, the tight end, he's big. And he hits a good route. And they look him up. He's a senior. He's 6'4", 230 pounds. And they look him up. And he runs decent routes. Now, BYU's taken tight ends out of the game. They've taken 3 of the country's best tight ends, they've taken them out of the game. Colorado didn't throw to their tight ends going into the game. They just didn't have a tight end that they liked. But this Grayson Barnes, they'll go to him. BYU can take him out. I know that. BYU can take him out of the game, but then it's like, okay, well, then do they have something that does? Is Ty Edwards going to get you? Is Khalil Wilkins, is he good enough a quarterback that he can – which, see, again, I'm talking myself into it. He's a freshman.
Yeah. I mean,
he's a freshman.
But I also think that's what the coaching staff at BYU is doing right now, because they're like, we have to find something to tell these guys, hey, guess what? If you don't contain this, or if you allow this to happen, this team will beat you. And, I mean, they're going and not only looking at West Virginia, but they're self-scouting like crazy, being like, hey, guess what? You haven't done this right, this right, this right. If you screw that up against West Virginia, we're going to lose that game. Now, it may be inaccurate or over-exaggerated, but still, that's what, as a coaching staff, you got to do is you nitpick. And we say this all the time. The better a team gets, the more we nitpick on the air, because we know how good this team can be.
That's the thing. That's the thing. And, you know, I always worry about, you're gonna get some pushback by commenting on the BYU defensive ends, but it's like, no, it's just a small detail. And maybe they are doing what they're asked: shrink down gaps, contain, keep quarterbacks in pocket. They're doing what they're asked. But there is a next level. Once you've done what you asked, disengage from your blocker, get the sack. You know, there's guys will take risks. There's still a bit of crazy. The thing is I don't know how much you're going to have to do that, because Jack Kelly is a true sack artist. He's going to be a double-digit sacker this year.
Yeah. What, 5 through 4? Or 4 through 4?
4 through 4.
Okay. Yeah. He's on pace for sure.
He should be a double-digit sacker. And they're using him enough and you know he's going to be that guy again with this Khalil Wilkins, because Khalil Wilkins, this freshman, much more likely to run. So, which I know that negates a sack and leans towards a TFL. But, you know, if he tries to pull up, you get that sack. Jack could definitely come out of this one with 2 sacks. While this Khalil Wilkins, this freshman's trying to get off the edge and make something happen. And it's kind of fun watching Glasgow and Kelly go back and forth on who's going to be stats leader and who's going to be the playmaker.
Yeah. You know there's a good competition there.
I guarantee there is.
Yeah.
I guarantee, because Hoke and I used to have it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would imagine you and Hoke back in the day.
We had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both of us had grabbed the box score after a game. And we both whine and complain. They didn't. I was in on that first. That was my TFL. That's my sack, or that's my pressure, or that's, you know. We'd sit there and bicker, and we'd have fun. And then we'd prepare the week knowing that we wanted to compete.
Yeah. All right, Hans and Scotty, 1227. Frank Dolce will join us coming up at 1:05, we think, for the Ute preview show. Either way, Hans and I are going to be talking a lot of Utah football from 1 to 3 right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Deion Sanders is very relevant, and it's cool that he says nice things about Kalani, because Deion is so electric. Everything he does is news, and saying nice things about the BYU head football coach is cool. And if you spend time with Kalani Sitake, you're going to like him. I bet you $1 zillion if you spend a few minutes with that guy, you're like, oh, this guy's cool.
I also think game recognizes game. Deion recognizes Kalani's a good coach. If you don't see that Kalani's good at this, it's a you problem. You know, if you're going to overlook Kalani and not recognize that what he's building is pretty special at BYU and that you're going to have to be prepared for it, you're just probably not a very good coach. But Kalani's done a heck of a job putting this program together. So I think Deion also has enough knowledge to recognize that what Kalani has built is authentic and is real and is something worth respecting. And I'm not saying steal a page out of his book, but recognize that what he's doing is doing it the right way.
Hear Jake Scott and Ben Anderson every day from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. and bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best lunch spot. Healthy, hearty, light, fresh, customizable, and very craveable. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3, soon with extended hours. Fresh flavors, iconic location. The Garden Restaurant.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, BYU, West Virginia, Friday night. Andrew Gentry on what he expects to see from that West Virginia defense.
They do a lot, speaking specifically about the defense. You know, they're going to do a lot. They're going to give us a lot of different fronts. They're going to have good athletes. And, you know, it's Big 12 play, so everybody's going to be good, right? You can never take any week for granted. Every team is going to have phenomenal athletes. So West Virginia's got great athletes. They got great coaches. So it's going to be a really great game, and we're really excited to play it and excited for the challenge ahead.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, presented by, tell you what, the best barbecue on the planet. All you have to do, Hans, get to their website right now, Kenny J's Barbecue, and find out all the information you need about how they can cater your next event. KennyJBBQ.com. That's KennyJBBQ.com. And if you want to check out the best barbecue right there on the spot, go to their location in the district in South Jordan.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5 The KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. All right, Hans, we talked a lot about the West Virginia offense.
Yeah.
You just heard Andrew Gentry there talk about the West Virginia defense.
Yep. They've got some pretty decent personnel, like you said, and they are going to move around. They're going to have different lineups. They're going to bring, they run what they call a bandit backer, so it's kind of an undersized defensive end that'll come to the line. He can play a bit of the nickel position. He can rotate into a tight end route. Like, he's kind of all over the place. Guy named Braden Siders. So they'll move that up the line. They like to walk 5 up. They'll blitz 6. They blitzed the hell out of Pitt. They tried to blitz Kansas, and it just didn't work as well. But they went after Daniels. They hit Daniels a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, they thumped him up good. So my idea is that they're going to come after the true freshman. They're going to try to scramble Bear Bachmeier's eggs a bit. So that's why the Andrew Gentry comment, I just thought, man, I want to talk about that for a second, because I saw what he's seeing. They just walk guys the line, and it's popcorn rushes. They'll bring 5, they'll bring 6, they'll rush 3, drop 4. Like they'll do all kinds of things just off the front, which make it confusing. And
yeah,
difficult.
how hard is that as an offensive line when you're like, okay, they're stacking 7, but you have a strong suspicion somebody's going to drop out, but you just don't know who it's going to be.
That's the tough thing, Scotty, because the game defensively has evolved so much since I've left it that offenses run more zone now than they do man.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just going back to my time in the Howard Mudd offensive line, or going back to my time in any offensive line sets that I ever had, I've always been a man responsibility. It's always been some type of man pickup. So what you do is you run a lot of slide protections, and you run a lot of max protects, where you've got gap responsibilities and not man responsibilities. And if everybody understands their slide protection and their gap responsibility and their slide protection, then typically you can pick these things up. Typically. Sliding into this kind of defense is the best thing to do. But as we've seen, BYU doesn't run any traditional pass sets anyway. They don't run traditional 3 and 5 steps, where you're asking 5 to block and the quarterback to pick up the blitzer off the backside with his brain, off the hot. They don't do that a lot. So they will slide protect. My guess is they'll play action protect, where they'll pull an extra guard and an extra tackle, and they'll run some play action protections that, again, just go into a zone concept to pick up whatever slicing blitzer they might have. Where you can get lost, like for instance, LJ Martin, critical in this game. Because where you can get lost is if you've got a running back that doesn't fully understand his slide protection running back pickup responsibilities. Then he'll screw you.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to slide so you get your 5 bigs on at least 5 bigs. And then if a running back has to pick anybody up, you're hoping it's a nickel.
Yeah.
Maybe an outside linebacker, but not at the end. So that's what you're trying to do with your slide concepts. And BYU's, they're doing that most of the time.
And LG's solid at it, too. He's been around for so long that he knows where to go.
Well, he's so good that I sent out a tweet after I went back and reviewed the BYU Colorado game. So it would have been Monday. I sent out a tweet and said LJ Martin in pass pro was critical. He was critical. And he will be again against West Virginia. That's why when you hear, like even Kalani Sitake was asked about running back depth. And I think even Kalani was like, no, we're not worried about it. We got guys that can run the ball. Yeah, that's true. But do you got guys that are going to pick up what you need to pick up?
Yeah. I mean, you feel good with LJ, but you bring in somebody off the bench who needs to pick up a big, it's 3rd and 7, and he's got to figure out where that blitz is coming from. Do you feel comfortable with that?
Okay, so it's kind of funny how our conversations get going. Okay, so that Colorado game, they rotate in Nawahine.
Yeah.
And they had that flats pass working. They caught the defense in a zone look where they would not man concept on the running back, and Bear Bachmeier was able to hit that flats to L.J. Martin multiple times. Well, they rotate Nawahine in, down by the goal line, and he trips on his own feet, headed out in the flats. So it's the stupid small little details. Yeah, that's a small little detail, but that ended up costing them 4 points because they kicked a field goal.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that's...
No, I think you're right.
Yeah, that was the drive that ended in the field goal. Because remember, Nawahine was just trying to release to the flats, tripped on his own feet, fell down, Bear threw the pass on the outside. It tumbles, and then they go to kick a field goal.
Mm-hmm.
So when I hear people talking about running back depth, it's one of the easiest things to forget in football, that a running back has insane responsibilities outside of taking a football and hitting a gap with it. And it just seems like some, like these freshmen or inexperienced. I think that's why you're having a hard time getting Rex on the field. That's why, you haven't seen Jafessa maybe as much. Because, those guys can run the ball. But I got to have you doing the things I need you to do.
Yeah.
And by the way, if you don't, this defense will capitalize. They will. This is what I would call an opportunistic defense. They're going to test the areas until one opens.
Mm-hmm.
Then when one opens, they're going to hit you, and they hit you hard. They had an ejection against Kansas on helmet to helmet. Their starting safety, Fred Perry, got ejected in that game for a helmet to helmet because he wanted to take off Daniel's head. So they want to hit, and they're going to want to hit Bear. And these guys are playing physical, even though these are 2 blowout losses against Utah and Kansas. They're playing physical. So 2 guys that I've got my eyes on, just as a former guard. Number 99 he's a defensive tackle, Hammond Russell, and number 96 defensive tackle, Edwards Vesterinen. They both have 2 sacks. Each of them have 2 sacks. So it's kind of rare to find 4 sacks between your 2 starting D tackles. One of the sacks was against Pitt in overtime. It was Vesterinen, number 96, in overtime when the game was on the line. He took that Kansas offensive guard and threw him like he was a baby, chucked him, and strip sacked Daniels. Now, Kansas got the ball back because they reviewed it, and they saw that Daniel's hand was moving forward, or I can't remember, knee was down. But it was a strip sack. And ball was on the ground, and they thought they'd ended it, but Kansas got the ball back. But those 2 guys, you look on the inside, and I know Austin Leusa was on the injury report. I know Waylon Apuaho, he's back, and it's great that he's back. But those guys...
But he's not 100%.
He's not 100%. Those guys will have their hands full. So it might sound like Gentry's given a little bit of player speak, like, oh, well, they got guys. I saw with my own eyes. They got guys. And so I'm like I said, my antennas are up. This is going to be a 3-score win for BYU. Should be.
Yeah.
17 plus. Should.
I agree with that. I don't know what the spread is, but I imagine it's probably in that range.
I think it's 18.5.
Lloyd, you know what the spread is for this bad boy? Christian's the degenerate. He should know.
I'll tell you right now.
I'm not the degenerate.
I said Christian is.
Oh, I thought you said
is
me.
Christian
I'm
right there?
I'm not.
Yeah, it's still 18.5.
18.5. Okay. It's about right. Actually, Christian's my favorite. I take that back. I'm sorry, Christian.
We know this to be true.
Christian's a good dude.
He is.
So I expect a big win. And then the last point I want to make, We saw Evan Johnson with the 2 interceptions that turned the tides against ECU.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado just didn't throw at him.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah, they just didn't throw at him.
Like, no, we're not. We're gonna mess there.
Evan Johnson's a good cover man.
But I want to back up a little bit though, in terms of you and I. I don't think don't call this fear mongering. We're not saying that BYU is going to lose this game. Both of us anticipate BYU is going to win this game and win it fairly easily.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think it's important to point out that there are elements to what West Virginia has on that team that can give BYU fits if they don't play up to their potential.
Absolutely.
And so there is a script out there in which BYU could struggle in this game, and this game could be close. Now, do I think that will happen? No. I think BYU is so goal-oriented at this point, and Kalani has these dudes locked in at such a high level. I think BYU will take care of business, and we'll probably cover that 18.5. But there is a scenario in which West Virginia could hang.
Another thing I don't like is that the standard has been set a little bit, because Kansas beat them 41-10, Utah beat them 48-14. So everybody's running by deduction, and I think BYU's probably thinking, well, we got to beat them 40 to something, because that's what the better teams in the league are doing. And I don't like that mindset either.
Yeah,
that puts you into a different role. You start thinking, what can I do? How can I get mine?
Yeah.
What do I, instead of what's my job?
Yeah.
And you start thinking independently, and then you play independently, and then you open up gaps because you're a moron. You open up gaps thinking, oh, well, I've got to go do this because we got to put up the style points. They do kind of need to beat them by 38 to something.
Yeah.
That Kansas game, which is weird because West Virginia just starts sluggish. And typically teams start sluggish against them. Kansas, it was 7-0 in the first quarter. They end up beating them 41-10. Now, Utah was more consistent. Remember, Utah came out and went 14 points in the first, 14 points in the second. They scored with that last drive before the end of the second quarter by Utah.
Big boy drive.
That's the best of Utah.
Yep.
That's the best of their offense. What you saw in that last drive right before the half, it was like, man. And they scored, and it was clock management. They didn't give West Virginia any time to try to do anything tricky. It was really beautiful management. But they went 14-14, banged them out, had rotators in by the middle of the third. I mean, you would think BYU could do it. I think that they got the ability to do it. But as you just mentioned, it's like little pieces that I'm seeing. I'm like, no, I don't like this. I don't like this running back that's coming back.
Yeah.
This Ty Edwards. I don't like him.
In fact, I hate him.
In fact, I put the target on him. If I'm a D tackle, I'm putting a target on him. I'm like, if I come through on a rush and he's picking me up, I'm going to put my helmet in his face mask, and I'm going to make sure he feels every play that we run through.
And I think it's important to note, because you mentioned this, and there's such this feeling about football that people that haven't played it or don't know much about it, that there's an intention to harm and cause them long-term injury. No, it's about testing.
Yeah.
Like, that's the great thing about football. It tests you and your mental and physical capacity to exist.
Yeah.
And on that football field. And so if a guy's coming back from injury, you guys all know that. And you're like, okay, this is his first game back. He left in that first game of the year. Okay, how much does he want to be out there? Okay, well, we're going to find out. Let's find out how much he wants to be out there. Let's get after him. Let's knock him around a little bit. Mm-hmm. And if he stays out there, then all right, game on. Let's go. You're good. We're good. Let's have a battle. But we're going to make you feel it and see where your commitment level is.
And that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Jack Kelly, Glass, those guys are going to drill him. They're going to hit him. And because he is one of the outlets that could get you. Might be the outlet.
Yeah.
Offensively. Because he's a power runner.
Yep.
You better work on your tackling.
Yep. Get ready. All right. 12:48. Hans and Scotty. Looks like Frank Dolce will be joining us. Well, yeah, there wasn't necessarily a confirmation. This appears to be a you and him issue. This does not involve me and Hans.
No. So you guys can hop off that conversation, I guess.
It's like you and Frank need to come come to some common ground.
We'll see if that happens.
I'm just glad it's not me. That's all I care about. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I love some of these promotions that America First Credit Union runs. I like this one that they've got right now. If you're ready to start helping your money do more, there's never been a better time than right now to join America First. Just a limited time. When you become a member and you open up a checking account, they're going to give you $100 cash bonus. How about that? Just $100. Put right into the account if you come up and open up an America First Credit Union account. They also have some for students and youth. So if you want to open up a youth account, they'll throw some cash in there for the youth as well. But come into America First Credit Union, open up an account, instantly get some cash in your account, have a little bit of fun with it. America First Credit Union, try to take care of you. How about this? 6 months, 0% interest with an America First Visa Platinum card. 0%, 6 months. You have no interest responsibilities. So if you need cash right now, you could get it. And you can get access to that card today. Just find an America First Credit Union branch, get in there, go talk with one of the managers, and they'll get you set up with that America First Visa Platinum card. Doing so many things to help us here in the state of Utah. Started right here in Utah in 1939. That's why we love them. America First Credit Union at americafirst.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right. We're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025's marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the Shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there.
Stock number 759418. Subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Are your kids picky eaters? Bring them in and try our chicken fingers or a grilled cheese sandwich. They'll be smiling big in no time. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utes have an off week after that dominating performance against West Virginia. Kyle Whittingham loves going into that off week with the W.
Huge. You don't want to sit on a loss ever, but to sit on it for 2 weeks is double the torture. And so it's really big to be able to end that, almost first half of the season on a positive, get some guys healed up, hopefully, and give us momentum into the next contest.
It's your Utes at 50 update, all brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. They've got the great location in the district in South Jordan, and they'll also deliver and cater your next event. Go to KennyJBBQ.com and check out their catering menu. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, we got RSL tickets. You want them? Call and claim them. Caller number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. You win a pair of tickets. See RSL versus Colorado coming up Saturday, October 4th at America First Field. I know you got a game this week, so no chance for you to go and hit a movie this weekend. But there is a movie coming out that I am very fascinated for you to watch. And I don't know if you'll watch it or not, but it's an interesting premise. And I was reading about it earlier today. I wanted to bring it up to you. I know we don't have whole world news, but I thought I'd bring this up. The name of the movie is called Good Boy. Mm-hmm. And there's a man, the director and writer, his name's Ben Leonberg, and he takes his dog with him everywhere.
Okay.
And he's been on a bunch of movie sets. He's done a bunch of stuff, and he loves this dog. His dog is a Nova Scotia duck trolling retriever.
Okay.
And the dog's name is Indy. And he loves this dog. And he and this dog go everywhere together. It's like his soulmate. He loves this dog. And anyway, he goes to all these movie sets where there's all these different guys and characters, and he's thinking, I wonder what that's like from the perspective of my dog. Like, he's seeing all these weird things going on all the time. What's that got to be like for him? So he wrote a movie called Good Boy in which this dog is living in a haunted house. And the movie is shot from the point of view of the dog.
And how freaked out he must be?
Yeah. In a it's a horror movie from the perspective of his dog.
Does that come out this weekend?
It comes out tomorrow.
And it's a theater only, or is it?
I don't know where to find it, but I'm going to find it because I want to watch it. Now, there was such a bad pushback on this movie because they're like, if there's even a chance this dog dies, I'm not going to go see it. I don't want no part of it.
Well, it doesn't sound like this director would have that.
And so the director actually had to put out a disclaimer saying, okay, you know what? I don't want my movie to get spoiled, but I'm going to let you know the dog makes it.
Yeah, because people hate seeing dogs
they don't want
get hurt.
And he wants as many people to see this. Now he goes, there's other people in the movie, and guess what? I'm not going to tell you what happens to them, but There's going to be some ugly stuff happening to some people around the dog, but rest assured the dog's going to be okay.
Interesting premise. I'll go watch it. The movie I'm most excited to watch, though, is The Rock.
Yeah. What was that? Smashing something? Smashing Machine.
That's the one I'm most excited to watch.
Yeah. This one might be a wait till Netflix and watch it at the theater, or watch it in your home theater. The Good Boy.
The life story of Mark Kerr, who I don't know who Mark Kerr is, but I'm going to learn. But apparently he was good friends with Mark Coleman. I guess Mark Coleman is in the movie.
Oh, really? Okay.
But not the actual Mark Coleman, but a character of Mark Coleman is in the movie. And his nickname was the Hammer. So I don't know why. It's called Smashing Time?
I already forgot. Christian told me what it was. Smashing Machine.
Okay. Well, I'm excited for that. That comes out, I think, next weekend.
Let's see. No, tomorrow as well, October 3rd.
Oh, well then I might go hit that Saturday.
There you go. Yeah, you got your weekend available to you.
Might go hit a movie.
Frank Dolce is with us. We'll kick it off next. It is your Ute preview show coming up straight ahead. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's time for you to get that executive MBA program, and Utah State's here to help. The John M. Huntsman School of Business Executive MBA program, because there's points in your life where you think, okay, you know what? I want this promotion. I would like to earn this much money. I would like to take this next step, but there feels like there's that ceiling keeping you from where you want to be. Well, guess what? You can bust right through it with that executive MBA program. Utah State knows you're busy. You've got all these different commitments in your life with your job, your family, whatever the case might be. So they are going to customize that program to fit your needs. You can start any semester you want, summer, fall, spring. You can extend that program out. Normally, it's a 2-year program. You can knock it out in a year if you want, or you can extend it multiple years as well. And they'll even waive the application fee. Check it out for yourself. The Executive MBA program, available all up and down the Wasatch Front. All satellite locations are available to you. And I might add, you can also do it completely online. It's the Executive MBA program with the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a line around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah goes 3 wide here on 3rd and goal. They'll split out Parker as well. He's the 4th in the pattern. Dampier to the end zone. Oh, what an adjustment. J.J. Buchanan with a touchdown. They'll bring in the tight end, Otto Tia, as part of the triangle down at the bottom. Dampier running the other direction. Hops through and is in. Touchdown. Dampier loads up, fires, and he's got it there for the touchdown. Ryan Davis slides in smoothly on a 32-yard hit.
Feels great. It's just what we needed to clean our pipes out, so to speak. And, that was the objective all week long. And we spent a lot of time talking about just that, hey, we need to come back and play our kind of football and play the full 60 minutes and get back on track.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Let's do it, folks. It's your Ute preview show. The legend, Mr. Ute himself, Frank Dolce, joining us. Hi, Frank.
Hey, Scotty.
How are you?
It would not
Great.
be a Ute
Fantastic.
preview show without a Ute on it.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So you got.
Thank you.
We got Frank, and we love Frank. Frank brings the heat every Thursday, and he brought the heat towards Lloyd.
Let me apologize for everything I've done to you, Frank. I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry for wronging you all last week.
That sounds very sincere.
I have
am.
never.
You know what?
You know what?
Wait a second.
Even Hans Olsen thinks that's a bad apology.
With this guy for 18 freaking years, and I've never heard those words come out of his mouth for anything that you've offended me with. Why are you just going to free
Lloyd
flow apologize?
And by the
to
way,
Frank?
I want an apology to me where I'm just sitting here minding my own business, getting ready for the show on my computer, and all of a sudden I start catching strays, which I wanted no part of that.
And Lloyd hit Scotty with this guy and points at Scotty, continues to.
You know what, Lloyd? I just want to say that was sincere and heartfelt, and I fully accept your apology, and we're solid.
I appreciate it.
You and me.
Were you able to get back on the golf course, though? Were you able
No!
Oh, so you just missed the whole
Yeah.
It was probably a great course, too.
Oh, it was amazing. It's an amazing course.
Yeah, Lloyd, you deserve it.
I probably did yourself a favor. For you
How
not
is the
going.
golf game, by the way, Frank?
I didn't want to shoot another 107.
Was it Glenn Wild?
You know it was.
No. I haven't played Glen Wild. I got invited to play Glen Wild several years ago, and I've never been invited back.
I got to play it once a year for about 6 years.
What happened?
I would host this annual Zero Prostate Cancer event. I would host it. And as what I would do for my...
Oh, you're on camera. Yeah, you did that on camera.
Right. What did you do on camera?
No, I mean...
He did Dr. Jellyfinger.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Just what... They had free one of those at the... at the turn.
They were handing them out.
Was that the 19th hole? The free exam at the 19th hole.
I really don't like that you're funny. I don't like that you're funny, Frank. But I got to play it once a year for a bit. And, yeah, that's a good one.
How do you feel about... You've played Promontory?
Yes.
How do you feel about Glen Wild? Where would you rank
Promontory
those?
has 2 18s, right?
It does.
Yeah, I've played them both. They're both great. Glen Wild's better.
Is it?
Yes. And I like the Promontory course that comes down through the canyon. That's my favorite.
With like the 700-yard par 5?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's downhill?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. I think Utah is underrated for the quality of golf.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
Golf courses
the problem
available.
is it's not... It used to be a really nice, well-kept secret, and
it's
and then
busy
COVID
now.
just screwed that all up.
That's the
Tee
truth.
sheets are packed.
That's the truth. I still love Wasatch. I think still Wasatch is my favorite course in the state. Wasatch State Park.
Hobble Creek is my favorite.
Oh, Hobble Creek is
my
a
favorite.
very close. Yeah.
That's my favorite.
It's hard to beat. That's a good one.
That's such a beautiful. Right now,
Mm-hmm.
wait, the four of us. Well, how about do we have some things we can play, Lloyd?
On Friday?
No, right now.
Oh.
The four of us get out and we try to rebound from all this anger and venom.
I got my clubs in my car.
So do I.
So do I.
Lloyd?
I have my clubs, my shoes. I have a spare set of clubs in case my other clubs aren't working very well. I have whatever you need.
Wait, you have an extra pair of clubs?
I have.
Let's do it.
2 putters. Yeah, the whole thing.
Well, here's the post-game show. As you heard Saturday night after Utah beat West Virginia in its entirety, beginning now.
Okay, we'll see you on Friday.
Yep.
Just kidding. We'd never do that to you.
And Frank, you're going to be here on Friday, right?
Don't.
That's uncalled for.
We're square.
That's uncalled
Lloyd,
for.
we're square.
Scotty.
All right.
This whole conflict revolves around a miscommunication. Okay, Lloyd, regarding Friday of last week.
So, Frank, we've got an interesting juxtaposition here. I'm getting ready to call the BYU West Virginia game tomorrow, and Utah just came out of the Utah-West Virginia game, so I've been watching a lot of that film. And that first half was as clean and as good-looking as you could have hoped from Utah.
Yeah. I think in lots of ways, back on track in lots of ways. But I think they still came out of that game with some, I think we can improve.
Really?
Yeah, I think Utah can
Wow,
improve.
you set the bar high, man.
I didn't set the expectation.
That's fair.
I mean,
That's fair.
The expectation coming out of camp was like sky high.
Yeah.
Especially with the offensive front.
Yeah, it stumbled. As far as expectations are concerned, the expectations, they've already stumbled with the Texas Tech game. But I actually felt like they recouped quite a bit. But now, Frank, I'm trying to figure out how good West Virginia is. I told Scotty, I said, I think Stanford's a better team than West Virginia, but now I've watched 3 games. I've watched the Pitt game, the Kansas game, and the Utah game. And I recanted. I took that back. That's not true. West Virginia is better than Stanford. I think West Virginia would probably beat Stanford by 10 points.
Stanford's not very good, but really?
I think so. Yeah, they've got some explosive players, but Utah did a great job of reducing really any explosive moments, right? For the most part, there was one.
I think that final,
To me, the thing that really I think Utah needed to do, and we've talked about this earlier in the weekends, there needed to be no element of doubt. It wasn't just win this game, but really flex on West Virginia, because there was so much uncertainty after the Texas Tech. There was like, who are we? Is this going to be another 5-7 year? And to go out and make a statement like, no, we're not doing that. And to not even allow West Virginia to even have a sniff in that game. Be up 28-0 at halftime. I think that was really important for the psyche of this team.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me ask you a few questions about this, both of you, a few questions about this football game, Utah-West Virginia, because you think coming out of that there's no doubt left, like Utah's legit.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. I don't.
Right.
I just think it was important for the confidence of this team to go out there and do that. Now, I still have plenty of questions about Utah.
Yeah, I do too. And still coming out of that game, can Utah win if you have to rely on the passing game to be the substantial, most productive part of your offense? And I'm talking about 65% completion percentage, 7-8 yards per completion, pushing the ball downfield.
Against West Virginia, yeah, it all looked good. And I felt like the connections, these three, I felt like the Ryan Davis,
yes,
the Dallin Bentley, and the J.J. Buchanan connections.
Great, yeah.
But what I'd like to see improve is Tobias Merriweather. That's the connection I want to see take a big jump.
I don't think you're talking about individual receivers. I think you're talking about a quarterback.
Yeah. I'm talking about the quarterback position.
So
specifically,
he had a really high completion percentage against West Virginia.
He did, but who else on the schedule is West Virginia? Like I feel like West Virginia is bottom of the Big 12.
It's the worst team that they're going to play
outside of Oklahoma State.
They don't play them this year, right? They don't play Oklahoma State this year.
Oh, I just looked over the schedule. I swear that I saw Oklahoma State.
No, they don't.
Okay.
But yeah, you're right. If they did play Oklahoma State, then that would be the bottom.
Well, so everybody else, well, gosh, I'm looking across the schedule closely.
Should be Colorado easy.
Yeah.
Should be Kansas State easy.
Colorado beats West Virginia by 10 points, don't you think?
Yep, I think you're right, Scotty.
Really?
Yep. Salter's good.
Arizona State. Yeah.
What did you think about the quarterback situation for what West Virginia was facing? Do you feel like that was a big part of? Essentially, you could have blanked them. You started rotating your second and thirds in, and West Virginia got a couple late points.
Yeah. So there's a couple things I think that you could say happened late. Maybe picked up some yards, rushing yards, some late points. I think, are you asking whether or not the injuries to West Virginia were significant enough to be a factor in that game? I don't think the health of the players who were missing would have changed the outcome of the game. I don't think that at all, because Utah did what they're supposed to do at the line of scrimmage. And when, especially on the offensive side, I think defensively there's enough talent behind the front to make up for if there's a lack of performance. But on the offensive side, if Utah is getting a push at the line of scrimmage, Utah's going to be successful. They'll be able to, it'll open up the run game. Dampier's going to be more comfortable. They can operate with a short to mid-range passing game. They don't necessarily have to push the ball downfield. And so I just don't think that the health of anybody from West Virginia was going to change the outcome of that game.
Fair enough.
Maybe a few more points. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe a few more points.
So if you were to rank your hierarchy of concerns for Utah, is quarterback number one?
Yeah. Quarterback's number one. He does really good things. He's off the charts athletically. He seems to be very durable. It looks like he makes good decisions. running the football in the run game. I think the question he still has to answer. I think he has the ability. He's not, he's not going to be. He's just not going to be an elite thrower of the football. That's just not his skill set. He's not a classic thrower of the football. But I think he can be more efficient in the throwing game. And so he has a lot of really, really good qualities. But what we saw against Texas Tech, if another team is able to mirror what Texas Tech did at the line of scrimmage, force the run game, put the pressure on the passing game downfield, that's when Utah's going to be in trouble. As I look across this schedule, I don't know if there's another. Well, there's maybe one in a couple weeks that can put that kind of pressure at the line of scrimmage, and we'll have a scheme that is going to be, first of all, a scheme that's going to be very, very well coached and executed. And so I see that I could see that happening in one or two other games, which, I guess that still gives you a optimism about this Utah football team.
For sure.
Yeah, but what you're saying is kind of an issue because coming into this, you felt like Devin Dampier was the strength of this.
Mm-hmm.
And now Scotty asks you, where do you think the biggest weakness is? And you're saying it's potentially Devin Dampier. Now, I'm with you. I see things that I'm like, geez, that's incredible. And then I see that pick that he threw to West Virginia in the first half.
I know. And you're like, what? Where did that come from?
He airballed it into, I think it was a single high safety. And I don't know if he thought that the route was going to bow in more. I don't know if there was miscommunication between him and the receiver. But he really lobbed that up there. And it landed like the safety was returning a punt.
Yeah, he almost fair caught it. He nearly fair caught it.
He did.
The safety nearly.
Here's
the thing.
And what was it? Two interceptions he threw against Texas Tech that were like, oof.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Yep.
That I almost like those circumstances against Texas Tech where we're getting murdered at the line of scrimmage. We're zero productivity on the offensive side, and Dampier's mindset is, I have to make a play. I'm the guy. I have to make a play, and so he's really reaching. A couple of those passes were just like.
I mean, you take the kid out of New Mexico. You can't take the New Mexico out of the kid. No, I mean, it's serious. Like he had to do so much at New Mexico last year.
I know.
That against Texas Tech, that makes you wonder, though, Scotty, is this what you're going to get when it's scramble time?
When adversity hits.
That's right.
Do you revert back to, well, I got to go make a play?
Yeah.
Or do you be like, okay, trust my weapons around me.
Yes.
I got good guys around me. I can do this, this, and this, and this.
Yes. I think one thing that came out of the West Virginia game, we talked about this last week, about this concept of depth of talent on the offensive side for Utah. And so I'm not saying like it's elite anywhere, but it's this talent level that's really good, above average, I would say at worst, above average talent level with a lot of different guys. And so the ability to get all of those guys touches during a game, I think that creates tremendous pressure on a defensive side. And then maybe you don't have to rely on Dampier pushing the ball downfield. It's just not yet what he does well. But if you can hit a wide receiver and a tight end and a back out of the backfield, and then you have a Smith Snowden or a Lander Barton creating a little mismatch somewhere, the defense now can't focus on one particular area. They can't necessarily shade aside because the depth of talent, it's like this equal depth of talent across the field. You kind of have to manage each space on the defensive side. I think that's a strength for Utah if they keep utilizing it that way.
Agreed. So Utah on a bye week. So Hans and I had this conversation about BYU in the bye week and then, with Utah as well. There's certain things that you can fix in a bye week or you can fix throughout the course of a season. There are certain things that you're just like, well, that's who we are, and there's none we can do about it. What is fixable for Utah?
What is fixable for Utah?
Your concerns about the O-line, I think, are fixable.
How okay.
Because I don't have a lot of concerns, but the Texas Tech game did throw me for a little bit of a loop.
Yeah, but what is okay? So to me, Hans did some really nice film study on that. So we saw some issues in that game. But is that fixable? Okay, if it's a lack of execution, fixable. Yeah,
I would think so. Yeah,
yeah. You can coach that and get that managed and straightened out. Okay. But if it's a lack of talent, athleticism, that's not fixable. You can't fix that in a bye week. I just felt like Utah was outmanned against Texas Tech. I'm really curious to see how Texas Tech manages the rest of the season. Is that like what they did against Utah? Is that going to be the standard for Texas Tech? Is there that much talent on the defensive front? Because it felt like they just completely created a stalemate at the line of scrimmage. Utah had no answer for that. So was it execution or was it a talent issue?
What I saw against Texas Tech, it was more execution, and it was more by auxiliary blockers.
I know you pointed that out.
Yeah, it was more by auxiliary.
Yeah.
You need a block from your running back. You need a block from your tight end. You need a block from your H-back. You need a block from your wide receiver.
Fano not to run 18 yards downfield.
That hurt. That hurt.
By the way, that's such a terrible knock on Spencer. He's been very good.
Well,
he's been very good this year.
There's actually some controversy behind that whole thing.
Like what?
Well,
what's the controversy?
I mean, it's just strange because Kyle Whittingham was it post game or was that a Monday morning?
Oh, the RPO comments. It was post game, right? Where he said that it wasn't RPO, that it was a play action.
He said it was a play action. But I don't believe that. Look, Kyle would know. It just doesn't look that way to me.
Yeah.
Spencer's too smart to run downfield on a play action. Frank, right?
I think so.
So to Scotty's question, and to your point about Spencer, that's very fixable.
Yeah.
That's a touchdown next time.
Mm-hmm.
If that is, in fact, supposed to be a play-action rollout, Spencer won't go downfield. There were multiple times on screen looks that Landon Barton just didn't block. Or if that wasn't his responsibility, which I'm pretty sure it was, they were leaving Smith-Snowden as a sacrificial lamb on some of those screens. They're trying to push to the outside, and you just weren't picking up the blocks.
No blocks.
And so I personally think that there's mental errors and that the talent is there. And I'm not as down on the offensive line as some because I feel like, but that might be the offensive lineman and me blaming others that should pick up the slack, knowing that, I'm doing my job. Now, I do recognize and acknowledge the word you used, stalemate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll give you that. There was not heavy surge against Texas Tech.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you that. And that could be a problem. And but look, if you could surge against Texas Tech right now, you'll surge against any defensive front.
Sure, but
that's the expected.
But it didn't.
I get it.
It didn't occur. I was listening to the West Virginia radio broadcast during the Utah game, and the thing their broadcaster kept saying, the color commentator kept saying is, if you tell
look at the nice set of teeth on. Oh,
oh my gosh, nope. Is the like West
Steve,
Virginia?
Put down your banjo. Give us some comments here.
West Virginia wasn't. None of that. You didn't say that either,
bro. That's your sister.
They went. To, they went to break with the with the banjo tune. He said, if Utah continues to push our defensive line around, this is going to be a long day. And that's what you expect out of the Utah offensive front, to get a push on whoever they play. And so if Utah, like that's just going to be the hallmark of success for Utah. It kind of always is, but maybe there's more emphasis on it this year because of the high expectation of the offensive line. So I think we'll go through the rest of this football season and say, offensively, when Utah gets a push, look at the success they had. If Utah is being managed at the line of scrimmage somehow, or the run game is being taken away because of the defensive scheme, then I'll think we'll say, well, Utah struggled in that game.
It's that simple.
Yeah.
All right, Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's your Ute preview show. Utes on a bye, but we're still breaking it down right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What's up, everybody? I'm Mike Wilson with Any Hour Services, and we're extending our free furnace sale. We still have a few more open spots we're trying to fill on our schedule. Just to recap how the sale works, when you have Any Hour Services install a new air conditioner, we'll give you a new furnace for just the cost to install it. About $400. The furnace is free, you just pay the labor. Call Any Hour Services and schedule your free estimate today. 801-443-7400. You can Google Any Hour Services. You can even schedule online at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
The Management Minute is a service of the MBA program in the John M. Huntsman School of Business at Utah State University. I'm Professor Scott Hammond. A website copywriter is doing 3 times more work than she was a year ago because AI programming is helping her with composition, organization, and editing. A data scientist who used to analyze data now checks the AI-generated analysis and helps managers make better decisions. A college professor, okay, it's me, tells AI to create PowerPoint slides for a lecture, and they do it in 45 seconds, and they do a better job than it took him 2 hours to do. AI is changing everything we do in the workplace, and it certainly has disrupted the workplace. There are fewer entry-level jobs, more impersonal communications. AI is making the workplace a more productive and less personal place. Learn more about how to lead a productive workplace without losing the personal connections. Go to UtahStateMBA.com. That's UtahStateMBA.com. I'm Scott Hammond. Hope to see you in one of our classes.
You worked hard for your 401k. But if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Temperatures might be cooling down, but fall camping's just warming up, and so is the country's largest used RV show. That's right, we're back in Utah just in time to outfit you for even more fall fun. October 9th through the 11th, we're packing the parking lot at the shops at Southtown with a huge selection of used RVs to fit any budget. Shop travel trailers, fifth wheels, toy haulers, motorhomes, and more, all in one lot. We're talking RVs starting as low as $7,995. No payments until 2026 on approved credit. You'll also find new RVs at the show at used pricing, like all remaining new 2024s, and select 2025s marked down for fall discounts. Plus, get hooked up with specially priced hunting trailers just in time for hunting season. Get more details and find the best deals early at UtahUsedRVShow.com. All this plus free admission to the country's largest used RV show. 3 days only, October 9th through the 11th at the shops at Southtown. Open daily at 11 a.m. Sponsored by Bish's RV. See you there.
Stock number 759418, subject to prior sale. See dealer for details.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jack Kelly, 4 sacks on the season as BYU trying to figure out the great balance between dropping him back and also sending him on the pressures.
It's a fine balance. You know, we like him when he's spying the quarterback. Obviously, the other teams know that that's how we use him, but we like him getting after teams too, like he did in the Stanford and Portland State games. He's a weapon, so we try to use him to his strengths, but we also got to be sound in what we're trying to do, so it's both.
Kenny J's Barbecue is where you need to go. Best barbecue in the state. It's at the District in South Jordan, but they can also bring it to you. They'll cater your next event. All you have to do is go to kennyjbbq.com and find the catering menu.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Ute preview show. Frank Dolce's hanging out with us. Utes on a bye, Frank, but they'll be back in action coming up next week with a big one against Arizona State.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead.
Hey, do we have any details on Jackson Benny?
Not that I've seen.
So Witt didn't say...
They haven't had any availability.
Witt didn't say anything season-ending or... Well, because Witt didn't do a Monday presser.
Yeah, because he didn't do a Monday presser.
Which is funny because in his thing on after the post game, he said, "I'll probably let you guys give you guys an update on Monday," even though he wasn't available.
He knew. Frank, how bad is that, the Benny situation?
How bad is it?
Because I felt like Benny has been the brightest spot, I'm talking about the unknown bright spot of the season.
Yeah, I think he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think there is a concern about productivity gap when a guy like that goes out. So,
you think it's a significant amount of time?
It looked like a non-contact. Did you see how it happened? Guy kind of hit into his legs. He took a step and then kind of
bobbled.
hitched on it.
I know. I don't. And the way that I never get it right when I guess on how Coach Whittingham is acting about it. Although it does seem like if it's a season-ending thing, he comes out almost immediately and says that. So,
well, we still need to wait and see, but it doesn't look good or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I haven't had any indication like that.
Yeah.
About him. So
it was weird because he put zero pressure on it. Did you notice that when he was coming off the field?
Yeah.
Zero.
Yeah.
Like he hopped one leg and kept that other one totally retracted. And that made me a little bit nervous because I just know from experience, when you injure a leg or foot or ankle, you put pressure on it because you're like, how is this?
How's it going to feel?
And so you put pressure on it and you're like, he didn't. So I'm like, did he feel it pop? And he's thinking, well, if I put pressure, it's going to go, or was he in so much pain? Maybe he just didn't want to put his foot on the ground and check it out. Maybe that's it.
That could be. When you're describing that, there's a terrible video somewhere. It's probably on YouTube of the cage fighters that and one guy kicks the other guy right across the shin, and the guy's ankle clearly snaps, and so it almost looks like he's trying to do that, step down and test to see, and there was nothing there, no support.
I'm hoping that it's not long term because his interceptions have been big. He's gotten interceptions when you really needed him.
Both sides of the ball. He's been meaningful.
Yeah.
So the interceptions, certainly, his coverage, he can take away a receiver. I mean, he can take a receiver right out of the read. Like, he's just been super, super productive. And I'm just hopeful that based on the way Coach Whittingham and the team is managing it, like there's a possibility he's gonna find his way back.
One guy that I felt took a step forward with West Virginia, somebody I felt more comfortable and confident about was Wayshawn Parker.
You did?
I did. Yeah, he had a couple big runs, and then he had that scramble drill pass that I really liked. Hey, Frank, am I wrong in saying that it feels like each quarterback and running back or wide receivers or tight ends, it feels like they all have their own scramble drill design, right? I mean, there are some basic route changes for receivers when the quarterback takes off, where it's like, okay, scramble drill. I was telling Scotty, my favorite all-time scramblers were Rob Gronkowski and Wes Welker. Those are like when Tom would scramble, those guys would get open, and Tom would look them up. And what I'm saying is, with Devin Dampierre, you better have good connectivity in scramble opportunities, and I saw that with Wayshawn Parker. Devin got on the outside. Wayshawn came to the flats. Wayshawn was supposed to stop in the flats and wait. He saw Dampierre start to roll, and he took off for the end zone, and that was that 15-yard drop where Dampierre just teardropped it, and Wayshawn turned at the pylon. It was almost out of bounds, but came down with it. Like those kinds of things, I like seeing those things because that's telling me that he's connecting with Devin, Devin's connecting with him, and they better all get really good at these scramble drills because if they do and they break the routes and Dampierre trusts them, then Dampierre will look them up and they'll get some yards off it.
Yeah, well, the scramble drill is going to be prominent because I think there's more of a chance that Dampierre drops back, goes through a progression, gets uncomfortable, and starts moving around. I think will be the norm. It's not going to be drop back, hit my fifth step, it's 15 yards down the field, completion. The other thing is that, relative is getting Dampierre on the move in the passing game by design. And so it's not quite the same, but almost like a scramble drill scenario. And so now receivers have routes that they're running, but it's almost like you have to understand what's happening with the quarterback as well to find a passing lane in movement, to find an open space to sit down and maybe alter a route slightly based on what's happening with the quarterback as he's rolling out. And so the thing about that is it doesn't happen in one game. The relationship, even with an off-season of practice, the relationship isn't there. You don't get that kind of look outside of being in a game situation. And so over the course of time, that hopefully that develops. I think that's what you're saying is hopefully that develops between Dampier and his group downfield. Right. And maybe it's already developed with Parker.
There's one guy that's exceptional at it and has already got the touch and the flair, and that's Ryan Davis.
Yeah.
Like it's already there.
But they have a previous relationship
together.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Because he will look up Davis anywhere, anytime, and he knows I'm going to put this down and low, and Davis is going to get it.
I know. I think if you could say that there's a comfort level with somebody, it's probably those two.
For sure.
Oh, yeah. Not even close.
Yeah.
How much is that practiced?
Scramble drill?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's practiced.
Every week, yeah.
It's practiced for sure, with some guys more than others. Like, I would think it would be a significant portion of the practice with Dampier.
Yeah.
Like, that's his talent.
Like, when you see him get to this point, break.
But is there, I mean, when he breaks, though, is it just backyard football, or are there certain rules that these guys follow?
There's rules, but there's also some improvisation as it's occurring.
Yeah.
So typically, obviously, if Dampier starts rolling right and you're a receiver on the other side of the field, there's no chance that he's going to throw the ball back across the field. So you're not just going to, hey, I found this open spot all by myself. There's nothing. You're not helpful to the offense at that point. So everybody starts flowing to where the quarterback is going, and then you're trying to find throwing lanes, open spaces in the defense, and you're slightly altering your route. The other thing that you have to do is you have to be able to make eye contact with the quarterback. That is a big thing. So as a quarterback is rolling out and looking downfield, you have to be able to make eye contact with the person, with the receiver, whoever's downfield, with the ability to make a play so that you're communicating.
Kind of
That's the way you communicate.
An acknowledgement of, you know and I know.
Yeah. And so when you see quarterbacks they're doing the hand gesture,
go. Yeah.
Yeah. Then there's clearly communication happening, and that's really important.
Well, I think it's going to come along, and I've really pointed that. I've emphasized that because that's what I want to see, because I think there's going to be a lot of moments where Dampier is going to be on the run, and the more route breaks in scramble drill that you can find and feel comfortable with, this offense really could get a lot better. I think that there's upside with this offense, personally. I mean, I feel like Devin Dampier is going to get more comfortable with Bentley, more comfortable with Buchanan, and more comfortable with Merriweather.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think that is one of the sources of optimism. Is there's a lot of progress. There's a lot of opportunity for this offense to evolve and improve over time. So I think that's great. And as they start understanding each other more, maybe there's more efficiency gained, maybe there's more productivity gained. And so those are things that we'll have to monitor each and every week. I keep saying about this football team, so after these 4 games, what are your observations of Utah football? Offensively, generally, but mostly offensively, I would say this is a team with enough talent that they could go through the rest of this schedule and not take a loss. There's enough talent on this team to go through the rest of the schedule and not take a loss. If they play at their highest level, if they are performing at their highest level each and every week. But this is also a team that there's not enough talent on the team to
You could see three losses on there.
Throw a bad one out there
Yeah.
and say, we're going to figure out how to win this game.
Yeah.
There's not enough talent to be able to do that.
All right, Hans and Scotty, Frank Dolce, your Ute preview show. Remember, coming up on tomorrow's show, it'll be another Football Friday with Alema Harrington and Ron McBride. And Frank, you can hang out with us for an hour if you'd like. Sorry. Hans and Scotty.
It's up to you.
Yeah, it's your call. I wouldn't want you to change any tee times or anything, though. Just, keep us. Just know there's an open invitation.
We'd love to have you.
Yeah. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The great thing about Beehive Mills, not only is it nutritious, not only is it great quality food at a reasonable price, but Hans, the variety is incredible. Like, you're not going to get wore out meal after meal because everything is so different.
Well, I'm excited about this French dip because I like to take the French dip and the au jus, and I like to put it on a hoagie roll with some Swiss cheese. And it's so good. Swiss melts into that amazing French dip.
You tried it with provolone.
I can either go Swiss or provolone. I prefer Swiss with my French dip, but I could do provolone. Either way, I'm dunking it deep into that au jus. But you get this French dip that simmers down to a perfect beef, and it's just so tender and delicious. Or you got the Tuscan chicken. Cook up the Tuscan chicken, put that on a little bow tie pasta. Perfect with a little bit of fresh shredded Parmesan. Don't do the shaking powder.
No,
Parmesan.
don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't waste my time with my Beehive Mills. You got the sausage and peppers, which is something I'm excited to try. This is a new dish. I've not had the sausage and pepper. It came in the October meal selection, so I'm excited to try that. So many great meals in the October menu.
BeehiveMills.com. Get there now. It's BeehiveMills.com.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results. Faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. I love fall, and I love October. In our family, October is replete with all kinds of fun things. We have a lot of birthdays. Dee and I have our anniversary, so of course, we're making our plans right now to go to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse for several of those occasions. And of course, we can choose from Hotel Park City, want to go up into the mountains, enjoy this great time of year, or all the fun things that are happening in the heart of downtown Salt Lake City. There's a Ruth's Chris Steakhouse downtown for you at 275 South West Temple. You, of course, can rely on the very best service, the great atmosphere, but it does kind of boil down to the food, and you will never have a better meal. The steaks, the entrees, whatever it might be, poultry, seafood, you name it, it's all waiting for you, including those delicious side dishes, the desserts that are off the charts. It's time right now to make your reservation at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 158! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Utes at 50 update. Utah getting back to basics in the bye week. Kyle Whittingham and his crew working on tackling.
Well, we're certainly going to work on tackling, I can tell you that. And we're in bad body position too often. We got to get that corrected, and we will. You're never going to be perfect in tackling. You know, we're playing against scholarship guys, you know, that are really good, so they're going to make you miss on occasion. But as of late, we've just been missing too many tackles. So that will definitely be a point of emphasis.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Now catering, they'll bring that smoky, bold barbecue right to you and your event. Go to KennyJBBQ.com to check out their catering menu. That's KennyJBBQ.com.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Ute preview show, wrapping up hour number 2 of the show. From your perspective, how are bye weeks? You enjoy them? You hate them? You want to just get back to going playing football? What's it like for you, Frank?
Yeah, I think a bye week is necessary because it's such a violent sport and people are dinged up. So if you're talking about what you can fix in the bye week, I think injuries are the biggest thing. Overcoming some soreness and maybe some nagging things, and get yourself ready to go for the second half of the season. So I think bye weeks are challenging in a way because it's coming off of a bye week is a little bit like starting over when you get into game play, but in terms of health of the team, and I think this is a good opportunity for Utah to get healthy. And there's been some trial in this first 4 weeks, so an opportunity to work through some of those issues.
Give me your grade on Lander Barton through the first 5 games.
Defensively or offensively?
Give me the defensive grade and tell me if it could be better if he wasn't on the offensive side.
Oh. I think he's been super productive.
He was very good. West Virginia was his best game that I've seen.
Defensively, yeah, I think he's been super productive. And would he be even more productive if he was dedicated solely to the defensive side? I think it would be hard to say that he wouldn't be more productive on the defensive side. I think maybe here's what I would say. I don't know at this point if he gives enough to the offense to justify him not just playing defense. I think that's what I would say about that. Like, I don't think it's necessary, especially with the emergence of some of the other guys. I don't think it's necessary to have him on the offensive side. When Eric Weddle would flip over and go play quarterback, that felt critical. And he was very reliable. He could always pick up 2 yards if he needed to. Like, he was very successful in that role. And so I think you could justify that. I don't hate Lander Barton playing offense, but I don't know that you say Lander Barton is making a significant difference on the offensive side.
I don't know either.
And so, I mean, I agree with you. I don't think he's making a difference. Is it hurting him defensively? And that's hard, I know. I'm asking you to make a judgment statement here, but
I think it would be difficult to say that there's not some effect on him defensively, but I think his productivity on the defensive side is really good, and I think it will continue to even get better. So, to me, it's more of like it's a distraction rather than it's really taking away from what he's doing on the defensive side.
I think you're right, though. If it was Sione Vaki level of
productivity,
Sione was critical. And, I think of it in BYU terms with, like, Jack Kelly. Like, I would love to see Jack Kelly on the offensive side of the ball. Love it. Jack Kelly could be a great running back. He could be a great H-back. But Jack Kelly, it's so critical
that
it'd be an absolute peak to cover edges.
Yeah.
That there's
you can't
no concern of fatigue.
Yeah.
No concern of, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about that next offensive drive. Or I was thinking about, I should have picked up that block. Instead of thinking, you better have your contain because, some of those contains were so critical against Colorado. So, like, I think of it, I would love to see Jack Kelly on the offensive side. I'm not willing to sacrifice what he brings defensively to bring it to the offense. But I don't know. Maybe Lander is a different kind of beast.
Well, it's like Smith Snowden. He didn't touch the ball against West Virginia, did he?
No, I don't think so.
But he was out there for a good handful of snaps. So is the threat?
So someone's paying attention.
Is
to
the
him.
threat of Smith Snowden on that alone just worth?
See, that might be
the distraction.
Smith Snowden's a different case, I think, than Lander Barton. Smith Snowden's been productive.
Yeah.
On the offensive side, and he's been a significant part of the offensive game plan coming into West Virginia. So teams are going to have to dedicate a resource to Smith Snowden, and so that I think that's meaningful. If Snowden's playing on both sides of the ball.
All right, 2:00 straight up. Hans and Scotty, we'll continue on with your Ute preview show. Frank Dolce hang out with us.
Just to wrap that up, because I want to throw this at you. So I think if I'm Jason Beck, I have to ask myself, okay, I'll go back. I'm going to look at this film of Barton. Is he doing things that Otto Tia couldn't do? Is he doing things that, now it's tough because Hunter Andrews is gone.
Yeah.
But is he doing things that Down Bentley or J.J. Buchanan, or is he doing things that another offensive player that I've got can't go do? Because at this point, I don't think so. I don't think he's done things offensively that nobody else on that team could do. I could be wrong. That's just an outside viewer saying, I think there's other guys on the roster that could do it.
Well, and the other thing is he not doing things that other guys would do, like the blocking situation that you brought up.
Maybe. But then to your point, it is an explosive threat to have on the field.
Yeah.
So maybe.
All right, 2:00, Hans and Scotty, hour number 3 of the show coming up next right here on The Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
Thinking about buying a new car? You might want to pump the brakes. With prices climbing across the board, that new car smell is coming with a bigger price tag than ever. It's no wonder more people are choosing to keep the cars they already own, and Maaco is here to help make those cars feel brand new again. Whether your vehicle's rocking a faded finish, carrying around a few dents from daily life, or your bumper's seen better days, we've got you covered. Maaco specializes in high-quality, affordable paint jobs and light collision repairs that bring your car back to life without the sticker shock. You'll be surprised how far a fresh coat of paint and a little bodywork can go. It's fast, affordable, and makes your car look great without blowing your budget. Don't wait. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Appointments fill up fast, and your car deserves a fresh start because now, more than ever, it just makes sense to invest in what you already have. Uh-oh, better get Maaco.
From sunrise tailgates to the final whistle, keep your edge with Bucked Up Energy. Zero sugar, legendary flavors, clean performance. Stop by 7-Eleven, Maverick, or Holiday Oil. Pick up your favorite Bucked Up can and stay dialed in through every Cougar touchdown. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Bucked Up Energy. Utah born, Cougar strong. Ready when you are.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Huge. You don't want to sit on a loss ever, but to sit on it for 2 weeks is double the torture. And so it's really big to be able to end that almost first half of the season on a positive, get some guys healed up hopefully, and gives us momentum into the next contest.
It was great. I was on the sideline. I heard someone say we haven't gone into a bye week in 3 years with the W, so for practice is long and hard, and obviously going into bye week with a loss kind of stinks. So yeah, it feels good. Obviously we got to keep it up, stay consistent, and keep on grinding every day.
We're certainly going to work on tackling, I can tell you that. And we're in bad body position too often. We got to get that corrected, and we will. You're never going to be perfect in tackling. We're playing against scholarship guys, that are really good, so they're going to make it on occasion. But as of late, we've just been missing too many tackles. So that will definitely be a point of emphasis.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm not saying anything. Apparently everything's my fault now. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hey, Hans, you and I out and about tomorrow. We will be at El Matador in Bountiful. Best Mexican food on the planet there at El Matador. Todd, Cammie, and the crew, they do an incredible job. They've got a server named Brooks that if you get him as your server, please tip him because he is in college and needs all the help you can get.
Mm-hmm. Brooks, does he have a last name? Does Brooks have a last name?
That part's not important.
It's not.
Brooks G.
Oh, he's a one name. He's like Madonna. He's like Prince.
Yeah.
This is Brooks. He's a one name character. Okay.
Yeah. When you see his name come across your ticket, it'll say Brooks and then the letter G. And if you see that, that means you need to tip not 20%, not 30%, 40% would be appreciated.
Oh, that's a...
I could tell you something about tipping. It's political, so it might get us into trouble. But
it's never stopped you before.
But I would say that I'm going to say it, and then people are going to freak out about it. And look.
Are you a bad tipper?
No, I'm a good tipper. I'm not making a political statement, okay? This is not a political statement. This is just a comment that I heard, what I perceived to be a factual comment that I heard about a sitting U.S. senator who... No, it's not a sitting it's not the sitting senator. It's a TV personality from a very conservative station.
Okay.
Who's wealthy.
Yes.
He's wealthy. But apparently one of the nice things that he does is he tips 100%.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I mean...
That's a massive commitment.
If you had that opportunity, would you do that? Would you tip 100%? Or would you still say, you only gave me... Because I know Scotty does this. He's like, you only gave me 12% today.
I'm tipping 12%. No, that's not true.
I mean, maybe not for Brooks.
Maybe
but for
maybe
else.
before my good friend Brooks got in the service industry, I may have been that way, but not anymore.
Personally, I think tipping has gotten out of hand. Like everybody, you go up to a counter, they literally take the order and give you that's the transaction.
And then they're like, this is going to ask you a question.
There's one more thing to fill out here. No pressure. I was like, well, you're standing right there. If I don't put a tip on it, then I look like a complete jerk.
And then you're going to go spit in my Diet Coke.
Or worse. They'll give you a regular Coke.
Vending machines ask for a tip nowadays. Just vend out a soda. It's like, would you like to leave a tip to the vending
You joke
machine?
about that, but there is
funny.
like at the airport, they have those like self-serve places where you just walk in and swipe your card, and I got asked for a tip there.
Oh, jeez. That's
what?
Yeah,
there's no tip in there.
I think I've had the same thing at the airport. And you put your stuff on there, and then it's like nobody does anything.
No, nobody does a single thing.
I've grabbed all of my own items. I put them on there. I even had to bag it myself. Which is fine. I have no problem with that.
I prefer that.
Yes, but at the end of the transaction, it was like, would you add a tip for... And they gave some crazy reason. It wasn't like for a charitable organization or something.
No.
It was...
We just want extra money.
Yeah.
Please give it to us.
For providing you the opportunity to pick out
Which,
all
by
of your
the way,
own stuff.
if you're buying something at the airport, you're getting gouged anyway.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Thank you. All right. But yeah, come out tomorrow. If you're not a great tipper, that's okay. But just tomorrow, if you get a guy named Brooks, please tip extra.
Come see Coach Mack.
But yeah, Coach Mack, Alema, and really great food. Have you ever been to El Matador? I know you don't come up north because everything north of the capital is Ogden to you. But do you ever come up to Bountiful? Grab some.
It's not Ogden to me. North. Listen, between the capital and Brigham City, I call Siberia.
Just that out of the way, huh?
It's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you haven't been to Siberia for some good Mexican food?
Yeah.
I've never been invited.
Anything west of State Street is Kearns. To Frank.
Oh, that's funny.
So I would love to go to El Matador. I would love to spend some time with you.
Now, I am not inviting you because I don't want that to be taken the wrong way. I would love nothing more than for you to be with us, but that is not an official invitation because apparently I can't do that.
Let me check my schedule. I'm sorry, I'm booked tomorrow.
Okay, that's all good.
Thank you.
It's all good. And hit them straight.
Frank, do you want my number one stat for this current Utah team?
I would love to hear your number one stat, and then I'd love to tell you if I agree or disagree with it.
My favorite stat of this Utah team is their red zone offense. They've scored 21 touchdowns on 25 red zone attempts.
That's good.
That's a good stat.
That's a big number. That's a big number. Who does that go to? Does that go to your OC?
That's a really good stat.
Is that just shared? Because that's 84%. That's a big number, big high percentage. And it's staying high. Remember week 2 and week 3, Scotty, it was high, and we said, oh, well, it'll start to level out, and it's not. They get in the red zone, they're getting into the end zone.
So we've been around Utah football a long time, and we've been in situations in the not so distant past where we made commentary like, hey, red zone efficiency has to improve. And it was mostly like, because Utah has traditionally had a pretty solid kicking game, so they were kicking a lot of field goals in the red zone.
That's no bueno.
Yeah. We would talk about touchdown productivity in the red zone has to improve. So I think that's super meaningful.
And I think that's Jason Beck and a rushing quarterback and the ability to run the football because Utah was not particularly good at that last year, and that was the worst rushing year that, frankly, Kyle Whittingham ever had as the head coach at Utah. Those two are very keenly related.
Is there any other stat that you can think of that is more telling about Utah's offensive productivity under Kyle Whittingham than the rushing yards per game or rushing average yard per carry stat?
No, because everything plays off of that. Your red zone touchdowns, your third down conversions, all of that. Because you're not converting a lot of 3rd and 7s. You're converting 3rd and 1s, 3rd and 2s because you're running the ball so well on 1st and 2nd down.
Yeah.
So everything plays off of that for sure.
Yeah. The three key stats, I think, for Coach Whittingham are very meaningful. I almost would add time of possession for Coach Whittingham, although I think time of possession is a throwaway stat.
Yeah.
Like that doesn't seem to tell the story at all, except maybe when it's related to Coach Whittingham. But rushing yardage, offensive, defensive. We've seen Utah give up do you remember when Utah played Arizona back-to-back a few years ago? They gave up like 300 and something yards. They got murdered. So rushing yardage is critical. Third down conversions, the ability to continue a drive, the ability to get out of a drive, and turnover margin.
Yeah.
Those three things for under the Coach Whittingham era, I think, are the three most telling. I think it generally applies, but for Coach Whittingham, that's really, really meaningful.
So doing the Utah State games, I've worked with a lot of coaches because there's a bit of a turnover up there. And
you mean at Utah State?
At Utah State, yeah.
Yes.
And there's a couple offensive coordinators that I got to know that thought time of possession was a complete worthless stat. Like what does it matter? If I'm scoring touchdowns, that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if it's 20 seconds or 6 minutes. I don't care as long as I get a touchdown. In fact, I look at it, if I'm scoring points, I look at it as a good thing because I'm scoring fast. And I brought that up to Bronco the other day, and Bronco was like, "Oh, time of possession absolutely matters." And I'm sure Kyle Whittingham is the same way because they're defensive guys. And so it's great that you score a touchdown, but if my defense is out there for 35, 36 minutes, they're wearing down, and that's going to hurt their ability. So the whole complementary football thing comes into play, where your offense, it would be very beneficial for them to go on a 6-minute drive that took 16 plays and ends in a touchdown, because that means my defense is on the other side of the field prepping and resting up for their next possession.
Yes. Yeah. I considered myself a moderate fan of Bronco Mendenhall prior to Utah State.
Yeah.
But now I'm like both feet deep.
You cannonballed into that water.
Yeah. There's no question. Talking to him before the McNeese State game, the alignment with the community and his family, and the way that he approaches bringing in all of those transfers. How many including missionaries?
87.
With all of those transfers and how he created unity in that team, like putting everybody right in the cauldron, like under fire.
Yeah.
That's how he created this bond, or is creating this bond, is like, it doesn't matter who you are. You're all in the fire together, and you're not going to survive unless you figure this out. So I've just become a big fan. Yeah. I think he's fantastic.
Yeah, I do too. They've come together quick. I was just looking at the time of possession. BYU is number 13 in the country at 33-38. Utah's number 15 in the country at 33-20.
That's going to be an interesting storyline coming up here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it will. BYU is intentionally taking its time. BYU is one of the longest. I think they're like one of the bottom 5 in the snap on the clock. So it's very, very slow possessions. They take a lot of time to take the snap. And Utah's doing a lot of that too. But the other thing that's keeping Utah's numbers so high, Frank was talking about the third down offense. They're number 3 in the country in third down offense. It's 61% conversion. Utah. Number 3 in the country.
That's really
61% conversion. I mean, we talk about this defense. We've always talked about Utah's defense. But the numbers that are the most impressive for Utah right now are offensive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Those are the most impressive. Number 21 in total offense, number 13 in rushing offense, number 3 in third down offense, number 7 in red zone offense, number 9 in sacks allowed, number 18 in scoring offense. You're top 25 in almost every offensive statistical category that's critical. So, I mean, the numbers are saying more than the offense is showing. But
yes.
The numbers are really impressive.
I know. The numbers are really impressive in a stretch where you've played some not very good football teams. The numbers are not nearly as impressive against Texas Tech. So I think even though some of that looks good, against what kind of competition are you putting up that kind of productivity?
That's understandable. I'm very realistic in that.
Yeah.
You look at that and say they were 4 of 14 on third downs against Texas Tech. 0 of 2 on fourth down.
Time of possession, Texas Tech 32-15, Utah 27-45. If that's reversed.
Texas Tech put a bad taste in everybody's mouth And a West Virginia blowout is enough to scathe it off for a bit. But this Arizona State game,
yeah,
Utah could completely redeem themselves against Arizona State.
Yeah.
If they beat Arizona State, it's like, oh, okay, so the 34-10 whooping at the hands of Texas Tech was more of a hiccup. They figured some things out.
Yeah.
But if Arizona State beats them soundly, then it's like, okay, just way, way overshot expectations for this Utah team.
Or even if they beat Arizona State and then turn around and lose to BYU.
Yeah. Because the Utah expectations, they climbed fast. They started low, and they just climbed so fast.
Yeah, right. Shot right through the roof. I don't know that it was justified with the teams that they played.
Well, and now you'll find out pretty quick. I mean, this bye week's important, but you're right, Hans. We're going to find out against Arizona State real quick where this team is.
Well, like I said, Frank, they play their toughest two opponents left on the schedule are these next two. After the bye week, Arizona State.
Mm-hmm. And then BYU.
And then the following week, BYU.
Yeah.
And then they fall into this pretty nice schedule of Colorado at home, Cincinnati at home, at Baylor, Kansas State at home, at Kansas.
All very winnable games. Like I look at the last.
All should be wins.
The last 5 on that schedule, and that's like, okay, you can go through that, pick up 5 wins there. The next 2 weeks are critical for Utah. So what you were saying earlier, Scotty, like you get through the next 2 weeks. I mean,
then it opens up in a big way.
You're looking at like, wait a second. You're going to get yourself into the conference championship.
Might get that rematch against Texas Tech.
Yeah, exactly. But the next 2 weeks, definitely super meaningful for Utah.
All right, Hans and Scotty, coming up next. For those of us in the media that think that Kyle Whittingham doesn't notice things, Kyle Whittingham notices. And, is that what it was? Okay. Apparently, okay.
He planted a reporter in the...
I guess so.
Well, we'll play it for you.
We'll play it for you and give you the details on that coming up next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop into Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
No one knows Chevy like Doug.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, JJ and Alex here. You've heard us talking about Beehive meals before. We have 7 kids. We have dinner needs every night, JJ, and I'm telling you, Beehive meals has come through so clutch for us. Over the past year, it's changed our entire routine, and I've just loved the convenience of being able to have Beehive meals when we get home.
Yeah, if you're like me and my wife work. We've got 4 kids. They're in school. They're in dance. They've got all kinds of activities, sports. It's so nice to not have to go out and spend a bunch of money on fast food, eat garbage. Instead, we can come home to a nice home-cooked meal waiting for us in the slow cooker. Beehive Meals is a game changer for you.
Beehive Meals, Utah-based meal prep service. You know these folks. They have been doing this for a while now, and they just revolutionized how to be able to make that dinner time so much more simple for you. Let me give you even more incentive to be able to do it. All you have to do is type in the promo code THEZONE at beehivemeals.com. That's THEZONE. Just tell them that JJ and Alex sent you, and you're going to get that discount, and you're going to love it, just like we have. Just go to beehivemeals.com.
Brands with genuine, authentic histories are highly valued. Strauss was founded back in 1948 by Engelbert Strauss, and it's still family-owned and run to this day. Strauss is trusted by workers all over the world. Their pants are the tools you can wear. Smart pocket design, all-day comfort, and durability you can count on. And now Strauss is making history as the first brand ever with its logo on professional baseball helmets. From the job site to the big leagues, from grit to glory, gear engineered to perform. Gear up now at Strauss.com. That's STRAUSS.com.
This is a real good story about Drew, a real United Airlines customer.
After almost 4 years of treatments, I was finally cancer-free. My mom's like, where do you want to go to celebrate? I'm like, let's go somewhere tropical. And then pilot hopped on the intercom and started talking about me, and I was like, what is going on here?
My wife beat cancer too, and I wanted to celebrate his special moment.
That's Bill, a real United pilot.
We brought him drinks and donuts. We all signed a card.
I was smiling ear to ear. Best flight ever for sure.
That's how good leads the way.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars off to an undefeated start to the season. Look to keep it rolling as they'll take on West Virginia. Parker Kingston knows the culture at BYU is one of the main reasons they're having some success.
Yeah, I would just say our culture of humble and hungry, no matter what. We have guys who don't get to see the field as much, but they're ready to step up at any given time, and I think that's what really sets us apart. We have guys, like, if someone goes down, the next guy's up, and you don't really see a difference, and I think that's just a testament to who we are as a team, who we are as individuals, and everyone just wants to play, and they're working as hard as they can to get on the field.
Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. You want some great barbecue, the best barbecue? All you have to do is stop by their location in the district in South Jordan, or they'll cater your event. Go to KennyJBBQ.com and get their catering menu today.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Cougars welcome in West Virginia to Lavelle Edwards Stadium for a battle with the Mountaineers. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. I was not at West Virginia. Hans wasn't at West Virginia. Frank, you weren't at West Virginia in the postgame for this one. But the audio, somebody sneaked into Kyle Whittingham's postgame press conference and was able to rip off a question. In fact, Kyle wasn't having any of it.
What did you think of Mono Carvalho's punt return race?
Who are you with?
I'm with Sports.
Yeah, okay. Mana return punt. You guys okay if I answer that? He's not accredited. Okay. It's not illegal? Okay. Mana, first one I thought he made a little bit of a too courageous decision. He was in traffic there and probably should have just fair caught that one. But the next one, he did a nice job of getting north and south and giving us 5, 6, 7 yards. And so Mana's got a bright future in the program, and we're going to see if he can start adding to the receiver group a little bit.
All right, so somebody sneaked in. Somebody asked a question, and Kyle was like, wait a minute. Who are you with? And the guy goes, Sports.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of Mono Carvalho's punt return race?
Who are you with?
I'm with Sports.
Yeah.
And he got the name completely wrong. Mono Carvalho is what he said.
It's Mana.
Carvalho.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we know who that? I mean, shouldn't we find that guy and have him thrown in some sort of press jail or something?
Well, the fact is he was not accredited, and Lloyd did a little digging and found out that who was this, Lloyd?
According to our Utes insider, Steve.
Did you just make that up?
No.
Did you just make that up? You're no better than the unaccredited reporter.
Everybody's catching strays today.
Apparently,
you're no better than the unaccredited reporter. According to our insider,
apparently it was
Steve.
It was with.
that is terrible. That's terrible.
You know what? Do you know how many disapproving looks I've had from you today? Two.
This is poorly timed, Lloyd. It's poorly timed.
According to our Ute insider making up a name, Steve.
I'm not. Steve Bartle.
Anyways, what did Steve say, Lloyd?
That it was with son.
Okay. It sounds like it's Tyler. So my guess is probably Tyler Whittingham, I know he's busy as a father, but I could see him. Well, I don't know. Maybe, I guess, he's got the other son that's coaching at Kansas City, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he slipped up there. I don't know. But
okay.
It's just
anyway,
his son.
So there you go. It was.
Hey, I love you.
It's his son. It's his son.
It's his son.
All right. All right.
Stop giving me disapproving looks today.
So if you were Kyle Whittingham.
I wouldn't have answered the question.
Yeah. All right. If you're Kyle Whittingham, you got a bye week. What's your point of emphasis this week? He brought up tackling.
Yeah, I think that's true. I was just looking at the rushing stats. West Virginia put up these rushing stats against Utah: 260 something yards, 5-point yard, 4 yards per carry. I was concerned about that. And I think on the defensive side, that is something that Utah has to manage more closely. I know it was late in the game. In fact, in the last 5 drives of the game, West Virginia put up, they didn't have any yardage prior to the final 5 drives. And the final 5 drives were 240 yards of offense. And there you got a lot of stats in there, and Utah's clearly ahead in the game. So you might give them a pass there. But Utah being able to make a stop on first contact has to become a priority, because I think Coach Whittingham is exactly right. The tackling, bad body position has been a concern. And as we were discussing previously, Utah has to be on top of their game, both sides of the ball, each and every week to come out of these games, especially in the next couple weeks.
Mm-hmm. It does feel a very un-Utah-like to be a poor tackling team.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because I think the reputation is this defense that is a wall.
Yeah.
You can't penetrate that defensive unit. And they are well coached, really great execution. But if you'll remember, this is not the first time in Coach Whittingham's career where we've had this kind of issue. He's had this with several of his teams, where he's felt like on the defensive side, the toughness, the ability to get people to the ground, the execution has been lacking. And that's just a high standard that's always been held at the University of Utah. So I think he's exactly right. Like, those are the little things. Tackling might not be the little thing, but the little things that he is concerned about on the defensive side and wanting to improve this week is super meaningful for the team.
Did you expect John Henry Daly to be the national leader in TFLs through 5 weeks, through 5 games?
National leader, not Big 12 leader.
No.
He leads the nation in TFLs.
No. Did you?
No.
You were a big fan, though,
yeah.
prior to the season, so
I figured
you had a sense.
He was going to do some real work, and I thought that he could be a really nice pass rush specialist, but he's much more than that. He is a 4-down type of guy. He can give you the work you need on every down.
Yeah. No, I have been very impressed. In fact, I think he was just added to the Bednarik watch list.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's amazing. If Utah had one more guy like that, now I think all the guys have been pretty good, but if they had one more guy on the defensive front emerge with that kind of productivity, wow, that's a really good good defense. There's talent there.
Coming into the season, the question was, okay, you got Fano on one side. What are you going to do on the other side?
I know.
And it was, Cash Dillon, John Henry. We went through Paul Fitzgerald. We went through the list. And now it's like this defense is almost John Henry Daly's defense right now. He might be the face of the defense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still Smith Snowden, but in terms of...
Well, Smith Snowden's really good.
Lander Barton, I get that.
Lander Barton's really good. But they need one more. They need another guy to reach the productivity of Daly. Am I supposed to say Henry Daly, or do you say John Henry Daly?
That's a good question. Like, when you're just going last name, is it just Daly or Henry?
I don't
Daly?
see. There's not a hyphen.
There's
in
not
there,
a
right?
he's not a hyphen. So I'd say just Daly's fine. Yeah.
There's not a hyphen. It's just John Daly. Is Henry his middle name? Must be. Or is John Henry a full
That's what I'm saying.
name?
Is John Henry the first name? It's John Henry.
Is it like John
Or is it
Boy?
John Henry Daly?
No, it's John Henry Daly. Yeah.
Good night, John Boy.
I think if my name was John Henry,
Good night,
I'd be
Hoss.
like, just call me J.H.
Which character would you be?
From the Waltons?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's what I didn't watch.
Well, I think there was like
John
this. You're either team
Petticoat Junction.
No, no. You're either team
Gunsmoke.
Walton or team Little House on the Prairie.
Little House.
Yeah.
Were they about the same time?
I think so. Yeah.
No, they weren't the same time.
They weren't.
Little House was after the Waltons, definitely.
Oh, okay.
Definitely after the Waltons.
Waltons were way back.
Yeah. And so, who would you be? Which character would
I don't know.
you be?
I never watched it. So.
Who would you be? John Boy?
Probably. Yeah. Was he the star?
Yeah,
probably.
The star. He was sweet. He's kind and obedient.
Was always where he was supposed to be.
On time.
Willing to give up golf to appease his workmates.
Yeah. John Boy.
All right. So, Hans reeled off all these numbers. Utah is killing it offensively. But I think we're all on the same page where let's see those numbers against Arizona State. Let's see those numbers against BYU.
Those two.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's those two.
Yep.
I think so. If Utah comes close to those numbers against those two teams, then I think you really have something to be optimistic about.
Arizona State at home. That's a big one. And it's a night game, 8:15. How does Rice Eccles light up at night? I can tell you, calling games at LaValle Edwards Stadium, those night games are ridiculous.
How so?
Oh, just loud, and
People
they've got
sitting on their hands.
They're doing full drone
Not much
shows.
happening.
They're doing full drone shows. They're doing
A little
fireworks. They've got
pedestrian.
Yeah.
guys that are swinging fire knives. They got it's
Well, and he just called
crazy.
and you called a night game in Colorado. That's a different kind of light up. But
That's a different kind of lit.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, that's the worst.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is.
Anyway, yeah, Rice-Eccles Stadium, the fan base at Rice-Eccles Stadium is
At night.
whether or not you consider it a good fan base or a bad fan base, whatever. But in terms of being excitable during the game and engaged, and it's all of those things. Now, it's also a fan base that can turn on you pretty quick too. If you're throwing out a stinker, you're just like
My brother-in-law was at the Texas Tech game, and he said that the energy was insane, and then obviously Texas Tech gets off to a good start, and then it
dwindled. Yeah.
I would say against Arizona State, even if it's 14, 17 points in the middle parts of the third quarter, just keep it up, because you don't know. You don't know what Dampier could do.
Yeah.
But you want to keep that thing as high pitch as you can, because there's games, Frank, where it just turns on a dime defensively. You get a big pick 6, or you get a big pick, great position, and then you get a nice onside or some type of trick off your special teams.
You saw how the fan base affected the Texas Tech game. Now, that game was, even in the fourth quarter, game was within three. How many false starts? How many false starts?
I think 8. 14 penalties. I think 8 false starts or 9 false starts.
And that's because
1,000% the crowd.
The commentator, who was it?
Gus Johnson.
Who was the color man?
Gus's play-by-play, is it?
Gus's play-by-play. Was it Joel Klatt?
Klatt kept saying, I can't believe Texas Tech is not making an adjustment. No, but you can't hear in the stadium. They have to go with hand signals, and they refused to do it. Maybe they just didn't have it, and they kept doing the false start. So the fan base absolutely can be a critical component.
All right, final thoughts coming up next. Hans and Scotty, Frank Dolce, your Ute preview show right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
It's up to the Grizzly Bear.
If I tell you he's 18 of 25 for 215 yards, one touchdown, no pick,
I take it.
And you also expect a W because they got everything around
W.
that.
Get some more street cred and say a dub.
Nah, I need
Come on,
a modest
Whitey
amount.
White. Here's your chance,
nope,
Whitey White.
No, Whitey White needs a modest amount. I'm now referring to myself in the third person as Whitey White. What a horrible turn of events.
Here's your chance to get some street cred. Not the W. You don't need to pronounce it all the way.
W.
Nobody does.
Come on. We're going to count you down to 3, 2, 1.
We're back right after this. Stay with us right here on The Zone.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Bar W Beef. We're talking the best beef in the state of Utah. Why, Hans? Because it's raised here in the state of Utah by Utah farmers, Utah ranchers. They know exactly what's going into that beef. You know exactly how those cattle are treated, and that is why you have such great quality being shipped right to your house.
Amazing quality, and we live in a state where people like to be prepared. And we got caught flat-footed with COVID.
Yes, we did.
There was a lot of people that could not get their hands on beef through parts of COVID. And if that's a concern, they do have beef shares. So you can get a full quarter beef share, you can get a half beef share, or you could get a whole beef share. Maybe you go in on this whole thing with your family. Get 3 or 4 of you, you do the whole beef share, everybody pitches in. And we're talking about great price per pound. By the way, the whole beef share is 480 pounds of beef.
Yeah. Imagine that being in your freezer and knowing like, hey, look, the world could come crashing down. I still got great quality beef.
My beef will keep me alive and rocking and rolling. The half beef is 240 pounds. And when we talk about the quality beef, those are dry aged. So even if you go with a beef share, you're getting dry aged beef with your ground beef and your steaks and all your different cuts. So if you're into prepping, having the beef necessary or needed in the time of crisis, just go to barwbeef.com, order that share, they'll deliver it.
Yep. In fact, orders over $150 will be shipped to your house anywhere in the state of Utah for free. It's barwbeef.com.
You're the fall cleanup phenom, the titan of trimming. You wield a leaf blower like a surgeon does a scalpel. When it comes to your lawn, power moves are the only moves you make. That's why you just applied IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food for stronger roots and an early green up next spring. IFA's Fall and Winter Lawn Food. It's the ultimate lawn owner power move.
Water runs Utah. It carves our canyons, fuels our farmers' fields, fills our lakes and rivers. It runs outdoor adventures and economic development. But if we're not careful, water runs out. And in the cooler fall months, your yard simply doesn't need as much water. That's why this is one of the best times to make a big difference. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take and bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandswimspasale.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah on a bye this week, getting set to kick off the second half of the season against Arizona State a week from Saturday. John Henry Daly and the rest of the Utes, they need to start finishing some of these conference games.
Coach Witt last week said that we played 3.5 quarters of great football and we just need to finish out the fourth quarter, and so we went in with that mindset this week to finish out the game, and we did a great job at that, and we plan on continuing doing that.
Your Utes at 50 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. That's Kenny J's Barbecue.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, wrapping up another edition of the show. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, your Ute preview show. Big thanks to Frank Dolce for hanging out with us today. Remember, tomorrow is a Football Friday, and we could not be happier than to be in Bountiful tomorrow El Matador. Stop by, hang out. It is a bountiful institution. One of the best restaurants on the planet, led by some of the best people on the planet. We want you to stop by, say hi. We will be there tomorrow from noon to 3, El Matador in Bountiful. Come get some of the chips and salsa. Go order a Hans and Scotty burrito. Let's go.
So just to kind of wrap things up here with the Utah Preview Show, a couple things that I want to see done in the bye week. I want to get some news, some update on Jackson Benny.
Yes.
And I'm hoping whatever it was, it can heal and he'll be back. This is your interception leader. He's one of your emotional leaders. He's your utility tool. He is playing defense, offensive snaps. And when he's on the defensive side, you can bet that he's going to make something big happen. So that's number one. I want him back. I know Wayshawn Parker got banged up. Remember, he came off the field holding his forearm or elbow.
Yeah.
There are some updates that we need from some of these guys that are banged up. So get those guys healthy and get them going. I am not as concerned as many about the offensive line. There's a lot that are concerned about the offensive line. I'm just not.
Yeah.
I think they'll continue to come together, and I actually think that they've played pretty darn good at times. Tech's just a beast.
Yeah.
So Arizona State, get that offensive line primed up and ready, and then just continue to work on that relationship between Dampier and those receivers we talked about. All those different targets. Ryan Davis feels like he's already kind of got that tempo. Bentley, Merriweather, Buchanan. Those guys, I want to see them start to make that connection. That we saw develop a little bit with Wayshawn in that West Virginia game. I want to see it with everybody. But as far as Devin Dampier is concerned, I still think he's got some untapped potential. I think he's got some things that he wants to prove. And, I'm pretty optimistic that this offense will continue to gather points, gather yards, and do their thing.
I think the timing of this bye week came at an awesome time. And the next bye week, you pointed out yesterday, the bye weeks for Utah and BYU for their second byes could not come at better times for those schools. But I think this one in particular was really good for Utah. You end out with a win, so you're feeling good about yourself, but you also know your deficiencies and the things you need to work on. You can address those before two of the biggest, probably the biggest games of the season with Arizona State and BYU in back-to-back weeks.
You get 5 games to see kind of what that offense was, and now you can
tweak it.
Yeah.
I got to imagine Jason Beck will be your busiest coach through the bye week.
Yes. Yep.
I'm sure that he sees things he really likes and wants to capitalize and sees holes and gaps that he needs to fix. And my hope is that they can all just kind of work together and clean up some of the exterior blocking issues that they've had.
Yeah. So if you look at the relationship, that's another week you can have Dampier work with his wide receivers and his tight ends on developing that relationship. Another week to secure up any issues you may have on the offensive line, and then heal up defensively. The Benny thing is going to be the biggest question mark going forward, and hopefully we'll have an update on him coming up on Monday when Kyle Whittingham has his press conference. But that's going to be the big one because they don't have to release injury reports on bye weeks, do they? Yeah, so there won't be, if Kyle doesn't have to talk, he won't talk. So we probably won't know anything about Benny until Monday at the earliest.
As far as Arizona State is concerned, they were given a bye week as well.
Yeah.
So they're matching Utah's bye week. Arizona State is on a bit of a heater, beating Texas State at Baylor and TCU.
Yeah.
The thing about Baylor and TCU, at Baylor, 27-24. TCU at home, 27-24. You had 2 3-point games amongst the Baylors and the TCUs of the world. And remember, the TCU game, it took a Sam Leavitt last-minute drive to get that win. So,
and their loss was a fluke.
Their loss to Mississippi State felt like a major fluke. It did.
It did. And it was.
That was at Mississippi State, SEC territory, Mississippi State. What has Mississippi State done since?
Not much.
Let me see if I can.
Remember, they were just dreadful last year.
Okay, so Mississippi State just lost to Tennessee 41-34.
Yeah.
Tennessee's good.
Yeah.
They beat Northern Illinois, they beat Alcorn State, they beat Southern Miss, and they beat Arizona State. So they won all 4 of their non-conference.
Not what we would call a very difficult non-conference schedule.
Guess who they have Saturday?
That would be Texas A&M.
Yep.
That'd be a fun one. All right, that wraps it up for us. That's your Ute preview show. Tomorrow, it's a Football Friday. Again, we will be live at El Matador in Bountiful. Please stop by, hang out, grab yourself some great Mexican food, and let's talk a lot of football. It's a Football Friday with Ron McBride and Alema Harrington, myself, Hans Olsen, coming up tomorrow. El Matador right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every offseason move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-444-2013.
Attention high schoolers, are you ready to power up your future? The Hercules Scholarship Competition is officially open, now through November 1st. You can win up to $2,000 towards your tuition. It's simple. Fill out the application, answer one essay question, submit before November 1st. Don't miss your chance to invest in your future. Apply today at HerculesCU.com for your Hercules Scholarship and make your education unstoppable. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online and hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Undergraduate and most graduate courses start October 15th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Jay Scott and Ben Anderson.
Here's what Anthony Edwards said. Sometimes you just got to take those matchups. You can't make Jaden McDaniels, guard the best player every night. Some nights you got to say, you get the B player and let me get the A player. It's about trying to push myself so I can get in better shape by February, March, heading into the playoffs.
I would hope that that's something that Will Hardy can instill in his team. If there is a knock on Will Hardy to this point, it's that there's been no semblance of this Jazz basketball team under his watch being a good defensive team.
Well, he hasn't really had the personnel, but yeah, I get your point. But you hope one day that Ace Bailey would tap Taylor Hendricks on the shoulder and said, let me guard guy A tonight. Mm-hmm. You go guard guy B. Yeah. I'll take guy A tonight. You get a little rest. I want to make sure I'm sharp for the playoffs or whatever. That's a great mentality, you know?
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I am dedicated. I am TNT.
With Team in Training, you will reach your best physical self so blood cancer patients can reach theirs.
Change your life by joining a marathon, half marathon, triathlon, or a cycle event, and you'll change the lives of blood cancer patients.
I am committed. I am TNT.
After 600,000 participants and almost $1 billion raised for treatments, TNT has helped the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society make a significant impact in the advancement of blood cancer therapies that save lives every day.
I am making a difference. I am TNT.
Join TNT. Expand your circle of friends to be part of a very special community. Train with world-class trainers and have the chance to be part of the most exciting endurance sports events in the country. Or train on your own schedule with TNT Flex. Join TNT and fundraise while you train, and take part in getting us all closer to a world without blood cancers.
Join TNT now. Go to teamintraining.org.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. Happy Thursday to you. Man, we're just mowing through this week. We have actual college football tomorrow. Tomorrow, JJ. You know what that means? Our football Fridays are going to be even more intense just because there is going to be an actual college football game tomorrow night.
It's a game day tomorrow. I'm excited.
Hold on, where are we at tomorrow night for Game Night Live?
Stansbury High School. They're
Versus?
hosting Ridgeline High School, one of the best teams in the state.
So that's
a 4A team ranked in the top 5 in the state. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, what's up with that?
They're loaded with talent.
You guys had to face off against those dudes last week, right? Or no, who is it? Ridgeline. No, we're talking one of the Logan teams, yeah?
Yeah, out of Millville.
Man, that's a long trip for them. That's
It
a long
is
trip down.
Especially on a Friday in rush hour traffic.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So we'll be at Stansbury High School tomorrow. That's
Yes.
where we're going to do our football Fridays. We'll get you ready for BYU versus West Virginia. And then that's it. Because the rest of the week, we've been told, don't talk to Bronco Mendenhall, okay? He's getting his team all sorts of ready for Hawaii next week. I assume that means that he's taking them to Hawaii early for a party. Does that sound like Bronco Mendenhall?
If you play Hawaii after a bye week, doesn't that mean you just go spend 2 weeks in Hawaii?
I think.
What's the point?
If there's something Bronco Mendenhall's good for, it's taking the team
we're
out
going to
early to
Hawaii.
relax. Oh, yeah. I want to just, he's like, look,
That's the bye week of the century.
I want these guys to come out. We're going to go out to Hawaii early. We're just going to spend some time together. We're going to rent some mopeds with some shaky tires, and we're going to go, and we're just going to hit the islands. And I just want these guys to relax. And, we'll play a football game in the middle of all that. Does that sound like Bronco?
Heck yeah.
A lot of fun. Yeah, right.
Well, Bronco does love the islands. We know that.
I know, but I actually heard him talking about it, and he's like, playing out at the islands is tough. We will not take it lightly. He's like, these guys can't have one bit of fun.
Is that your Bronco Mendenhall impression?
We're going to be going out to the islands. That's real whispery. You know it is.
It's very reverent.
Is that the term for
Bronco is very reverent.
He's very reverent. If he's like, if you go above certain decibel levels, you'll be suspended from the team. Can't talk too loud.
He was a very good sunbeam.
Oh, we got tons to go over today. First of all, Cole Bagley's in the house. He's actually in the building, so we'll chat with him. And there's another pregame. I know that the preseason games don't matter for the Mammoth, right? We've been told.
No,
that.
they don't. But
however,
you can go in the building tonight and see the brand new, shiny new inside of the Delta Center.
Well, and you can do it with some brand new jerseys too.
Oh yeah.
They released the jerseys today. They released the jerseys today. We were coming up with some fun names what we could put on the back of our jerseys for our program. Why don't we look if the team store wanted us to get on board, we could wear the JJ and Alex edition of the customized premium quality authentic pro jersey. That's a mere $500 on the website.
The $500 one. It's the top of the line, the real deal.
Yeah, because I mean, look, It's a $500 jersey. Let's put our names on it. Let's get it going. It is tempting to go over there. I actually do want to go. I'll probably go over there right after the – no, because they're going to be – at that point, they close the – don't they close the store down? I have to have a ticket to get in? No, I know they don't close it down. Like, they're letting people into the stadium at that point.
You can run over there during a commercial break.
All right. Hey, Annapolis. Just give me like probably 2.5 minutes, I guess, for me to get over there and back.
2.5? That elevator takes 5 minutes alone.
If I'm not back, just assume that I got you guys some gear.
I tell you what, though, I'm not going over. You want to know why? Because I'd walk out with a $250 purchase.
No, you wouldn't.
It's too tempting.
It is.
Those brand new black Mammoth sweaters are beautiful.
Yeah, we've come a long way since calling them jerseys. We've come a long way since calling them jerseys.
They're sweaters.
Yeah. So we got playoff baseball up on the screen. Checks notes. The Reds didn't show up for the playoffs. It's fine. The Dodgers are supposed to win. The narrative from the Major League Baseball is Ohtani has to get to at least a pennant game, if not the World Series. Otherwise, there's no point.
Well, in that offense, it's tough for them to lose.
Yeah, when those guys come up, it's pretty
crazy. Their bullpen's bad, but they score enough runs to overcome it.
It's easy to see why the Giants had no shot against the Dodgers out west, right? That was me taking a little shot at Lloyd.
Is he in there?
I don't even know if he even cheers for the Giants anymore. Come on. He's fully shifted over to Raiders.
He's like, yeah, they won 3 World Series during his lifetime. He's like, that's enough.
Listen, I was going to say, like, I'm excited because the Mariners are going to play in the playoffs. I have full expectations they're going to blow it and not go even past the divisional round. Fine. And it's the first time they haven't won a playoff game since 2001. That's where my life is with baseball.
Jeez.
They've packed that stadium every dang freaking night.
Well, I'll tell you who's about to blow it is the Guardians. They're down 2-1 in game 3. They would have gone all that way from 15.5 games back just to lose in the wild card round.
That's the
team they caught.
Heartbreak of baseball. There you go.
Top of the 7th right now, 2-1 Detroit.
So we're going to kick the show off officially, though. We got to get into the program. We got lots to do today. We have all sorts of fun. Mitch Harper's going to join us today. We're going to chat some West Virginia. We're going to chat some BYU. We're going to get you going off also with some hockey. We got baseball. We got all of it today. Let's kick it off right here. Let's get it going with the cut. Top of the show.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. TRAJAN Wealth.com for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Just TrajanWealth.com. All right, JJ. So first thing off the bat here, if you're looking at the schedule, you brought it up and it's like, look, the schedule for college football this week is light. Not just here in the state of Utah. Like, we've had some great games week in and week out, but you feel like when we get into a week 5 of the college football, the college football season, we should be more excited about some of the games in the lineup here. But it is a huge weekend, obviously, or a huge Friday for BYU because they can get to 5-0. And frankly, I'll just say it, they're expected to get to 5-0. It would be a massive blow up of a team to be able to lose to that West Virginia team coming in on Friday night. You've got lots to accomplish. It's a team that you're favored to win. I think the line I just saw this morning was 21.5. 21.5 point favorites. That's a lot to live up to. What is the reality of what Kalani and his guys have to do this week? Like, what do you really want to accomplish as a team this week? Because winning by 21 points, that feels like it's even a difficult go because, you got the freshman quarterback, and not that they haven't done that, but I don't know what to expect in a game like this because you're trying to get ready for the rest of better conference play, and you start off against Colorado, and you have a little bit of an eker there that you won by 3 points with there in Boulder, but it was on the road. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish this weekend aside from – in my mind, I'm just one of those guys that goes, just win, and I don't care how you do it. Just get the W and get to 5-0.
Not this week. You're at home. Bears into game 5, so no more excuses with the quarterback. He's done great.
He
has no turnovers this year. He's been terrific. Kick their friggin' butts. Did I edit that?
Good job.
Like, BYU needs to, start flexing some muscle. Like, last week was a let's get out of Boulder with a win type deal. You're back home now against a beat-up West Virginia team. You watched your rival beat them 48-14 on the road.
You lost to them last time you played them by 30-plus at their place.
Then go kick their butt. Crush this team. I want to see BYU absolutely throttle this team. This is a team that's beat up. They're playing on a short week. BYU should annihilate them. I don't think it's like by a Portland State margin, but like 48-7, 56-7.
It's a lot of points.
Crush their soul. I want to see BYU break out and absolutely have a game like that. Be a little bit more dynamic offensively. Why not? That defense should have an absolute field day against this offense on Friday night. There should be a lot of turnovers. There should be a lot of disruptive plays, a lot of chaos on defense. And then on offense, execution, march down the field and score. Your goal should be to score on every single drive.
So I know where JJ stands on how this one should go. I'm one of these guys that
you're not going to have a game again like this the rest of the year where you're favored by this much.
It's interesting.
Go make it happen.
I'm interested to see what Arizona does this weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Because we don't really know what they are necessarily yet either. And I say either because I don't know if I totally know what BYU is. And if you're a BYU fan, you go, hey, man, they're 4-0. That's what they are. You are what your record is. Certainly. But you haven't played a schedule that is dynamic, really, right? It's been perfect for Bear. That's great. Kalani Sitake this week at practice talking about improving as a team before they get to West Virginia this week coming into Friday. And I'll tell you, too, when the Mountaineers come to Provo, they're not going to be worried. This is a team that people have written off, which is a scary way of kind of approaching a season, right? And a scary way of approaching an opponent. I always think it's nerve-wracking for me when somebody goes, they have no, not only are they bad, they're not going to be good the rest of the year, and Rich Rod, sign him off, he's not going to be any good. However, I will say that him focusing this week with his team internally to figure out how they can not just beat West Virginia, but just get better as a team, here's what Kalani said about focusing on that.
A lot of talent we see on their team, but more than anything, we got to focus on us being assignment sound and making sure that we're doing everything the right way. For me, it's a day earlier, so we can see if we can get those things fixed that we can control on our end and be ready for that game Friday night.
Next up, one of the things that I was listening to this week, because I listen to every week, I kind of go through the audio and listen to the press conferences and things. And when we were listening to this too, Kalani talked about Rich Rod, and everybody's like all effusive about each other. I always love this like love fest that they do on coaches, right? And Rich Rod's one of these guys that are like, he's definitely been an innovator on offense. But like it's been a minute, right? I mean,
yeah.
He was coaching at the FCS level last year. Rich Rod, who was at Arizona and changing the world there, and then doing the same thing at Michigan, is the different guy. Well, and frankly, failing at Michigan.
And failing at Arizona.
Different guy than the dude 25 years ago at West Virginia, where he's trying to kind of fire that back up again. Here's what Kalani said about Rich Rod.
Anyone that knows anything about college football saw what Rich Rod was doing back in the day. He's been a head coach for a long time, and so he had things rolling for quite a long time, especially there at West Virginia. Anybody that liked football knew all the talent and the things that they were doing offensively there.
It's almost it's almost like he didn't know what else to say about him. Like, man, he used to be great. It sounds very much like
it's not how he meant it to come across, but it's
very much
how it
like
came across.
When your kids are like, man, they're looking at your pictures in high school and be like, you had hair back then. I'm like, all right, settle down. All right, it feels a little bit like that commentary. It's like, I don't know if you know, but Rich Rod, he called some pretty good plays back at West Virginia, and he got some jobs based off of those innovations on offense alone. People were sold on what he was doing, and to be quite honest, he had some insane talent at West Virginia back then.
Oh yeah,
to be able to do it with. So he knows that West Virginia is going to be kind of approaching this thing the right way, and he knows that West Virginia is going to have to scheme up quite a bit this week to even have a shot against BYU.
The guy makes his mark anywhere that he goes and finds ways to get things going. And I think they've had some bad luck with injuries. And so we have to prepare, because I know he's extremely smart. And you look at his coaching staff, they're all bright. And so this isn't going to be easy. We just have to be ready to make sure that we defend our home ground and that we can lean on our home crowd to give us an advantage, hopefully.
He was asked, Kalani, this is the last one with Kalani here. He was asked about why, how getting out to that 14-0 deficit, what they kind of did to get there, one, and then how to get out of it. Here's what he said about it.
Well, one thing I know that we can control is we had a lot of missed assignments, and it's uncharacteristic of our defense. I don't like having to learn our lessons by giving them points. It usually comes down to simple things too, like getting off blocks and tackling well. It comes down to the fundamentals. So usually when things go crazy, you want to go have these big solutions when the simple one is just let's do the fundamental stuff right first. And Colorado came ready to go, and we cannot start like that again.
Hey, the offense had to bail out the defense this week, JJ.
It did.
I guess we didn't think about it that way.
Kind of did, didn't it?
Yeah.
Had to weather the storm early, and the offense responded well. Looking at West Virginia, their last 2 games since they've been beat up, they were at Kansas. They lost 41-10. At home against Utah, they lost 48-14. So you can kind of get a gauge of where BYU should finish in this game, to be quite honest. And that's why I said what I said earlier, is this is an opportunity for BYU to really take it to somebody. Sorry, kick them while they're down. That's how it goes. If BYU has a close game against West Virginia on Friday night, I'm going to have concerns. I really am. Because if Kansas can blow them out and Utah can blow them out and you struggle with them at home, I have reason to have serious concerns about where you're at right now. Heading into a road game at Arizona that's not going to be easy. And Arizona has Oklahoma State this weekend. So you know what record Arizona's going to have going into that game.
Yeah.
You're going to be facing a team that's 4-1, 1-1 in conference play in Tucson, and that Arizona team's going to be believing that they have something they can build on. And they're off to a good start. And that's going to be a very confident Arizona team when you go play them. That's an Arizona team that's already beat Kansas State. So they'd actually be 2-1 in conference play this year. So this is a very important game for BYU to be their best, to get that momentum going into the toughest stretch of their schedule this season. And we've talked about that stretch all year long. It starts next week, but before you start that stretch, you need to be a fine-tuned engine. And I want to see a fine-tuned engine on Saturday. There's not major injury problems with BYU right now. They're relatively healthy. You should be dynamic on Friday night, late night, on your home field with a big crowd, sold-out crowd, against a team that is wounded. That is a beat-up team. That and your favorite to win. That, like, I'm looking at the ESPN matchup predictor, Alex. 94.9% BYU.
Oh.
So, and I'm saying all this.
It was 95.1 yesterday. What do they know? What do people in
the meters moved?
What do people in Bristol know, man? Come on.
BYU should roll in this game. And with this team, as I'm watching them, with Bear playing the way he is, this team should be a Big 12 contender, and you need to look like one in games like this. Teams that win conference championships rarely have games where they play down to their competition. BYU can't let that happen on Friday night.
Bro, Darvish is on the bump for San Diego?
Yeah.
That guy's old, man. He's been pitching a long time. How old's Darvish? He's not – I don't think he's 40, but –
Darvish is 39.
Wow. Oh, my. He is old. That's baseball old, too, right? How is he older than Kershaw? Because we gave like the full thing for Kershaw and him going out this year.
He's pretty much done, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He had his
Kershaw's 37.
Yeah, he'll pitch, I guess, in the postseason a little bit, right?
Kershaw wasn't active in the wild card.
They knew it was going to happen.
But that's
Major
probably
League Baseball,
because they don't plan on pitching him until
right. No, they sent the letter
best
out.
of 5 series.
They sent the letter out, said, "Hey, Dodgers are getting to the World Series. Just right, everybody mind their P's and Q's till then. Let's play some fun baseball, but the Dodgers have to be in the World Series because Shohei Ohtani's there, Freddie Freeman's on the team. Put him out there. Come on, you know how this goes. That's how it goes. There's a script to this, JJ. It's worse than the NFL." Finally, BYU's players who were talking about this very thing, getting down early. You ask, or Parker Kingston was asked about that, how when they were down early, kind of responding to that, and what the feeling was on the team. Here's what he said.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows how resilient our team is on both sides of the ball. They came out, it was 14-0 before we could even blink. Defense stepped up big time, stopping them in the second quarter to let us come back. And then from then on, we were just rolling, moving the ball down the field. The defense was stuffing them, getting huge sacks. Special teams was making big plays with Sam pinning them deep in their own end zone. And it's been good to see the team come together in those tough wins. We haven't really had adversity, and I think that was our first taste of adversity, and we handled it well.
Andrew Gentry's one of these offensive linemen that they're starting to lean on more and more, right? And here's what he had to say about the team, their prep for West Virginia, but also that game against Colorado.
They do a lot, speaking specifically about the defense. You know, they're going to do a lot. They're going to give us a lot of different fronts. They're going to have good athletes. And, you know, it's Big 12 play, so everybody's going to be good, right? You can never take any week for granted. Every team is going to have phenomenal athletes. So West Virginia's got great athletes. They got great coaches. So it's going to be a really great game, and we're really excited to play it and excited for the challenge ahead.
And then finally, Bodie Schoonover. Was it Bodie Schoonover? We were listening to that soundbite yesterday where he came in and he put on 50 pounds of was it him?
Yeah.
Bodie Schoonover puts on 50 pounds of muscle to be able to be a better football player. Here's what he said this week about the matchup.
We've always just believed that, you know, ever since winter workouts, we've known what it's going to take. We've seen it last year. We had some good players come in, but we also have good players here already. Like, we've always believed that we are dominant defense, and so now we're just showing it.
That's a guy who's starting to show up, right? I mean, you talk about names. A lot of guys get, you know, obviously you got your linebackers that are the sexy sell on that side of the defense, right?
Yeah.
And then you even talk about the defensive tackles more than you do about the defensive ends. And Bodie Schoonover, I mean, this dude. I mean, we talked about this guy a lot when he was in high school. Didn't he go to AAF?
Yeah,
American Fork
High School. Yes.
He's a beast, right? And what's awesome is seeing these guys go through and they ask him to put on 50 pounds of muscle, you know, over a couple of seasons. And yeah, you know what would make this defense insanely crazy now is to have an edge rush that would be even better than they've had. Listen, everyone knows the sack woes that this team has had. And for all intents and purposes this year, they've made adjustments and scheme things a little bit differently so that they could get those. And those sack numbers have gone up. You know, Jack Kelly's got, 4 or 5 himself? And this team is getting to the quarterback and pressuring the quarterback. It's not just about the interceptions. It's about getting to that quarterback. And making those sacks was always weird because it was like, this is a great defense.
Yeah.
Best defense of the Big 12 last year, second worst in the conference in sacks. Like, that doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
And it was just a weird way that they were able to play on the defensive side of the ball. And Bodie Schoonover's been one of those guys that I think has been a bright spot for this defense as well. When you brought up about West Virginia and just like you got to kick these guys while they're down, there isn't really a bottom of the Big 12 year in and year out that you can guarantee, right? Like other conferences you look at and you go, yeah, for sure. I mean, Oklahoma State feels like that team right now. Obviously, because of what they're going through, and when you lose a coach that's been there for 20 years and they're on the down and out, but the only way you get there in a conference like this too is to have just obliterating injuries. And even Kalani had to make sure and mention, they've got some bad injuries, and you have to pounce. It's unfortunate, but they're going to bring a team out to Provo, and a lot of the guys aren't even going to travel who are injured for this Mountaineer team. They're playing at 8:30. Mountain time in Provo. I don't even know if you need. I don't like saying the altitude thing, but why not?
Pile on,
sure.
Pile on.
So
the odds are very much stacked against West Virginia on Friday night. BYU can't help them. They cannot give them hope.
And not to go too far ahead of things, but like if Arizona ends up being middling at best, or maybe they were overperforming a little bit in those first games, but have they really improved from the dumpster fire they kind of turned into last year? I think they have improved, but it might just be an even better next step than we talked about, kind of in the progression of your team to kind of work your way all the way up to some of the best competition. The only way you're going to get better is playing better competition. This week, unfortunately, is not going to necessarily be that, but I do think that Colorado to West Virginia to Arizona down in Tucson is a great stepping stone for you to be able to get to the hardest part of your schedule, and frankly, the hardest part of what looks like right now anybody's schedule.
I don't know
in
another
that stretch.
team in the Big 12 that has a gauntlet like BYU week in and week out.
That's why it's always funny when
October, November.
We get caught up in the how easy your schedule is. Oh, the ease of schedule, and you're like, I don't know if that's the case.
It's going to even out here very quick.
All right, let's take a break here before we, or when we come back, we've got ourselves. We didn't get to listen to Ace Bailey. We wanted to hear Ace Bailey. We wanted you to hear Ace Bailey. It is media availability this week. As you get ready for this Jazz season, I think it's important that one of the guys you need to get excited about, you think about what this roster brings. You know how excited about this number 5 overall draft pick that this Utah Jazz team is. They feel like they stole this guy on draft night, and from what it looks like, they may have. So what are you going to get from the rookie that I think a lot of people are expecting a ton out of on this team, even though the team might not have a ton of expectations? We'll listen to Ace Bailey next, and we'll get you your Jazz Daily next, right here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Typical delays setting in southbound I-15 Midvale to Sandy, and solid slowdowns on Pioneer Crossing between I-15 and Saratoga Springs Road. From system install to fast fixes to deliver award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical, call Whipple Services Champions for the win today. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next. That's why for 50 years, delicious Mexican meals have always started in one place. El Matador. Family-owned and operated, El Matador is a community legend featuring fresh menu items and tasty take-and-bake meals. El Matador now offers catering and is the home of chips and salsa gift bags for the holidays. Delicious. It starts at El Matador, 606 South Main Street in Bountiful.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222. Or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick talks about preparing for the short week.
First of all, everybody's a little sore from the last game, so you have to be smart about how much you practice. You have to carry a little bit less in the game plan. We won't have as much volume in this game plan as we normally do. Kind of finding the balance of getting healthy and fresh for the game, but also getting enough practice reps to be ready to play.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue. No matter the occasion, check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. for weddings, work, or any event you are hosting. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. Ace Bailey's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You know what's coming. Your daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz. It's time! All season long and even in the off-season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme the ball because I'm gonna dunk it! Basketball, gimme.
Oh, you know what that means when the Tesh Brothers are singing along? We got ourselves your Jazz Daily here. We're getting into that time where it's Jazz Daily kind of during the offseason. Obviously, we do it as needed. But then during the actual season itself, we get you covered every day with anything Jazz-related every day during this season. Got to get yourself ready for this NBA season that's going to start up. And we were asking Ben Anderson about a starting lineup. What do you do with the Keontae George, Isaiah Collier, kind of Bryce Sensabaugh trio there? Who ends up getting the start in those? Like, I would assume that Collier would be the point guard
To start?
Maybe.
Nope.
Keontae?
Put your best 5 on the floor.
So Keontae George.
Walker Kessler at center.
Okay. Lowry at power forward.
Lowry at 4. Let's go. Oh, man.
Ace Bailey at the 3?
Yeah. You could put him at 3 or 2.
Okay.
And then 2 is where I'd be throwing around different names. I think Key would be the choice at point guard right now.
And then that, like, Bryce Sensabaugh has had a good enough
Bryce
of a...
Sensabaugh I would consider for one of those spots there at the
Okay.
But maybe you go,
So Keontae George, Bryce Sensabaugh, Ace Bailey, Lowry, and Walker. You all right with that starting lineup? I don't hate it.
Maybe you do this. Walker Kessler at center, Lowry, Taylor Hendricks, Ace Bailey, Keontae.
Okay, see, now that's a great question. What about
let's get Taylor Hendricks.
Where's Taylor
in there.
Hendricks get worked into then?
Put him in the 3 or the 4. I think he can play either of those positions. I like that starting 5.
Okay.
And then you can work in other guys.
Then you get Flip worked in there
Bring
somewhere.
him off the bench.
By the way,
Walt Clayton at point guard or Isaiah Collier.
Cody Williams, you got to start talking about him again.
How far down the depth chart is Cody right now? This is a big year for Cody to break into the rotation. I don't know. We'll have to see. George Niang, you can look at vets that you're going to bring in. Yusuf Nurkic is your backup center, so you know where you're at with that.
Walter Clayton Jr. is going to be interesting, right?
I mentioned that between him and Collier, which of those? So Keontae, Isaiah, Walt, who's going to be your starting point guard by the end of the season?
By the end of the year.
Keep your eye on that.
I'm going off the board. I'm going to go John Tonje. Sorry, is he a two-way? Is he going to be a two-way guy for the season?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Work him in. Let's go.
What if Bryce Sensabaugh is the real? I mean, what if he's taken a step? You probably need to squeeze him into that starting lineup. There's a lot of different things you can do here. It just depends on whether they want to go big. Do you want to go small? Do you want to go more offense? Do you want to go more defense? They have obviously this is not a contending roster, but it's a versatile roster.
Well, I was going to say, though, too, like, Keontae George can be dynamic. We know that. Bryce Sensabaugh had as good of a summer as anybody.
He was great in summer league.
Ace Bailey could be magical from the get-go. And then Lowry Market and Walker Kessler, like, you throw in there, like, the starting five doesn't have I'm worried about this. This is going to be a long season type of a feel for me, like we've seen before. I mean, last year, think about going into last year, all you're doing was, Walker Kessler's going to get the start, but, like, that guy's got a lot to prove. Like, remember, that's what we're saying right now. And now you're going, most solid dudes on this team, Lowry Markkanen, obviously, Walker Kessler. And then after that, like, you look at the starting guys and you kind of go, man, there's some good veterans that can back up these dudes that can help them along. I mean, Kevin Love, you got to work into somewhere into this thing.
Kyle Anderson's on the roster.
Yeah.
How many minutes does he work his way into? I don't know. There's a lot of options. You can go vet. You can go young. You can go mix. It's an interesting roster. It's not a great roster, but it's an interesting roster.
You know, that's a long roster, too, with Ace and Lowry and Walker. At your 3, 4, and 5.
There's some real depth at the different positions.
Yeah, crazy.
I also could mention, like, you can go – one of the small lineups you could go with is Walter, Isaiah Collier at point guard. You go Key at shooting guard. And then you go Ace Bailey or Cody Williams at small forward. And then you go Lowry at 4, at maybe a 5, and Kyle Filipowski to 4.
Yeah, go Flip. Yeah.
So you see the versatility I'm talking about is you can go small, you can go big. It's going to be very interesting to see what kind of rotation is built. Will Hardy decides to go with a week into the season.
Well, on the other side of it, too, maybe you throw Flip at that 3 and Ace at 2. Then you've got an extremely long lineup there. Like that's,
now you got a stew.
Now you got yourself a stew. You got a little bit of meat on that bone. Come on. All right. Let's one of the guys we wanted to hear from was Ace Bailey, who comes in on his first year in the media during media day. And obviously the news was he had just gotten rid of his manager. And, you know, with the tumult of coming to a new team and whether or not he wanted to be in Utah and how that whole thing went down, all that is shoved to the side because now it's down to playing basketball, and you're seeing a guy who's bought into firing up an NBA career because you can be great in these markets, and you can be great at Utah even if it's not what you pictured yourself doing right after college. You can make yourself great, though. So how do you do it? Here's what Ace Bailey said about getting things started here and how excited he is to get going on this rookie season.
Working out. Everything here, first game, first year, I'm ready. I mean, I'm pumped. I only got no words for it. I'm so excited.
There was a report last week that you and Omar Cooper split ways, parted ties. I don't know. What actually did happen there, and kind of what led you to make that choice?
I feel like I just made the best decision to move forward, to better me and my family in the position that way.
What are your expectations for yourself in your rookie season?
Just be that person that my teammates need, whether it's to get a rebound, clap, get some water, whatever it is. I'm really pumped for the season to really start.
Ace, how's the dog?
Which one? I got 2 of them.
Oh, you got 2 dogs?
Yeah.
The dog's enjoying Utah?
Nah, they both feels. I mean, they loving it. They running around. Halo keep coming to the gym with me. Halo done got famous more than me now.
Just your general impressions of Utah since you've been here.
My impression on Utah is very good. I mean, I done got out of my comfort zone. I went hiking. I mean, golfing. I mean, I'm gonna try fly fishing. I ain't never did that before, but it's been great. Trying new things outside my comfort zone for sure.
Ace, coming out of Summer League, what were some of your areas of focus for your game?
Physicality and getting in shape better. Those are two main things I was really focused on.
Hi, Ace. You're a first-round draft pick on a young group of guys. I think you are the youngest guy. There should be so much pressure on you, but you seem to be having the absolute time of your life. Just explain that to me. You seem like you feel no pressure at all.
I mean, not everybody get to sit in these chairs, so I mean, once you're in these chairs, it should be a blessing. I mean, the goal was to be in the NBA. I'm here, so now it's just have fun with it. I mean, play the game I love to do.
We heard that you guys went to Dallas and that there was a trip with Key, and I want to hear about that and kind of the camaraderie that you are getting with the other young guys that are on this team. But then the second part of the question is, how important is it for you to kind of pick the brain of guys like Kyle Anderson and Kevin Love and, you know, play with some of the vets that have been in the league for a long time?
Kevin Love is a great vet. I mean, he played with some of the great players, so learning from him, would be a blessing. I mean, from learning the small things, whether it's a box out or something big to where, like, big time shot, we're known to get the shots, so stuff like that. But Dallas was very fun. I mean, from being out there working out at the facility with my teammates, I mean, the physicality definitely helped me for sure when we came back to Utah to run court. I mean, they was bumping me, pushing me. I was doing the same thing back. So it all played out. That was very, very needed.
I know you guys have done open court sessions. How has that increased your confidence going into the year?
Hell, I increased it a lot. I mean, from my teammates just telling me to have confidence in myself. I mean, stop being nervous. You're going to mess up. You're a rook. I mean, so just letting it go, stop being nervous, just having fun. I mean, it's basketball.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports. Will Hardy has said the one thing he doesn't want you to do is come and try and prove the Jazz right for drafting you number 5 overall early on. Do you feel a pressure to, try and live up to being a lottery pick?
Not at all. I mean, it's basketball. Put the ball in the hoop.
Ace, how important is it this season in particular for you to show what you can do on defense?
Very important. I mean, you got to play both sides of the ball in this league. I mean, just proving on the defensive side, whether it's just blocking out, getting a rebound, I mean, being in the help side gap, just being in the right positions.
You had this a little bit in Summer League, just a couple games though. What have you learned about kind of playing with some of the young players on this team? And then, you got to play with Keontae, for example, recently. And what have you learned about just playing with your new teammates?
We fast. Very fast. That's what I learned. We can move the ball really, really fast. We all can shoot, all can dribble, all can go.
Obviously, you're very excited about this. Is there something that excites you the most, like a game that you're looking forward to? Is there something that you've kind of put on a pedestal in your head?
My first game, that's my favorite part of it. I mean, just playing my first game, getting all the nervousness out.
Do you think that you'll get the nerves out in preseason, or do you think that first real game of the season is going to be different?
Who knows? I don't know. I feel like if I have a good game pregame, it'll all be away. I mean, I feel like it'll come and it go. It comes when it comes.
I got to ask, we know Halo. What's the other dog?
Prince.
Prince.
Yeah, he's a Yorkie.
Okay.
He's a year and 2 months now.
Okay.
What's your relationship been with Will and kind of building that?
No, it's been great with Coach Will, from learning the small things, just staying consistent with him. I mean, learning things off and on the court with Coach Will. Coach Will is a great guy.
Speaking of excitement, how much are you looking forward to being teammates with Isaiah after competing against each other in high school?
He put me out in the Elite 8, but I'm looking forward to it, though, for sure. I mean, for playing with Isaiah, playing against him was fun. Now, I know playing with him going to be even more fun.
I know there's a big gap in age between you and Walt and John, but generally groups of draft classes kind of bond together. They come into the league together. They go through the same thing. What is your relationship like with those two guys?
My relationship great with those two. I mean, asking them where furniture at to just put in the house. I mean, I don't know. Them going with me. It's just fun. Being around those two, learning a lot from those. Even though we rookie, the age gap is there, but they much more mature, and they'll tell me, Ace, this, and this. They'll tell me the little ways they know too also, whether if it's on the court or off the court.
There you go, Ace Bailey. I get the idea. He's pretty excited about playing basketball, JJ.
Love the energy from this kid. That's what you want out of a rookie, out of a kid coming into the league, is to have that energy about him and that positive outlook. Look, the NBA is tough. It's an 82-game grind every year. I've seen a lot of covering the league for 20 years now. I see guys get chewed up and spit out by this league. It's brutal. It can be a tough league. You need that in the locker room. You need a young guy that has that kind of optimism and outlook and just an excitement to be there. There's a humility about Ace that I see, while at the same time there's a massive amount of confidence in what he can do on a basketball floor, and I think that's a great combination. We've seen often guys come into the league that don't have the humility part. I think there is a humility about him. He, like he said, I'll get guys water if I have to. He's the number 5 pick in the draft. This is a kid that was ranked at one point the top player in the draft. Some people thought he was going to go ahead at Cooper Flagg early on in the process. This kid is extremely talented, and he's talking about, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll go get water for the guys. I love it. This is a kid that's humble but doesn't even realize and recognize how good he can be. You know who does, though? I know Will Hardy knows how good this kid can be. And he said it. His ceiling's just incredibly high.
So Ace Bailey, rookie, young, obviously. That everybody keeps bringing it up. You know who's 1 month older than Ace Bailey? I just gave it away.
Who?
Bear Bachmeyer.
Wow.
He's a month older than Ace Bailey. If you have any questions as to whether or not these guys getting started up at an early freaking age,
what were you doing when you were 18, 19? It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, not getting ready to go to the NBA, not getting ready for my 5th start as a quarterback at BYU. But yeah, Ace Bailey is 1 month older. Bear Bachmeyer is 1 month older than Ace Bailey. And we've been talking about is the youth of Bear Bachmeyer. You kind of have to have and that's why the expectations are wild for Ace Bailey, right? For people to have an insane amount of you better be good right now. And the reality is when you see him on the court, the world-class talent that you have to start an NBA game at 19 is crazy. But that's what's bonkers to me is all we've been talking about is the youth of Bear Bachmeyer, and he's actually older than Ace Bailey, and he is about to start up his NBA season, his NBA career. That's how, just perspective-wise, that was a shocker for me to find out. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. When we do return, we've got ourselves a Would You Rather right around the corner. Don't want to miss it. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Beehive Meals is going to absolutely change the way that you are able to spend time with your family. I know that sounds overly dramatic, but let me just tell you how it goes in our house. Meal times are chaos in the evenings. When you have 7 kids between the ages of 17 and 2, then you know what you have? You have a lot of different activities that you're supposed to be going around to. You've got to drop everybody off at different things. So you're eating at different times in a lot of cases. Unless there's this meal that brings everybody together at the end of the evening, and that's the Beehive Meals difference. It's going to be less expensive and way more healthy for you than going to the drive-thru to try to bail your family out. It's also going to be an awesome option for convenience. You can get that stuff cooked up in the slow cooker, walk out the door, get your work done, and then you come back home and it's ready to eat. JJ, this has changed the way we've gotten together as a family. It's just been awesome for us.
Yeah, it's going to save you time. It's going to save you money. And you're going to have a great home-cooked meal waiting for you when you get home. And that's such an awesome thing. This morning we threw some barbecue chicken in a crock pot. So when I'm done with this show, 6 o'clock and I'm out the door, you know what I'm thinking? Barbecue chicken, baby.
Come on.
Can't wait.
Throw it on a roll.
So isn't that sound a lot better than picking up some drive-through thing on the way home?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and how much money is that gonna cost you?
Come on.
Like, this is going to change the way you feed your family, and it's going to save you time. It's going to save you money. Give it a try. I mean, this menu's loaded with some great options. In the month of October, I mean, apricot chicken, chicken and stuffing, brown sugar glazed pork roast, taco mac, French dip, summer corn chowder. It is soup season. It's going to be chilly this weekend, by the way. There's so many great options. That's just a sample of some of the things they offer with these meals, frozen and delivered to your door for ease and convenience. Go to their website, beehivemeals.com. Make your first order, and when you do, use the code THEZONE for a $20 discount off that first order. Give this a try. It's working for our families. It can work for yours as well. beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
I'm Walker Kessler, and I play basketball for a living. So I know how important it is to have the support of a team you can trust. That's why I love UCCU. UCCU is more than a credit union. They're a true financial partner, a local team of experts your entire family can trust at every step of your financial journey. Just visit uccu.com and elevate your banking experience.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain-blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
For nearly 70 years, Les Olson IT has been the trusted name for businesses. From state-of-the-art printers and copiers to managed IT services, we have the solutions you need to stay ahead in today's world. And now Les Olson IT is trusted and licensed in Utah for security systems, for technology that helps you work smarter. Les Olson IT, providing solutions that empower your business.
Olson IT.
Any Hour Services can help with any size plumbing project around the house. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance or plumbing repairs are closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or visit anyhourservices.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about freshman wide receiver Mana Carvalho and the punt returns he had against West Virginia.
First one, I thought he made a little bit of a too courageous decision. He was in traffic there and probably should have just fair caught that one. But the next one, he did a nice job of getting north and south and giving us, 5, 6, 7 yards. And so Mana's got a bright future in the program, and we're going to see, if he can start adding to the receiver group a little bit.
That's your Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue, no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Would You Rather's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Listen, everybody! Real-life hypotheticals to get your brain churning. As JJ and Alex ask, would you rather?
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen, our producers, Alex Napolis. Every day we've got Cubs, Padres up on the screen. 2-0. Top of the third in this decisive game 3 of the wild card with the Cubs and the Padres. The Cubs are up 2-0 at the top of the third here.
Guardians down to their last 3 outs.
Oh, no. Oh, boy, it got extended, too. Yeah, 6-3 now.
Yes.
Oof.
So after that rough inning, that 4-run inning, in the 7th, they're fighting back. But 3 outs left in their season. Got to get it done.
JJ, I got like a really weird. I've got a really weird would you rather today. Okay. So, Pepsi announced today that they're eliminating artificial colors in a lot of their products. They're going to go the European route. Have you ever seen, by the way, European, like Fruit Loops, for example?
I haven't, but I've heard this, that they don't look the same.
They're like, it's like fall colors. It's like, oh, okay. It's not you look at the American version and you're like, oh, man, I love me some American Fruit Loops. Those can't be good for you. But Pepsi's like, we are changing. We're going to mute some of the colors here. And so one of the biggest brands that's going to get the biggest makeover, Gatorade.
Oh.
Gatorade's going to take a massive hit on the colors. And so I decided, I have in front of me the top Gatorade flavors by sales, okay? You tell me the flavor preferences that you have, okay? So would you rather have a Glacier Cherry? That's the frosted, Glacier Cherry. Or just the classic orange, the original 1965.
I would say the classic orange. I grew up on that.
Tastes like being a kid again, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Tastes like my youth.
By the way, it doesn't taste particularly good. I don't think anybody. We all remember this, right?
Gatorade's significantly overrated, by the way.
Yes, it is.
Just sugar water.
I don't care, but my kids are desperate after everything. They're like, we're Gatorade. I'm like, you have been absolutely freaking fooled by the marketing executives in this world. It's fine. Now, the orange flavor, by the way, number 5 by sales. You would think that it'd be higher.
I thought it'd be higher. Yeah.
Guess
there's a lot of new flavors.
Okay, so give me the shot of what the number 1 is. What's the number 1 Gatorade flavor?
My kids like the blue one, whatever that is, the Glacier something.
There's a Glacier Freeze that's part of the Frost series. It's a light blue.
Okay. What's the darker blue one?
But Cool Blue is the number 1.
Yep, that's what I thought.
Overall Gatorade flavor. I hate it. I don't like that one. Okay. Fruit Punch is number 2. Lemon Lime, the classic, number 3.
Fruit Punch is gross.
Glacier Cherry. But the number, so you're going to go, so 7 is Passion Fruit. By the way, these are all going to look very different, is what I'm saying.
It's going to look like water?
I don't know. So, I mean, the Cool Blue, I bet half of the reason why it's even blue at all is because that fake coloring.
All right.
So they're going to have to start, I don't know, what do they do?
It's not like there's anything natural in there that gives it that color. They're going to put real blueberries in there now?
That's what I'm saying. No.
Come on.
Is there some, natural coloring we could get out of a... You know what I'll do? I'll just add my own. I'll put, a Sharpie in there for just a couple of seconds. Kind of get it back to... Whew. It's not going to affect the flavor. Passion Fruit's number 7. Never had it. Lightning Blast, I couldn't tell you what that is either. Grape is number 9, and then the number 10 flavor is actually the one that my 8-year-old gets so that his siblings won't drink it. Lime Cucumber.
Never heard of it.
I know. Who wants cucumbers in their freaking Gatorade?
Not me.
I know. It's like you're going to a baby shower? It's fire? No, it is not. First of all, no Gatorade flavor is fire. We've already determined this. It's not good. It'll do.
If I had to go out of my way to go get a Gatorade,
it would be the lime cucumber
one. Oh, well, I'm a sucker for it.
You and my 8-year-old Deacon can jam on it. Maybe, yeah. Look, maybe I underestimated you. You're a great guy to have at those baby showers for those moms in Draper. I got some cucumber flavored water.
He's a hipster when it comes to Gatorade flavors.
No, but my son Deacon figured out if I get this, no one else drinks it. Because if it's in the fridge, my kids all just drink it. Who drank my Gatorade? But no one drinks Deacon's lime cucumber. So, Napolis, you got something there. If you bring it in the fridge here, we're not going to drink it. So, you got it.
Hey, we got some breaking news, sports news. Do you want to do it?
Fire it up. I don't know what it is, but JJ's got it in front of him. From the breaking news desk right here, middle of the show, what do you have here for us, JJ?
The Detroit Tigers have advanced to the American League Divisional Series. They will play the Seattle Mariners. They have defeated the Cleveland Guardians 6-3. They win that series 2-1 and are moving on in the postseason.
So the Mariners are at least going to get kilt when Scooball's pitching, right?
Yeah, that's one loss. I mean, maybe that lineup can beat Scooble. I don't know. Yeah,
I don't think so.
Tarek Skubal is the best pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, him and Skeens, like, those guys are old school ERAs right now. I think they're both sub 2, right?
Yeah, they're almost unhittable.
It's insane. So, man, I'm nervous. I'm fully nervous. The Mariners, I just can't see them doing doing anything. This is a lifetime of just watching them do nothing. 1995, we had something. We had something special. And then 2001 came along, and they haven't been to the playoffs since. They haven't won a playoff game since. Excuse me.
Well, can they beat the Tigers in a 5-game series?
I think so. Gosh, if they could win a pennant, go to the World Series.
They've never been.
I know. Thanks for reminding me. They've never been to the World Series. Did you know that?
How long has that franchise been around?
74? 76? I don't know. They're going to get killed. Sam Farnsworth and you can hang out, by the way, on the weekends with this Gatorade flavor thing.
Sam Farnsworth just gave the endorsement of the cucumber Gatorade.
Yeah. In terms of crap sports drinks, it's the less crappy of all the sports drinks. That's what you get. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We got more to go around the corner. When we return, Mike Asti, he covers the West Virginia Mountaineers. We had him on last week to cover the Mountaineers, of course, talking about the Utah matchup. Now he's coming out to Provo. We'll see how this thing goes, and Mike will join us next. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Alpine Home Medical, they bring wellness home. What does that mean? Well, it means that they're the relied on medical equipment provider across the state of Utah, best in state for the past 15 years. Why? Because they do it better than anybody else. And if you're looking at something like, the CPAP resupply program, you don't want the icky, please get the new CPAP parts that you need out there, and you can have them provide them to you so you don't have to worry about it. They resupply you. Their program is automated. Everything is discreet, and they do it with this white glove concierge service because Alpine Home Medical wants to take care of you and your loved ones. If it's mobility, if it's the oxygen at home, whatever it might be, they will deal with the insurance company. You don't have to deal with it. All you have to do is call them, tell them what your needs are, and they will take care of you top to bottom with Alpine Home Medical.
They've been in business for 28 years. Customers are their number one priority. They have over 1,700 five-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. They want you to know Alpine Home Medical staff will always work hard for you and advocate with lawmakers to help their customers receive better Medicare reimbursement and giving you the very best access to medical supplies that you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, their 11 stores are your home for comfort. So when you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. That's why they say, we bring wellness home. For stores, locations, and equipment, visit alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, Brian, you are way too sedentary. So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it. Just been laying around the house. Or is it lying around the house?
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
When your reputation's on the line, you don't leave anything to chance, especially your primer. Painters trust Kills primers for a smooth start, strong adhesion, and serious stain blocking power. And now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to heal up during the bye week in preparation for the remainder of the Mountain West Conference schedule. Your home for the best coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. JJ and Alex here with you on a Thursday, getting you ready for a Friday kickoff between the West Virginia Mountaineers and, of course, the BYU Cougars. Mountaineers coming into Provo, taking on a BYU team that right now is 4-0. Bear Bachmeier at the quarterback spot for the Cougs. Win upon win for the freshman. Still no turnovers on the season. Knock on for Micah. Since we don't have there's MDF, right, under here?
Sure is.
Come on. Yeah, this is a wood product of some kind, all right? Joining us on the program right now, he's Mike Asti. He covers the West Virginia Mountaineers. We had him on last week. We told you, make it a date, and we did it a week later exactly. Mike, welcome back to the program.
Yeah, no problem, guys. I've just been sitting here with my phone on mute until you buzz me back in.
Well, Mike, pretty soon, Mike, you're going to have your own show in Utah.
Hey, maybe I could be down with it. A new fan base to talk to.
Well, I was going to say, yeah. Well, part of the deal is coming out to Provo is going to be quite the trip. I think we talked about it last week. I don't think you've been out to Provo before. This is not a great time for the Mountaineers to be making the trip out to Provo. This is as banged up as we've seen a team in a long time. How's the vibe out there in West Virginia now, knowing that you've got not just quarterback issues, but it seems like a lot of different positions affected this week by the injury bug?
Yeah, although the weird part about it is when we talked last week, they were the most banged up, injury-riddled team in the country, and most fan bases almost were feeling bad for West Virginia because of all the injuries. How could any team overcome all these injuries? And they got blown out to Utah. But there is a small chance here they're going to get a little healthier for this game. So, as you mentioned, the quarterback situation, Nika Morkiel wasn't going to play anyway. He's now getting a medical red shirt. He's out for the year, likely going to transfer. They tried Jalen Henderson against Utah. That did not work. And now they're expected to start Khalil Wilkins, who's a freshman, and give him a look. He played at the end of the Utah game and actually performed admirably at the end there. They moved the ball the best with him to this point. But aside from the QB position, Ty Edwards, who was the star running back from the backyard brawl with 141 yards, 3 touchdowns, came in for Jaheim White, gashed the Panthers. He's been questionable, missed the last couple weeks. There's a chance he plays in this game. He's moving and leaning towards playing in this game. And there are a few others that may get in there that have missed recently. But the stars that everybody maybe was familiar with going into the year, of Jaheim White, Nika Morkiel, Jaden Bray, etc., they're out for the year. And as I said, Nika Morkiel likely moving on in general. So they're still a very banged-up team, but they're a little healthier than last week. And even getting Ty Edwards back would be a major boost for a run-first offense that's not really been able to run that well since the backyard brawl, when he was doing it and doing it very, very well and leading them to that win. So maybe they're a little healthier now, but they're still very, very banged up. They have been blown out in their only 2 Big 12 games. They're very inconsistent on offense. Defensively, they were great in out-of-conference play, and they've now been rough in Big 12 play. So it's a West Virginia team that likely is going to get blown out again unless they find something in Khalil Wilkins that leads them to the upset.
So Khalil Wilkins will get the start at quarterback. What can you tell us about him?
So he's a freshman. Ironically enough, if he becomes the guy, and if we all watch, because Mountaineer fans have their dream blinders on right now, that this could be 2005 all over again. And Pat White came in the Louisville game. It was around week 4 or 5 like this. He was a backup. No one heard of him. All of a sudden becomes a legend. If that occurs, it'll be kind of funny. It'll be a Neil Brown recruit doing it. He was a Neil Brown recruit that very much fit the WVU dual threat Rich Rodriguez mold. He's a little bit of a slender build, but has bulked up now. He is a burner. He's very fast. He's more of a dual threat than really anybody else besides maybe Scotty Fox, the other freshman on the team. He can throw a little bit better than Jalen Henderson has been. I wouldn't say he lives and dies off of his arm, but he can give you something through the air, and he's mostly a solid runner that can maybe turn a play that's dead into something else. So he's very young. He's inexperienced. He was a Washington, D.C. high school product, I believe a 3-star kid out there, but he was a Neil Brown recruit, and he chose to stay aboard through the Neil Brown transition into Rich Rodriguez. And the only thing I'll add as well, the former coaching staff, I still talk to many of them, they always were very high on Khalil Wilkins, and I even heard comments from them that Rich Rodriguez is going to fall in love with Khalil Wilkins. He's going to see Pat White flashes in Khalil Wilkins, and even before that, they said that Khalil Wilkins would be the future of WVU. I can't guarantee any of that's going to come to fruition, certainly even maybe not this week, but there's some quiet hype around him from people that have coached him, even if the fan maybe doesn't know that much about him right now.
Well, obviously, having a quarterback question mark is not great. Having the running back, position even kind of like, oh, he might get the guy back this week, might get some guys back from injury. The wideout spot's been hit by injuries, but the defense has also given up a ton of yards and points. 120th in passing right now, 126th or 103rd in total defense. What can you tell us about this Mountaineer defense that's making it so hard right now for them to stop people?
Yeah, and the weird thing about, again, those numbers, a lot of it is because of Big 12 play. This defense was performing admirably in out-of-conference play. Even the Ohio loss, losing on the road to a group of 5, that defense played very well in that game, played better against Parker Navarro than Rutgers or anybody else he's faced at the Power 4 level. But now, with the calendar moving into Big 12 play, Kansas and Utah have just destroyed this defense. Mobile quarterbacks is a kryptonite for this defense. They handled Parker Navarro relatively well. They handled Eli Holstein relatively well. But Dampier did pretty much anything he wanted, and even Jalen Daniels did pretty much anything he wanted. That's really been an issue. They've started to miss tackles in Big 12 play. They weren't missing any tackles in out-of-conference play, and they were really sound tackling in the backyard brawl. I don't know what got into them. They hit everything near them. But in Big 12 play, not the case. And the other thing that's different, they were forcing turnovers before conference play. They had 6 takeaways in 2 consecutive games combined. Problem even then was they weren't cashing them in and were barely getting field goals off of them because the offense was struggling so much. But now they're not even getting them at all. And if they do, it's mop-up time and doesn't really matter. So the defense has to play way better than it's been in Big 12 play. The only saving grace, despite those numbers being bad, I think the only awful game the defense had was against Utah. Against Kansas, they were kind of okay in the first half, and then they just got really exhausted. Because, honestly, guys, anyone who knows football, when you have the only negative of the Rich Rodriguez offense, if it's struggling and it's a high-tempo offense, that means it's 3-4 plays in a minute and a half, you're off the field, the defense is back on the field. They're exhausted. And it's a high-tempo offense even if they can't move the ball and they're punting. So they had 8 punts a game in these games the defense was struggling. If the offense is clicking, that's great. But if not, it makes it really, really tough on a defense. And Zach Alley as a D coordinator, I do like him. He's from Oklahoma. He's a Rich Rod disciple. He is an aggressive, defensive-minded, maybe future head coach. I like talking to him. I think he's a good coach. I think he can get it figured out. But he's getting paid a lot of money. He's getting a lot of their allotment for the coaching staff. They have a lot of coaches this year, and the coaching staff money is more than Neil Brown had, almost double it, and a lot of it's going to Zach Alley. So if this defense doesn't improve, you got to fairly put it on him. But I do think he's a good coach, and we'll see if they can get it fixed. But the offense struggling so much does not help the cause at all.
You just got to see Utah up close and personal. I'd love to get your thoughts on the Utes, both good and bad.
It's hard to evaluate Utah too much against West Virginia with how banged up they were, especially coming off the Texas Tech game. But I do think Utah is a solid team. I thought when they joined the Big 12 they would be a solid program, could be at the top of the heap in the Big 12. That didn't happen last year. But if they can get healthy, I think this Utah team can hang with pretty much anybody because they have NFL linemen on both the offensive and defensive line. There were NFL scouts in Morgantown to watch that game, and I talked to them. They were watching those linemen and even the tight end. They are just a big-body team that can really win the battle of the trenches and get those short passes to move down the field. If they can do that and click, they can contend with good teams, even though they didn't show it against Texas Tech. Do I think they're going to win the conference this year? No. But I do think they're going to be a good program, going to keep it moving onward and upward this year and then next year. And we'll see what they do now moving on, because beating a banged-up West Virginia team, even talking with the Utah writers in the press box, they all even said they're not getting ranked after this because the Mountaineers have half their starters out, even though they're winning big. They need to kind of prove themselves again against a fully healthy team if they went back in the top 25, at least to stay there.
What are your impressions of what this BYU team can do? Obviously, with a freshman quarterback who's kind of learning his craft week on week. It's not that he's blown anybody out of the water, and I don't think he's showing flashes of being this world beater yet. But I think people see the consistency of not turning the ball over from Bear Bachmeier, and they go, okay, you got something there, and he seems to be, when he wants to be, he likes to run the football. They like to make him run the football. What are your impressions of this BYU offense so far?
Yeah, so from what I've seen, it's an offense that's kind of a work in progress. But as you mentioned, when you don't turn the football over and you don't kill yourself, it can definitely be something that you can build on. It's a great coaching staff that's been together, and Kalani is one of the maybe more underrated coaches in the country, you could certainly argue. They've kind of been hot and cold since joining the Big 12, but I definitely think they have the size. I definitely think they have the run game. Maybe non-conventional to dominate in the Big 12, but those are things that can lead you to wins. And while they have an inexperienced quarterback in general, he now has games under his belt and not making mistakes. And that's really the only way I think West Virginia could maybe make this competitive or win this game is if they force turnovers, uncharacteristic for BYU right now, but the Mountaineers were forcing them weeks ago. If they can do that, then maybe they have a chance here. But that's really the issue, is if West Virginia can force turnovers. But otherwise, if it's a sound, clean game from BYU, they probably should be fine. And maybe BYU has their guy for years to come because they have a quarterback that they were kind of forced to use because of controversy, and maybe they had a blessing in disguise happen where that's their guy for the next 2 to 3 years. West Virginia kind of hopes to have that as they're trying their freshmen out this week. So it's a weird battle of the freshmen. But BYU is a solid program, and I do think that if they can win big in games like this, especially with their home field advantage being so strong, that helps them impress. And as I said, Kalani gets more respect nationally because I even talking to him, he's such a good guy. I mean, I don't know anybody could not like him. He's just such a nice guy. He wants to respect everybody. He's just so humble. He kind of fits what BYU, I'm sure, would want it for their head coach for what that program is and the religious aspect. And yet, when they get on the football field, they have the ability to kind of go physical and ground and pound with anybody. So I kind of like that combination. And we'll see maybe if West Virginia does something on the field to kind of respect BYU in any way, because I did talk to him and asked him about that. I don't know if you guys remember, but a couple years ago at Morgantown, BYU ran out to the field with the West Virginia state flag. And at the time, we thought it was, how'd they get this? Is it disrespectful? Did they steal it from somebody? But Kalani said that they did it actually to respect the state. And
they do it in every state, yeah.
Yeah, we were at the time, nobody really was aware. And even talking to the communications department in the box, I was like, how did they get this? They didn't know. So I don't know how they got it, but it was to respect them. So we'll see if that gets flipped. But I like the BYU program from afar, and it's one of the better home field advantages in the country for sure.
No doubt, and you hit it on Kalani. He's the perfect fit at BYU, both the nice guy off the field and a warrior on it, as he was as a player under Lavelle Edwards. So, and that team certainly follows that energy and that culture that he's established that way. Rich Rod addressed the media this week. What were some of the things he talked about, and specifically, what did he say about BYU's defense?
So he and I will also add, he did talk about Kalani and said that they have a relationship a little bit. They're not best friends, but they have a connection from back when Kalani was DC at Utah and he was at Arizona. So they had those matchups and they've stayed in touch over the years. But in terms of BYU, in all honesty, Rich Rod did kind of focus a lot more on what they need to fix in themselves. He does feel like that they haven't been playing near to their capability and they are so banged up. But he's expecting BYU to be a tough challenge in what they can do defensively, and especially with an inconsistent offense and a young quarterback. At the time, he didn't tell us it was going to be Khalil Wilkins, but it felt like he was tipping his hand a little bit. So he knows the challenge at hand, and they're also expecting BYU's offense to kind of be a physical force to deal with, and maybe not exactly kind of what Dampier did for Utah. That was brought up in comparison a little bit, but Zach Alley did kind of shoot that down and said they're very different to him. But he feels that Utah has a quote-unquote multiple game plan on both sides of the ball, which is something that Zach Alley feels he does, but they are doing it and they're doing it better right now. So it was a lot more focused on what the Mountaineers are not doing, and it almost felt like a little bit of a funeral because Rich Rod started to go into, well, it's year one. If it was year three, I'd be more upset. And all these injuries, you got to have luck in year one. I never have had this much bad luck in my 30 years. That was more of the tone, but he's definitely aware of the challenge at hand as well.
Mike Asti covers the West Virginia Mountaineers, and Mike, it's always fun having you on here because I think it's really. I mean, we seem to have you on the line in the off season, and then of course BYU and Utah are both playing West Virginia. I remember when we were talking about these games at Big 12 Media Day, I was like, "Oh, the West Virginia's got to play Utah at their place one week, and then they have to go right out on a short week to BYU." And we knew this was coming, and here we are, already into week 5 of the season.
And the unfortunate thing for the Mountaineers, no bye week at all prior to any of this.
Right.
So the first bye week for West Virginia comes after this BYU game. I know Utah's on a bye now. So a very late season bye for the most injury-riddled team in the Big 12, maybe in the country. Very, very unlucky. But always love jumping on with you guys. And, yeah, maybe I'll have to in the off-season we'll talk about I'll do a show for you guys.
There you go. There you go.
We'll, all day.
At least enjoy a Cougar tail at LaVell Edwards Stadium.
I'll come by and give you a hurrah over there in the press box when we see you on Friday.
All right, man.
There you go.
Thanks.
Mike Asti.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, WV Sports Now is where you can find that byline right there for Mike. He's awesome. Yeah, nice enough to join us like all year round because there's a lot of West Virginian talk. So there you go. We'll take the break here. We'll come back. He's here in studio, and there's another preseason game. I think it's the final preseason game for the Utah Mammoth coming up here this evening. And you're going to be able to see some of the new digs over there, of course, at Delta Center. And you can also buy a brand new jersey to wear right along here with it. And we'll bring Cole Bagley in here in just a couple of minutes before we get out. This portion of the show, as always, brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith brand of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. We'll take a break. We'll chat with Cole Bagley next, right here at 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Big delays eastbound in Weber Canyon due to a crash at the rest stop blocking all eastbound lanes. Traffic being diverted through the rest stop and around the crash. Southbound I-15 delays in spots from North Salt Lake to 146 South in Draper, and more delays in Utah County approaching Linden. While everyone else searches for parking at the big event tonight, you can find your happy place on UTA. Plan your trip at rideuta.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
I'd like to see him thread the needle of keep their pick yet kind of be trying. I don't think that's possible. I think if they play all their guys and will actually, coaches like he's demonstrated he can coach in the past, they could easily be in the 30s, no problem.
Yeah, that's so too.
I would love to see him thread the needle.
It's hard to do.
It's hard to do without compromising the try factor.
Austin Ainge, famously at his introduction when asked if they were going to tank, he said, we're not doing that anymore. And then yesterday when PK asked him, Austin Ainge said, we're not thinking about that right now. Which is a little bit of a different saying than that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Now, it's not contradictory to what he had said previously, but I do think it opened the door for the idea of, well, what happens when that draft pick does start to become more of a priority, which the further you get into the year, depending on your win total, the more important that draft pick gets.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And we got Major League Baseball playoffs going on right now. The NBA season's about to start. Hockey's coming. The NHL's about to start. And, of course, college football and the NFL's rolling as well. You've got to have the best package for your sports television watching, and it needs to be the right price. Ryan from the Dish Pros, he can hook you up. Ryan, what do you got for everybody?
We can, and offers right now have never been better. And, every day we save people so much money. I mean, it's my favorite thing. Listen, if you've got that horrendous cable bundle where your bill just keeps getting more and more expensive, or did you just see your DirecTV bill went up another 10%? Guys, this is the type of thing that you can avoid by picking up the phone and call us. I've got the best promotion out there with the best equipment. Guys, the most advanced DVR, 16 tuners, it auto records your locals, it auto hops commercial breaks. Nobody does this. It's got the ability to, you plug in your favorite teams, it'll find the games for you and record them. Plus, it's integrated with the streaming apps all the way to the point that they appear in the guide. So it's just everything seamless. It's easy and simple to operate. Call us up today. We'll get you Dish's top package free for the next 3 months. This is over 400 channels. We'll also set you up on a 2-year promotion price where that is guaranteed not to change for full 2 years. And we'll throw in the NFL Red Zone and the Multi-Sports Pack free for the next 6 months. Call us up and upgrade, because you'll save a ton of money. And I'm clearly telling you, we have customers that are $100 a month, not counting the amount of money they're going to save with the first 3 months because they get all the stuff for free. So call us up, take the upgrades, get the free equipment. We'll have it installed as early as next day. That'll be free. And we'll throw in dinner at JCW's on top of everything. Remember, too, as far as internet goes, guys, it is not complicated. If your internet is expensive, if you're spending more than $70, $80 a month, or you've got glitchy, the service keeps going out, it's not making you happy, call us up. It's easy to do. We have lots of tricks where you can keep all your internet-connected devices. We'll just work on the new service. But I have like 7, 8 different providers at our fingertips, and we'll dial you up with a service is $40, $50 a month. It's easy. You just got to call 424-DISH. Call us now, 801-424-DISH.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
If you've ever had to deal with a plumbing problem, you may have felt the pain of realizing you don't know any plumbers. Whether you're trying to stop a leaky faucet, fix a running toilet, replace your old water softener, or install a tankless water heater, the plumbers at Any Hour Services can help. All you have to do is call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. Help with plumbing maintenance and repairs is closer than you think. Call Any Hour Services or schedule an appointment at anyhourservices.com. No one helps more homeowners than Any Hour Services.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Alpine Home Medical. We bring wellness home.
Hi, I'm Jay Broadbent from Alpine Home Medical, and I'm humbled to win Utah's Best of State for 2025 for the 15th year in a row. After 28 years, we're all about you. Over 1,700 5-star Google reviews and a 4.8 customer satisfaction score to prove it. We'll keep working hard for you. I've spent this year advocating with lawmakers for better Medicare reimbursement, ensuring you always have the best access to medical supplies you need. From Idaho Falls to St. George, our 11 stores are your home for comfort. When you hear Alpine Home Medical, think of that best of state experience every single time. Visit us online at alpinehomemedical.com. That's alpinehomemedical.com.
Alpine Home Medical. We bring wellness home.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kalani Sitake talks about his relationship with West Virginia head coach Rich Rodriguez.
Rich Rod's a great coach and one of the well-known coaches out there, in our profession. So I look forward to seeing him. And I mean, we've had great interaction. He's always been super good to me. So I'm excited for him to be here in Provo and be in our stadium named after my mentor, Lavelle Edwards.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Cole Bagley's next, Utah Mammoth Insider on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It's a Friday night battle in Provo as the undefeated Cougars square off against West Virginia. Your home for the best coverage of Cougar football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
I'm really kind of shy.
Welcome back, everybody. It is JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Alex Curie, Jeremiah Jensen. Our producer is Alex Napolis, as always. Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth Insider for KSLSports.com. It's hockey season. He's ready to walk over to Delta Center, and we've got a preseason game tonight. Before we get to all that, let's chat with, let's roll out our winner of this week's Hercules Hero of the Week. It's that time of the week for us to do it. Every Thursday, we read off a winner of the Hercules Hero of the Week program. This week's winner is Matt Womack. Congratulations to Matt, who was nominated by Craig Emmett this week. Here's the nomination, or at least a portion of the nomination letter. Matt has been our rec coach for several years, rec soccer for several years. He has had the best sportsmanship of any coach I've ever witnessed. A few years ago, Tooele High needed a volunteer coach to help their unified soccer team prepare for an experience at the Special Olympics in Florida. He took time away from work and family to help those amazing young people with different levels of abilities to go and win a bronze medal, and more importantly, to do it the right way. He doesn't care about winning as much as he cares about the individual players. His teams love him, and he builds up young people to be good human beings first and soccer players second. Congratulations to Matt Womack, this week's winner of our Hercules Hero of the Week program. He wins a gift card courtesy of the folks at Hercules First Federal Credit Union, and then $200 to Beehive Meals. And there you go. You can nominate a person for the Hercules Hero of the Week program just by going to KSLSports.com/contests and making that nomination right there. We appreciate the support from Hercules Credit Union and Beehive Meals on this as well. Couldn't do it without them. Cole Bagley. Cole, what's going on, man? You're in the building. We've got hockey across the street coming up here in a little bit. Is this the final preseason game here before we get ready for the real stuff?
Well, I was just going to say, I know I'm getting a little bit older because I'm out here before I come on the show, and I'm eating Taco Bell, and Alex goes, "Are you sure you should be eating that?"
No, I did.
You're not in college anymore.
That's what I said. I go. I like the going full 22-year-old Cole Bagley on this thing, huh?
That was only 7 years ago.
I know. But it was a combo box, but it was $39 to buy it.
Well, and the fee to deliver it over here was.
That's even worse.
That's even worse. I usually don't. But
these old men over here are just like, why would you do that? Why are you paying for somebody to deliver your food?
I DoorDashed some Taco Bell. That is some like low self-esteem dinner action here at the station, but at the same time, you kind of
feel good about it.
Expensive.
I didn't feel good about it. Tasted good.
Could have had some better options over at the stadium, but it was too long. It was too long of a wait.
Exactly.
Well, let's talk about that preseason, and I think there's a final tune-up for this team. What do they do kind of in these last few? Is it like the NFL where they go, the veterans aren't going to get the sweat on. Let's let them sit and kind of keep cool, and we'll get these young guys. The last efforts to kind of get guys out there and fight for a roster spot.
It's kind of different in the NHL. Like, this is actually going to be their best roster that they put on the ice.
Now they're really warming up to get into it.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. I mean, most of the cuts have been made. There's still a few to go. But yeah, tonight we're going to see Keller, we're going to see Gunther, we're going to see Peterka, Sergachev. That's one of that's the top power play unit. So yeah, it's a little different than other sports, but I think with hockey, it's all about, giving 100% every single game for all 82 games, every single period. And so the culture is a little bit different rather than, all right, let's give the guys the night off. The regular season starts in a couple days. No, it's go time, and let's figure out exactly how we're going to play, and we're going to start the season right, as early as possible. So it should be a good one tonight. LA is going to be presenting a very close to an NHL roster as well. So we should get some good hockey at Delta Center.
Hey, we're a week away from the season opener in Denver against the Colorado Avalanche, so it is go time. And there's an excitement about this. Before we dig into some of the nuts and bolts of what they are and what they look like, what's your just overall view on how good this team should be? And we're all optimistic here, and it would be so exciting to have a Stanley Cup playoff series here for the first time ever. How realistic do you think that is?
I think it's pretty realistic. On paper, when you look at this team, this should be a team that gets into the playoffs. When they went into the offseason, they looked at the roster and they went, okay, what are we missing here? We're missing scoring, we're missing some size, and we're missing depth, especially defensively. So what did they go out and do? Well, they made sure to get some scoring in J.J. Peterka. They made sure to get some depth in guys like Nate Schmidt, Brandon Tanev, Vitek Vanacek. The size, I don't know that they super address that immediately, but when you look at the prospect pool, you look at Daniil Boot, who's 6'5", you look at Simashev, who's 6'5", you look at Gabe Smith, who's 6'5", 6'6". They drafted Desnoyers, who's 6'3". Like, the size is on the way, and that is a little bit harder to get immediately because size is such a premium in the National Hockey League. When you can find a guy that can play really, really well, who's also incredibly big, those guys they don't have a tough time finding contracts.
Yeah.
And so, are they going to make the playoffs? I don't know, but they should. And that's the expectation that from the front office down, these guys are expecting playoff hockey here in Salt Lake City in the spring.
We didn't say anything about Caleb Denoye during any of the rookie camp stuff. I mean, obviously, how's his development going on? Obviously, it's year one, and you're going to get sent to the league that you play in, and they want you to grow up a little bit. But what are the thoughts on him so far?
Yeah, so he had wrist surgery, and so he was held out. He did the development camp over the summer, but then he had wrist surgery 4 to 6 weeks before training camp started.
So was that kind of a planned thing, though, too?
Yeah, well,
it was like scheduled, or did he injure it during the?
He injured it last year in juniors, and when they drafted him, we were told that he wasn't going to need surgery. And then all of a sudden, we get this update. Hey, Denoye had successful wrist surgery. I don't think it's anything to necessarily be alarmed about. It just was a little strange that, like, oh, no, he doesn't need it. Oh, actually, he got it.
Well, you get the big club, which gets you over to, to their guy and to that MRI at that place, and then things might change, and they go, we're investing a lot of money in this guy. Let's just take care of it now. Then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, so he was here in Salt Lake. He was hanging out with the boys. He was, they sharing rooms with the players, other players, but he didn't participate in any of the on ice stuff. They did end up sending him back to his junior team. So, my expectation for Denoye is, as soon as he's healthy, get him back on the ice. Hopefully he can put up close to 100 points in the juniors, help his team maybe go back to back in the queue, and not necessarily push for a roster spot a season from now, but maybe a similar process to what we're seeing from TJ Ginla and Daniil Boot, Dmitry Simashev, who, hey, they're close.
Yeah.
They might just need a little bit more time, but they're really close. Whereas last year with Baudouin and Ginla, you went, these guys got to go back. So hopefully a year from now he's pushing, but I still think Denoye is probably two years out from really having an opportunity to play in the NHL.
Well, that's a good transition into talking about this final roster spot that potentially is out there for one of these young guys. Any other information you've gathered on where that stands and where that might be? Are these last two preseason games really important in determining who that guy's going to be to get that spot?
Yeah, I mean, they're all playing tonight.
There you go.
The most recent update is it's not going to be Cole Baudouin. He was sent back to the juniors yesterday. It's not going to be Maverick Lamoureux. He was sent back to Tucson yesterday. So, now you're kind of starting to see, of the prospects, who's made the most progress and who had a good camp. Clearly those two guys did not, and I think it was pretty obvious that they didn't. There were some struggles, some things that they were not doing to help themselves, whereas Ginla has shown that his offense is nearly NHL ready, if not ready. Ready. Daniil Boot has made incredible progress in just 2 weeks. This is a guy that all of us were kind of watching the first few days of camp, going, "Ooh, I don't know about this kid. He might have to spend some time, a good amount of time in the AHL." But then he's gotten comfortable. He's gotten acclimated. I mean, this is a kid coming from Russia.
Yeah,
he's never been here before. He hasn't played this style of hockey before. But he's figured it out. I don't know if you guys watched his goals, but I mean, laser beams.
Yeah.
So
and his size. He's just so big and strong. And you're right. The velocity on those shots is phenomenal.
If he can reach his potential, he is going to be a top 6 forward in the National Hockey League for a long time.
Wow.
I mean, he reminds me a lot of Tage Thompson of the Buffalo Sabres, because when you pair skating, speed, hands with size like that, it's really hard to stop. And so he's exciting. Simashev, I think the thing with Simashev is he hasn't necessarily like wowed anybody, but he's been really good and consistent. That's been the biggest thing for him during camp is, he's not doing anything particularly where you go, "Oh my gosh, that was amazing." But he's also doing enough where you go, he looks like a National Hockey League player now. So, we'll see who ends up getting a spot. And it looks like there might be more than one because, that there's that Kerfoot injury, but then you also have to have scratches.
Yeah.
So who's it might be vying for a scratch spot. So I'm not exactly sure how that ends up going, because is it really beneficial to have Daniil Boot or Dmitry Simashev as a scratch as opposed to getting minutes?
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a weird angle. I mean, it's just a weird wrinkle in that, right?
It is.
It's like how to get
they
these
need
guys
reps
developed.
in their development for sure, but it would be great for them to be in the regular team.
I know. That's what I've always wanted to do, is just get to the NHL and be a healthy scratch. It's a big goal of mine in life.
I mean, Liam O'Brien's got a pretty good gig.
Yeah, he does.
And he'll be the first to tell you that.
Yeah. Spicy Tuna's like, send me some more spicy tuna.
He gets paid the same.
All right. So we got to see the pictures today.
Yeah.
Officially of like the what Delta Center's changes have been. What are the immediate things that fans are going to see as a difference? Like what's the fan experience going to be better with this year already, knowing that there are going to be more seats in there, but raising the floor and all that stuff. But what is it that they're going to walk in and go, "Oh my goodness, look at this"?
It's a hockey barn. It's a barn now.
Yeah.
You don't have the walls that they had in the end zones last year. They referred to them as the waterfalls. Those are gone, and there's 1,100 seats that took their place.
Yeah, that's great.
Awesome. You go in there this morning, and I was in there a few days ago, and there's still a lot of work to be done. They hadn't really pushed the risers back into where they needed to go yet, and the ice was covered, so you couldn't really get a good sense of what it was like. But today, walking in there, you look around, and it's like, okay, the lower bowl is complete. There's more seats in here. It's going to be loud. And I don't know if you guys could tell from some of the photos and videos I posted, it is steep.
You said that, and actually
Which is awesome.
You told me that yesterday, and I remember thinking, I'm going to look at these pictures and see. And you can definitely look and you go, well, part of the reason is then you can see there's to get the non-obstructed view.
Yeah.
It's to be able to have that look. And all I could look at when I saw those pictures that were above the goalie nets was, well, that actually is nice. You see every bit of the ice here from right there. But I think to achieve it, then the perspective is different from a picture than it is in person. You said that somebody like me could take a tumble off of that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I think it's about as steep as the upper bowl, and I'm sure you guys have been up. It's a steep climb, and something I saw on X is someone quoted one of my pictures or photos or something, and they actually took the ski jump from up in Park City and put it from the top all the way down. It's steep. You get to the top of the bowl and you kind of go, ooh.
Yeah, but you know what? Hopefully someone doesn't have too few many beers over there and takes a tumble.
But you know what?
We don't need that.
You can see the whole ice, though. That's the price you pay.
That's true.
Be able to see the whole ice there. So
it's a little dangerous, but you can see everything.
It's worth the risk.
And so it's going to be. I mean, look, it's as much of a preseason game tonight as it for the players as it is for all the fans who get to watch this thing and see how it goes down. And look, it's an opportunity for everybody to get in there and kind of get the first kind of taste of what the stadium's going to be like, and we're looking forward to it, man. And so tonight, Kings in town, 7 o'clock, the puck drops, and you're going to be able to hear it all right here on the KSL Sports Zone. Cole Bagley, our Utah Mammoth insider for KSLSports.com. Thanks, Cole. Good luck to your Padres, too. Not looking great, but...
Yeah, next time we do this, Taco Bell on me, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, don't get it delivered.
If you can eat that.
You might need to finance it if you're going to go that route.
We'll get a couple extra tacos out of it.
Can we afford that here? Is that something that...
We're going to GoFundMe for Cole's Taco Bell? What are we going to do?
Oh, my gosh. All right. Cole, thanks, man. We appreciate it. Have fun over there tonight.
Thanks.
We'll take a break. We'll come back. You got more to go. We have our top 10 next. Stay here, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Eastbound traffic in Weber Canyon still closed at the rest stop. All traffic is still being diverted through the rest stop to get around the crash. Highway 89 is backed up around I-84 due to a crash. Southbound I-15 remains busy from downtown to Provo in spots. And the West Belt is slow between 17th North to the 201 highway. Advanced Window Products, factory direct affordable windows. Call today. They're on the way. Financing is available. Save now and pay later at advancedwindows.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com is the website. Yeah, we were just going over how if I'm gonna go and eat something, I got to make some right food choices. Yeah. I've had to change the way I've eaten in my life.
Don't blow a bunch of money on Taco Bell.
No, come on. And listen, I can. In my life, I've eaten enough Taco Bell for 4 lifetimes. All right. But I've had to change my ways a little bit. And dropping weight with Salt Lake City Fat Loss, that's one thing. Keeping it off, that's been the bigger difference. And, yeah, you just make little life changes. And, yeah, you might feel a little bit more high and mighty because you're not eating Taco Bell as much as anybody else. But what you're really doing is you're changing your health and the future of what it looks like for you and your kids. And that's what you get with Salt Lake City Fat Loss.
Yeah, many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and a year later, I'm keeping it off. And that is the real difference, is they help you lose the weight fast, naturally, safely, no drugs or injections. And then they're going to help you keep it off as well. They're going to have an app on your phone. It's going to keep you accountable. You're going to log your weight, your measurements, how much food you eat every day, down to the weight of the food, so that you know how much calories you're taking in per day, which helps you reach your weight loss goals. It's all right there. It's easy for you. As much as losing weight can be, it's easy. It's not easy to lose weight. You must commit to it. You must do what you have to do to get those pounds off, but they're going to make it as easy as possible with this program. You're going to get results. You're going to reach your weight loss goals if you follow it. Go to the website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Get a free consultation. And if you want to do this program, if you want to join us on this weight loss journey, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. They'll give you $200 off the program. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Hans and Scotty and Hans, it's hard to get the family together with a good home-cooked meal. Well, guess what? Beehive Meals is ready to step up and take care of it for you.
They're so convenient. They're delicious. You cut the top off, they're frozen, you put it in a slow cooker, you walk away, and you're going to have that perfectly fresh, delicious cooked meal that's wholesome and hearty for your entire family in just a matter of hours.
This is a Utah-based meal prep service specializing in preparing convenient, slow cooker freezer meals designed to simplify dinner and bring the family together. Hans, these meals, by the way, are just incredible.
Well, I got my box. I've got the chicken Alfredo, the chicken burrito bowls, the chicken noodle soup. I've got honey mustard chicken. I got the Hawaiian pork that I'm so excited about. Meatball marinara. The meals are great, and it goes on and on and on. These menus are constantly changing, so you always have an incredibly fresh and unique meal.
So get to BeehiveMeals.com and use the promo code THEZONE to get $20 off. That's THEZONE at BeehiveMeals.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 801-899-7600. That's 801-899-7600.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa. This weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
We carry all of your home medical equipment and supplies, and we're always here when you need us.
Alpine Home Medical, we bring wellness home.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham talks about wide receiver Ryan Davis becoming the preferred target for Devin Dampier.
I think so. That's fair to say. Ryan's got a great feel for finding the open space. He's a very crafty receiver with great hands and toughness, courage. What did he catch? 7 targets, 7 catches. So can't be any better than that.
That's a Utes of 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com. If you got a wedding coming up, a work party, or any special event, you're going to be the hero when you're serving ribs and brisket. kennyjsbbq.com. Go check it out. Top 10's next on JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a bye week for Utah as Kyle Whittingham gets his squad ready for the second half of the season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, good tunes. Got like a chill 70s vibe going on today. Napple, is that what you were aiming for?
In the lines of yacht rock, yes.
Yeah. This is like so my dad had an AM FM radio that he had on his workbench out in the garage. And it was always on like on this type of station. Here, jack this up a little bit. But he would also there'd be a lot of times where he wouldn't turn the radio off. He'd be sitting in your house and you'd be like, what is that noise? You go out to the garage and this is playing. He's long since left the workbench and he went inside, but he kept the radio on with these kinds of tunes. You'd walk in there and it'd be like, oh, Mandy. And you're like, okay, Dad. Sheesh.
Hey, you never go full Barry Manilow.
JJ, Napolis, I got a top 10 here for us. But I do also have, before we get to it, some tickets to give away. 801-575-ZONE We're opening up the phone lines for you to get some tickets. RSL versus Colorado? This is a rivalry game right here.
Rocky Mountain Cup.
The Rocky Mountain Oyster Cup. Come on.
Is football live?
Football is life.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Okay. That's positive.
I like it. That's coming up on Saturday. So get a pair of tickets right now. See RSL in Colorado at America First Field in Sandy. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. All right.
Football is live.
Yeah, man. Let's get it going. I have in front of me we were just talking about gear earlier. We had a lot of talk about gear today. And I thought about going, hey, give me the top 10 selling jerseys or sweaters in the NHL. I thought that was a little too tough. So because baseball's up on the screen, I'm going to give you guys 60 seconds. And this is according to Major League Baseball's MLB shop. Since opening day of this year, we have now a top 10 plus of the top selling jerseys in Major League Baseball. So I'm going to give you 60 seconds. It's not all time. It's this year. Like these are right now.
Okay.
These are players right now. So let's get it going. 60 seconds on the clock. On your mark, get set, go.
Aaron Judge.
Ding.
Cal Raleigh. Oh.
I know, right?
Manny Machado. Ooh. Bogarts. Wow. Who are they buying? What do we got? Who's left?
Why have you not said number one yet? Come on.
Shohei Ohtani.
Ding.
Okay. Mookie Betts.
Ding.
Is it just the entire Dodgers roster?
It's not.
Teoscar
Hernandez?
No. Okay.
Still lacking a Dodger, though. Still lacking a Dodger.
Still lacking a Dodger. What other Dodger could be? Clayton Kershaw. What? What other Dodger could it be?
Come on.
Is it another Japanese Dodger?
No.
Okay. Which one is it? I don't know.
Move on from the Dodgers.
This is harder than hockey.
Alex
Who are
takes
the
phone
megastars
calls.
in Major League Baseball? Oh, he's definitely on the phone.
He's faking a phone call over there.
Unbelievable.
Faking a phone call.
You're hanging me out to dry here. Is there a Milwaukee Brewer or something?
Yeah, there's tons of Brewers. No.
Guerrero. Did I beat the buzzer on Guerrero?
You didn't.
Was he on the list?
He's not on the list.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. You're gonna kick yourself because there's a lot of names. There's a lot of names. Number 10, Bryce Harper of the Phillies.
Okay.
Number 9, Fernando Tatis Jr.
I said the wrong. I said the wrong Padre. I said Machado.
Jose Altuve of the Astros inexplicably still sells jerseys. Yeah.
Wow.
Rafael Devers of your not Boston Red Sox, but of your San Francisco Giants.
Rafael Devers.
Devers, sorry. Juan Soto. Come on.
Oh. I just completely forgot about the Mets because they're irrelevant.
Well, and that's why you probably forgot about Francisco Lindor as well. There.
Oh, 2 Mets on the
Mookie Betts at number 4.
Okay.
Freddie Freeman.
Number
3.
That's right.
So it goes so 3 of the top 5 are Dodgers. 3 of the top 5 are Dodgers.
That makes sense though. That
Betts,
tracks.
Freeman, Ohtani. Aaron Judge.
I just still think of Freeman as a Brave.
I know. Even though it's been like 9 years since he's been on the Dodgers. Okay, we'll take the break here. We'll come back.
Was poor, sorry.
Our guy Mitch Harper going to join us next. BYU insider for KSLSports.com. He's getting us ready for this BYU versus West Virginia game tomorrow down in Provo. So stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian from the Dish Pros is standing by. Look, we know you guys know to call the Dish Pros for your television watching needs. Fine. They'll get you the best programming at a cheaper price than you're probably already paying. What about an internet option out there? Look, you have to have internet at the home. You have to have the fastest and most reliable. But the thing is that you don't need just that one company to provide it for you. Ryan has better options for better prices. Ryan, what do you have?
We do. And, the offers right now are as good as they've ever been, and you get the best price when you call us. As the only elite premier retailer for Dish in Northern Utah, guys, the prices we get are phenomenal. especially this offer right now, just buy this one piece by itself where you get 3 months free of Dish's top package. It's like over 400 channels. It's free for the first 4 months or 3 months. But if you get set up right now, you also get the 2-year promotion. The price is guaranteed not to change for 2 years. Now, that's a big deal. I'll tell you why. If you're a DirecTV customer, if you didn't notice, your bill just jumped up 10%. If you're a cable customer, you're ready for your increase, it's next month. So that's just going to happen. But for 2 years, you won't have a price increase, and the bill will be much cheaper than what you're currently paying. Plus, we'll throw in the NFL Red Zone, coolest football channel out there. And, my favorite thing really is the DVR. It's simple, it's easy. It auto-records my favorite teams. Just if they're on TV, it's going to get recorded. And also records every single local channel every single night. This works out really well, especially during football season, because there's games on locals for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday night football, clearly. Those are all just going to be on your DVR at your leisure to be able to watch, and it's a nice feature just to have that. Plus, you can auto-hop and skip all the commercials. You can skip through football plays, and there's nothing nicer than having a lightning-fast DVR, and that's what you get with Dish. So call us up, take the upgrade, get the 3 months free, lower your bill. We'll throw in dinner at JCW's on top of everything. Plus, with our promise, you get the best price when you call us. And don't forget, internet. It's a real deal. There is so many internet providers now, and I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours putting together contracts so I can just offer them all in one place. And yes, if you call us, you get the same price if you called the provider directly. There's no markup on our end. They just spiff me, for instance, if I get a new customer for them, and that's what I do. So let me take care of you. Lower your bill, your internet service, if it's not working so well, or if you're spending more than $70 a month, even if you have fiber, just call and check. It's easy. 424-DISH. Call us today, 801-424-3474.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness to talk about these amazing new trucks all you want. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Drop in a Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370, 888-999-6370, or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to heal up during the bye week in preparation for the remainder of the Mountain West Conference schedule. Your home for the best coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're locked on to JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, everybody, welcome on in. It is JJ and Alex. Thanks for being with us on the program on a Thursday, getting you ready for a Friday night, late night kickoff between BYU and the West Virginia Mountaineers. And man, we were talking with Mike Asti about this Mountaineers team. They're banged up. He seems positive though for a guy who has to cover a team who's as banged up as it gets.
Well, what else do you have to be?
I know.
It's not like he can look forward to NHL or NBA season in Morgantown.
I know. Let's get things kicked off here. Let's jump in right here with our guy, Mitch Harper. He covers, of course, the BYU Cougars for KSLSports.com.
It's time to get the inside info on BYU with Cougar insider Mitch Harper of KSLSports.com on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, Mitch Harper. He is your BYU insider for KSLSports.com. And this portion of the show brought to you by Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. That's Trajan Wealth for all your trusted local needs in retirement. Mitch Harper. Mitch, I think right off the bat, obviously the news that Nico Marchiol is going to be getting the medical red shirt, likely transferring out of West Virginia. That was the word. And so now you've got yourself another freshman quarterback going to get the start for the Mountaineers this week. Welcome to the program.
Yeah, excited to be on, guys. And, yeah, it's very interesting, the quarterback situation for West Virginia. It seems like it's trending towards Khalil Wilkins being that guy, it would seem. But, BYU has another test to probably face another running quarterback, which has, given them struggles at time last year and last season as well. So BYU's got to be on point and ready and maybe, bounce back a little bit from what was kind of a mediocre defensive performance early on in that Colorado game.
Yeah, we talked about this game earlier in the show, Mitch, and I told Alex, I think BYU needs to just take these guys to the woodshed. We haven't seen BYU yet take a team outside of that Portland State team really to the woodshed. I know they had convincing wins over Stanford and East Carolina early in the season, but there were points in all those games, as you remember, where there was a little bit of a struggle here or there, and obviously we know what happened in Boulder. I want to see BYU really dominate a team from start to finish. Is this an opportunity for them to do that, and do you agree with that?
Definitely, and I do agree because, Aaron Roderick was asked this week about slow starts for Bear and the offense, and he kind of scoffed at that. I disagree a bit because at the end of the day, they're not scoring points quick. They still found themselves down 14-0. They couldn't go blow for blow with Colorado initially in the game, and still only ended up at 24 points. I think this is definitely an opportunity. With how banged up West Virginia is offensively, BYU has the chance to hammer these guys. And, that would be a nice luxury for BYU, too, if you could take care of business, put the hammer down, have an extra day off, and then get ready for another road game next week. Could be a nice little bit of breathing space for BYU in the middle of the season. So I think this opportunity definitely poses itself for a chance to BYU to blow out an opponent. And, I want to see BYU come out strong. I thought the defensive line in particular was a little bit underwhelming initially against Colorado. I thought the interior of the defensive line and defensive ends as well. They need to play better and really set the tone. And offensively, BYU's got to come out and score points quick, not this kind of slow build throughout a game. So I think this is an opportunity to do that. And just don't give Khalil Wilkins, if he is the guy for West Virginia at quarterback, any sort of optimism or momentum and belief, really lay them down early, because then I think BYU can cruise. This is an opportunity to do that, which is very hard in this league where every game feels like it's a toss-up.
What did we learn about the injury situation with BYU with the release of the weekly conference injury updates? And Is there any other names on there that I think that we saw last week or didn't see this week or whatever it might be? What's the update with some of the injuries that we know about so far?
The most notable was Austin Leausa, interior offensive lineman. He was initially listed as questionable. Now he's on at probable, which would mean he's most likely going to play this week. He left the Colorado game early due to he was seen in a sling after the game in Folsom Field, and so but he's listed at probable. Seeing Isaiah Glasker listed at probable was kind of noteworthy. Just how severe was that being banged up for Glasker, who played the entire game, had the game clinching interception. That was noteworthy. But Leausa and Tommy Parasis were probably the most notable. They're currently listed at probable. We'll get another update tonight at 8 p.m. and then the 90 minutes before kickoff update. But I think that, BYU, by all accounts, pretty available for this game compared to other teams. You look at their last week's opponent, Colorado, a long injury list or availability list for their game coming up against TCU. BYU in relatively good shape as you get kind of close to that midway point. So if you can escape this game relatively healthy, that you're at a good spot, because they had some scares last week with LJ Martin. He briefly left the game for a moment, but then he returned, and Aaron Roderick said he is completely fine, good to go and healthy, and he's critical for this team. There was a moment when Carson Ryan looked a little bit shaken up, but he returned. So, BYU, they're in a good spot health-wise. They have navigated some difficult injuries with Sione Moa, who remains out, JoJo Phillips, who remains out. Those were pretty big in terms of depth, but seems like early on they're navigating it okay. But there are a few players that just carry a lot of weight for this team with LJ Martin, with Bear Bachmeier. There's key players where you've got to keep them healthy at all costs, and so far BYU's doing an okay job at that.
What's the next step for Bear Bachmeier? I mean, he's been pretty impressive through 4 weeks when you consider he's a true freshman, not turning the ball over. They are putting points on the board, probably not at the rate that everybody would love to see it, but he has been solid, and he's taking care of the football. What's the next step for him in his development as they go into week 5?
More shots downfield and having a higher success rate on those plays down the field. I think that's going to be kind of the next step for him. And it feels like still BYU's been a little bit vanilla with their play calling. Last week, it was kind of taking what Colorado was giving them. They're focusing all their efforts on LJ Martin. Bear Bachmeier created opportunities for him to take off and run the football, and maybe gives teams now more to think about when, devising up schemes to stop BYU's offense. They got to think about, wow, this freshman quarterback with a weird number and a strange first name, he can also run it 20 times a bit. So they got more to think about there. But I want to see BYU take some more shots down the field. And I bring that up because it's what Aaron Roderick talks about. Whenever there's a quarterback competition in any given year that he's been leading these offenses, he talks about stretching the field as being kind of the traits of what his offenses are all about. And so far it's been, minimal success. There's been moments, but I want to see it more consistently, more of an effort down there too. And I think also finishing drives in the red zone with touchdowns. 7 times this year, they've had to settle for field goals inside the red zone. Will Farron is excellent. And even though he had a miss last week and ended his long streak of 25 consecutive made field goals, you still trust Will Farron completely, but finish the drives with touchdowns. I think that paired up with some more shots down the field, that's going to be important, because we did see last week where BYU doesn't have an advantage in terms of field position. Going into that Colorado game, they were, about averaging a starting field position around their own 34. In that game, they were starting around their own 21. And so when you had long distance fields to move, it was not as easy going offensively for BYU. So that's where having those deep plays, those chunk yardage plays, could be really beneficial for this team and help them offensively. So that's the next step I want to see for Bear.
If there is anything that West Virginia could do in terms of like moving the football, obviously the question marks at the quarterback spot, but what dangers, I guess, is the best way I could put it, do they pose for this BYU defense?
Well, I think, they're a team that they know they're going to have to run. They got to run the football. And, I think that for, again, quarterback run game has been at times a tricky thing for BYU to stop. And we saw it last week where you knew Caden Salter was going to be able to run the football. And then that Draylon Miller, too, going from wide receiver to running back. Coach Prime even talked about that in his weekly press conference, and you kind of knew it was coming, and they still had some early adjustments where guys like Jack Kelly were saying that kind of rattled us a little bit. We didn't see that coming. That was a little bit surprising considering it was kind of laid out in front to everyone in the press conference. But so I just think that's still always an element that can be challenging. But I don't see West Virginia having the size and physicality to just simply run the football and wear down BYU. And that's where I kind of paused a little bit with them to be able just to do that. Whereas Colorado had real size in the trenches, and they could play that run game and try to wear an opponent out. You didn't see Colorado take many shots, whereas West Virginia, they don't have the size like even Colorado or BYU does. So I think it's going to be more challenging for West Virginia to just solely rely on the run game and try to eat up the clock and physically wear down BYU, because I don't think their personnel is in a place to make that happen. And with their top wide receivers being out for the season with an injury, that's been the case for a few weeks. And you still kind of got issues at quarterback where, Wilkins was a little bit of a spark, but I don't know if you're too afraid of him as a passer. I think this could be a pretty one-dimensional offense. And BYU, we've seen how that goes when they face teams that can become one-dimensional. BYU and Jay Hill seem to have a lot of success. And I just don't think West Virginia poses many threats because of how banged up they are and just the size of their personnel. I think BYU, if they're, not making mistakes, if they can, win that margin, BYU is going to be in a pretty good place in this matchup. And with the home crowd behind them too, I think this is going to be a pretty energized environment because it's been about a month since they last played at home. There's not many things I look at in this matchup with West Virginia's offense and BYU's defense where I see the Mountaineers having much of a edge on BYU right now.
No question about that. They're just too banged up. And as we talk about West Virginia's personnel and where they're at right now, and you look at what BYU presents, who's a player on offense and a player on defense you think is going to have a big game on Friday night because of who their opponent is and what they're facing?
I think we see another big game for LJ Martin. It was kind of maybe –
Uh-oh. We lose Mitch? We may have lost Mitch. Unlike the question that I needed the answer to the most. So see if we can get Mitch Harper back on.
We can reconnect him. We'll get him that answer.
I don't know if
It's going LJ Martin. That's good. That's interesting.
Oh, he's back in. All right. Continue with LJ Martin here and getting that ball going on the ground here, Mitch.
I think LJ Martin's the guy that you point to get, back past that century mark of hitting that 100-yard mile marker. Because I think that, West Virginia's defense, I will say, they can accumulate tackles for loss and sacks. They have had success there. And when you look at their availability report, they're relatively available on the defensive side compared to the offense that's just been, in many respects, gutted. So West Virginia can get after you, but I do think LJ Martin's due for a big game. And I'd say defensively, I've just been really impressed with Tanner Wall. When you kind of look at final snap counts for BYU in a given game, he's always near the top. And you've seen a lot of rotation in other spots in the defense. But guys like Jack Kelly, Isaiah Glasker, and then Tanner Wall is typically next in line on the snaps. And I just think that shows the trust, how much confidence this defense has in Tanner Wall, because Jay Hill likes to work in Falatau Saptuala as much as they can. They still got Raider Damuni too. But I look at Tanner Wall and LJ Martin as guys that should have good games in this game. I think BYU gets a takeaway or two in this one against West Virginia. So those would be two guys that I think I look to for BYU to have some good games on Friday night.
Mitch Harper, he's our BYU insider for KSLSports.com. Mitch, we're looking forward to this one. These late night games. We'll be hanging out late into the night there in Provo. Can't wait, though. I always love these ones. I always like the Friday night games as well, so we're looking forward to it, and we'll chat with you again tomorrow night, man.
Yeah, likewise, Alex and JJ, appreciate it, and it should be a good one, and we'll have coverage on KSLSports.com.
There you go. Mitch Harper, everybody. Best in the market. Man, it's a weird week, though. I know everybody goes, yeah, they should roll. But the defense is pretty good. Unless you're throwing it, you can throw it all over them. They're the 130 in passing defense, by the way.
Right.
So maybe that taking deep shot stuff. Look, get an awesome game going from LJ, and then what do you have? Awesome game by LJ, and then you get yourself loosened up through the air on the worst, on one of the worst teams through the air.
Yeah, run them into the ground and then take your shots. I think this is a great game for that.
Just kind of get everything lined up.
Yeah, LJ didn't have the big numbers and production that he had been having in Boulder. I think he's dead on with that. I think LJ is going to have a big game on Friday night. Heavy run load to set up the pass in what should be a really, I think, a blowout win for BYU. I think this is a time for that offense to really shine.
103rd in total defense, but 130th, like I said, in
if you can't get this thing going against that, look at the rest of the schedule.
Yeah,
it gets tough.
Yeah. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We have our NFL Blitz right around the corner. You don't want to miss any of that. Stay right here with us. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Finally open eastbound Weber Canyon due to the crash at the rest stop. Delays continue in the area, as well as on Highway 89 approaching I-84. Southbound I-15 delays from downtown to Linden, and the westbound I-215 jammed up from 17 north to the south of the 201 highway, affecting both directions. Whether you park it, stripe it, or pave it, GoPave Utah has your blacktop covered at GoPaveUtah.com. That's GoPaveUtah.com. Call or visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. The undefeated Cougars return home to Provo for a Friday night showdown against the Mountaineers of West Virginia. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch the post-game show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com, as well as a complete wrap-up the following day on College Football Saturday beginning at 10 a.m. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Brian Regan.
My doctor looked at me and said, "Brian, you are way too sedentary." So I vowed in that moment to get a dictionary.
Brian Regan live on stage.
But I haven't gotten around to it, just been laying around the house. There's a lying around the house.
Saturday, February 14th at Delta Center. Tickets on sale now at SeatGeek.com. Don't miss Brian Regan.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Whether you're dealing with a weekend warrior injury or recovering from surgery, Canyon Sports Therapy gets you back in the game fast. We specialize in sports and orthopedic rehab with expert physical therapists, personalized sessions and treatment plans, and the latest tools to speed up recovery. As primary care providers, we can take new patients without a referral, often with same or next day appointments. And yes, we're even open on Saturdays. Book now at CanyonSportsTherapy.com and feel better. Canyon Sports Therapy, getting you back in the game.
Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Be advised, this is your opportunity to save up to 40 to 80% on a hot tub or swim spa this weekend only, Friday through Sunday, Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. 18-month interest-free financing. Our factories have demanded we sell 1,000 hot tubs and swim spas this weekend. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Huge factory incentives, factory rebates, this weekend only. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. We can remove your old hot tub. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Hot tub starting at $2,999. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Free delivery of your new hot tub. Just relax and enjoy. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Friday, 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Free admission, free parking, free delivery. Mountain America Expo Center, Sandy. Call 833-SPA-SALE or visit hottubandSwimSpaSale.com.
Vanity Fair calls BritBox a delicious streamer. Collider says everyone should be watching. Catch Britain's next best series with BritBox. Stream acclaimed new originals like Code of Silence.
You read lips, right?
And Linley, based on the best-selling mystery series.
Say hi, Linley. Take it from here.
And don't miss the new season of Karen Piri coming this October.
You don't look like police. I'll take that as a compliment.
See it differently when you stream the best of British TV with BritBox. Watch with a free trial today.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Water runs Utah, but water can run out. And with cooler fall temps, your yard just doesn't need as much. Learn more at slowtheflow.org.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU defensive coordinator Jay Hill talks about getting his guys ready to face off against mobile quarterbacks.
I think when you're playing mobile quarterbacks and you're playing guys that can escape the pocket, you just got to be super disciplined. I don't know if it's like playing option football, but it's very similar. Be super disciplined with your pass rush lanes, be disciplined with your assignments. We got to play with good eyes. If we do that, I think we'll like the outcome.
That's your Cougars at 30 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's KennyJSBBQ.com. The NFL Blitz starts right now on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All the latest news and notes from the league and the locals in the NFL. JJ and Alex bring you the NFL Blitz on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chicago Cubs right now leading the Padres. They're 6 outs away from putting this thing away. And then head up the road to Milwaukee. That's a classic.
That'd be a fun series.
Yeah. Two teams who don't really like each other. Fan bases who definitely don't like each other.
The Cubs manager used to be the Brewers manager.
Oh, yeah.
There's no love lost there.
Love it. I love all that. Yeah, Padres looking kind of dead in the water. Haven't been able to produce offensively today. They have 0 runs currently. 3-0 right now in the bottom of the 7th.
Man, with all the money they've invested in their bats and to get no runs in a winner-take-all.
All the money that
wild card game.
Coach, where's that torpedo bat?
We need one of those stat.
What are the Yankees doing? What's Cal Raleigh doing? Does he have a double torpedo bat or something?
No, he just has a big dumper.
It never gets old. I'm such a 5-year-old. They call him Big Dumper. All right, here we go. You know what that music means, of course. It's the NFL Blitz. You can join Hans and Scotty at El Matador tomorrow, noon to 3, El Matador, Utah Mexican food staple for over 50 years. In Bountiful at 606 South Main Street. Go check it out for yourself. Let me see here, JJ. Hey, guess what we got tonight? Some NFC West action between the ailing San Francisco 49ers and the fighting Alex Napolises. It's a great matchup. The Rams are, I mean, look, you can't deny the fact that Matthew Stafford, old as the hills, has revitalized his career, and he can thank the young kid Puka Nacua for helping him out. Who would have thought that Devontae Adams is all, can I get the ball, coach? You know what I mean? Like, I'm telling you, this Rams team is scary, but the NFL is very unpredictable, and you could see them showing up tonight, and I could see either of these teams winning just because of the fact that you've got massive talent. Is the injury list too long for the 49ers to be able to overcome tonight?
It might be. I think you'd start at quarterback, but Mac Jones was pretty good as a starter for the 49ers already this season, went 2-0. So does Mac Jones come in and play the hero and help this team get a big win on Thursday Night Football? Because this would be a massive win. This is a huge game for both teams in the division, considering where they're at in the standings early in the season. Whoever comes away with this may be the favorite to win this division. I know that the Seahawks are also 3-1, and they'll have a say. But these are those games during the season that kind of separate teams when it comes to the division. This is one of those games on a Thursday night. I hate that it's on a Thursday night because you usually don't get the greatest play from both teams on a Thursday night. But I love the matchup, and this is a massive, massive game tonight. I'm going to be watching. Puka Nacua, what a season he's having. He leads the NFL in receptions and receiving yards. And what he's done early on in his career is just phenomenal. When he's healthy, I don't know if there's anybody better at the position in the league. I mean that.
Where's this one being played? SoFi, or is it at Levi's Pants Stadium? Is it SoFi? Good. I hate when they play that thing in Candlestick. Remember when you were a kid? Like,
rest in peace, Candlestick.
I know. Remember when you were a kid and like stadiums had names? Like Candlestick Park was like.
Yeah, it wasn't all corporate. They had real names for stadiums. I know the young kids probably don't remember that.
Is there one stadium that is not sold still? Is Soldier Field still? Is it like, or is it like Smoothie King Soldier Field?
I think somebody probably sponsors
I'm
it, right?
sure somebody does. And they're tearing it down anyway, right? So it doesn't matter. Smoothie
Right.
King, by the way, don't make fun of me. Don't at me with Smoothie King. It's a stadium that's named in the NBA down in New Orleans. So,
well, Lambeau Field, I guess, would be, and, you'll throw out Soldier Field.
yeah, Lambeau.
Lambeau doesn't have a corporate sponsor on it.
Yeah, there you go.
Arrowhead Stadium just got, like, Geehaw Field or something like that. But they still call it Arrowhead Stadium.
It's
But
like
that's kind of cheating,
Arrowhead
right?
Stadium, Geehaw Field at Arrowhead Stadium at Geehaw.
Yeah,
to
Soldier
you by-
Field is steel.
Geehaw. Geehaw. What happened?
Do we say the letters or do we pronounce the whole thing?
Oh.
So it's Geha.
Here, it's Geha. All right, so who cares? Said by one of two Chiefs fans within a 10-mile radius of this building at any given time. Parker, we still love you.
Hey, we're outnumbered here. I just talked to Rusty in the hall.
I know.
He's headed home right now. But
He goes, when are you guys gonna say nice things about my Chiefs? I'm like, get out
never.
of here. Get out of here. We'll have to at some point, I'm sure, but for right now,
We're enjoying the 2-2 start. Would have preferred the 1-3 start.
Oh, it would have been nice.
Even better would have been 0-4.
0-4, we would have been, the NFL would have melted down. Taylor Swift would have broken up with Travis Kelce, I'm convinced. Wedding would have been off, for sure. All right, next up. Hey, your guy, Roger Goodell.
My guy.
The people's commissioner.
Do I look like Roger Goodell? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you support all of his, the stuff that he does.
Most kids have like posters of
action
players on their walls.
Yeah,
I had
action
posters
figures.
of commissioners.
Oh, you have.
I was a big Roselle guy growing up.
You have a fathead poster of Roger Goodell in your room.
Yeah, big fat head of Roger Goodell in the living room.
Everybody prays to Papa Roger at night.
My man cave just full of commissioners.
Thank you for bringing us NFL football, Papa Roger. He's going to be firing up. Well, at least he mentioned that the NFL is going to be launching a professional football league in the next couple of years. Awesome. So if you've ever played NFL or if you've ever played flag football at any level here in the state of Utah, for youth, it's all NFL.
Right.
So it's all NFL.
Which is fun. The kids get to wear the NFL jerseys on.
It was the coolest thing when you're a kid and you're wearing your NFL stuff, and so now you're gonna have a professional NFL backed flag football league. Is this where we can break in and have our first professional football team in the state of Utah?
I think that's a good step.
Come on. I know you were all thinking to yourself, flag football, that's dumb. But think about this. How about flag football at Rice-Eccles Stadium? Come on. That could be cool, man. I don't know where they'd play it. Maybe they would just play it over at
Liberty Park.
Just Rose Park out here. Just like because
Pioneer Park, they're playing soccer out there now. That's a good first step for Pioneer Park. Youth soccer games happening over there now.
They've never had a youth soccer game.
I was there the other day.
No, you weren't.
I went and got dinner, Third South, and I look over. Oh my gosh, there's youth soccer being played.
I'm not trying to
at Pioneer Park.
They put those, and they're like turf fields now too, right? So they put like real. Okay. Let's just go ahead and say it's either going to be there.
I was very surprised, pleasantly surprised. There was youth soccer going on at Pioneer Park. I'm not kidding.
All right. There'll probably be some park in like Draper. Come see the NFL this weekend in Draper.
They got all that land out there. I drive by it every day. Still waiting.
Let me see here. Kyle Hamilton joining Lamar Jackson as the Ravens are also dealing with his injury on top of Lamar Jackson. I don't know how they're going to. I mean, look, you're 1-3 already. You've got a bum quarterback. I say bum as in like he's hurt. You're just adding up the list of guys who are injured. Should we just file this one away for the Ravens don't have it this year? We'll see in 2026.
Yeah, I think the Ravens are toast.
Which is tough.
1-3 is tough to come back from.
Which is tough.
And Lamar's hurt.
And Derrick Henry's having like an off year with turnovers.
He had 8 touches last week.
So
not good.
Can't see them really pulling out of that tailspin for now, but maybe. You can convince me. Otherwise, maybe. Next up, Devin Lloyd, by the way, true to the words you've been delivering about Devin Lloyd, who's having an awesome year, who is in a contract year. This is proving the point by the Jaguars, right?
Yeah.
Of why you do this. He was named the AFC Defensive Player of the Month. Not of the week, not of the quarter, didn't have one great game. He's the AFC Defensive Player of the Month, and well-deserved by the former Ute.
He had 2 picks last week. He's been phenomenal. He's having a breakout season.
Does he want to be a Jaguar long-term, do you think?
Probably not.
I don't want him to be.
Does anybody want to be a Jaguar long-term?
No.
They might franchise tag him at this rate. He's like, come on, man. You didn't even want to pay me, and now you're going to franchise tag me? I want to go play somewhere relevant.
If I wanted to get out of coaching a little bit of a dumpster fire, and I'm Zach Taylor, and everybody knows, hey, you're kind of on the hot seat a little bit, right? I would make this comment. He says he is, quote, unwavering in his confidence of Jake Browning. That's a comment I make if I want to get fired later, right?
That's a proud man.
We love what Jake brings us. Tell me again what it is that he brings you.
Pride comes before the fall.
Yeah, the number 6. He wears the number 6 during the games. I'm a Washington Huskies guy, and I can see the forest for the trees of this Bengals team. You need to get the heck out of there, Zach Taylor. Go be an offensive coordinator at a team. Build that reputation back up. Get out of Cincinnati. You don't need that place, all right? You don't need that place. I don't think so. But that's the kind of stuff that's said by a guy who's feels like he's on the way out, right?
Probably.
Come on. Mexico is going to be hosting an NFL game in 2026. We've seen it at Estadio Azteca before, right?
Yeah, I believe, or they tried.
Well,
yeah,
they've done it. They've done it prior. They did cancel a game one time because they got there and they're like, "Grass sucks. We'll see you later."
Was it Monterrey or Mexico City where they did that?
I don't remember where the turf was an issue, but it was like canceled the day of, right? Or 2 days before, something like that. And then they're also floating the idea of a game in a new market in Asia. Now, I know that they've played preseason games in Japan before. College football has played games in Japan before.
Yes.
If you could open up the Asian market, though, for the NFL, wherever the NFL goes, it brings fans. So do it. You took it to Brazil. I would have thought, in my mind, they would have gone to Tokyo before they would have gone to Rio. You know what I mean?
I've been to Tokyo. I have no idea where they're going to find an NFL stadium or anything like that. I guess you could try a soccer pitch somewhere.
They have so many baseball
They do have
stadiums
soccer
that look
stadiums
like
there.
the
They
old
could
school.
probably pull that off at the soccer stadium. Never mind.
Yeah, come on.
Just nothing comes to mind. It's just so dense. The population is so dense there.
Well, they don't live on the field, JJ. They'll
get
clear
that.
it for the game. They got people living every square inch on every football field across the land. Fine. Have it in China. You know Roger Goodell's a China guy. Has to be, right?
Of course. China writes checks, man.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Rams 49ers tonight, Thursday Night Football in Prime. Cannot wait. All right, we'll come back, and we've got our best and worst, and we'll wrap up the show quick. 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
SLC Fat Loss and SLCFatLoss.com. If you go to the website, you can go check out the program. Go read up about it. They have a frequently asked questions. They have a tab about what the program is about. So it's probably the number one thing people ask us about. Like, hey, does that really work? They'll come over to us and be like, hey, let's talk about sports. But first, is Salt Lake City Fat Loss really working for you guys? Hey, proof's in the pudding. As in, I don't eat the pudding anymore. So you can get yourself online, go see the testimonials for yourself, go see what the program is about, and do some investigative work on what this is. This is your life. This is your weight loss, but it's all about keeping it off too. So go and find out for yourself if Salt Lake City Fat Loss could be the program for you. I dropped 65 pounds in 60 days. I've kept it off for more than a year. You can do the same thing with SLC Fat Loss.
Yeah, I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and more than a year later, I'm keeping it off as well. SaltLakeCityFatLoss.com. They offer a proven approach to losing up to a pound of fat every day without exercising or prepackaged foods or counting calories. Their strategies can help you keep the weight off long term. Don't wait. Lose the weight now. Reach that weight loss goal. Give Salt Lake City Fat Loss a try. At least go to their website, learn more about it, and see if it's a good fit for you. You can get a free consultation. And if you do want to do the program, tell them JJ and Alex sent you. You're going to get $200 off. That's SLCFatLoss.com, SLCFatLoss.com.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players, it's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 french fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
Discover the exceptional value of Bar W Beef, where quality meets convenience. Bar W Beef's dry-aged beef, aged for 14 days, offers rich marbling and tender texture, perfect for grilling, roasting, or pan-searing. Enjoy the rich flavor and generous size. Shipped directly from the ranch to your door. Now hosting one-day pop-up events, go to barwbeef.com to find a pop-up event near you, or stop into the store in Nephi for weekly in-store specials. barwbeef.com. That's barwbeef.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah quarterback Devin Dampier talks about his connection with wide receiver Ryan Davis.
My freshman year when I came in, I was actually just the way the line went. I was third quarterback up, and I was throwing with Ryan since freshman year. So just kind of that build that we've had coming into this. Our trust level was really high. He's a guy that works during practice and very much translates to the games.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Kenny J's Catering delivers bold, smoky barbecue no matter the occasion. Check out the catering menu at kennyjsbarbecue.com for weddings, work, or any event. That's kennyjsbbq.com. Best and worst is next. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Wrapping up the hour with our picks for the best and worst moments on today's show. As JJ and Alex want to hear your best and worst of the day.
All right, everybody, welcome back. JJ and Alex, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Best and worst on the program brought to you by the good folks at the Doug Smith family of dealerships in American Fork, Spanish Fork, and in Linden. Nobody knows cars like Doug. All right, the best, real quick here. Was that
I want my $2.
His
John
sister's
Cusack.
Joan.
It's John Cusack.
John Cusack.
Yelling at umpires.
Not happy with the call. That, by the way, the video showed us what the call was. So now we get to hey, you asked for the challenge and you got the challenge. The Cubs are going to win this thing. They're up 3-0 in the bottom of the 8th. And San Diego has not done a dang thing all day. They get runners in scoring position and they're just like, I'll strike out. It's fine. Big Ten is contemplating a $2 billion private equity deal. Granted rights extension is possibly part of that decision on the horizon, but $2 billion. So what does that mean?
I'd argue that's worst.
I just don't know.
They're selling out to private equity, trying to get more money.
Although there's
as
part
if
of
the Big Ten doesn't have enough.
Right. There is part of me that kind of hopes they treat it like a private equity firm does. They go, hey, we're just going to cut some of the fat here. So Rutgers, been nice.
Maryland, you're better off in the ACC.
Hey, Maryland's undefeated. All right.
Yeah, you always have to make cutbacks when private equity takes over. Who gets cut?
They're like, I know it's the Big Ten. It's still going to be called the Big Ten because that's a great brand. And it does represent, but I don't know if you've seen some of my private equity deals we've done before. We flipped a lot of companies. I was part of that Starbucks deal. All they're going to do is make this like the Big Ten's going to be the Red Lobster of conferences because of that.
I look forward to it.
I don't know what it means. $2 billion. That means they're not buying in completely. They're not buying. There's no way you're buying.
Wisconsin, you got to fire a coach. He's got to go.
Yeah, sorry. they come in, you will be operating. Everybody will just be operating on one coordinator who does the offense and the defense. Okay, we're cutting costs. And then your worst of the day, the PGA America president has finally decided, we're not going to stick with this whole thing about how fun it is that the fans get into the Ryder Cup. They were mean. We apologize for the U.S. fans' behavior.
Golf fans behaving badly at Bethpage.
If it worked, you wouldn't have had to apologize.
Right.
But they were mean and they lost. So there you go. All right. Utah Mammoth, you got a pregame coming up here right around the corner, and then you've got the puck dropping at 7 o'clock between the Utah Mammoth and the LA Kings. So for Alex Napolis and my esteemed colleague Jeremiah Jensen, I'm Alex Curie. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
Hey, Doug, I hear you're giving out free test drives.
Yeah?
How about bringing around that sweet black 1500 and we go for a little spin?
Seth, you're 16 and don't have a dime to your name.
Yeah, but my daddy does. When I pass the test on Thursday, I'm going right back here to Doug Smith.
You don't even have a license?
Test drive a new 2025 Ram 1500 at Doug Smith Ram in American Fork. Get 1.9% APR financing for 72 months for our Drive in the Fall event. And bring your license. No one knows Ram like Doug.
Delicious doesn't change because the times change. Delicious is something passed from one generation to the next.